allow the money, allow the husband, allow the wife. And even if you have the husband or the wife, allow them to be great. Don't tell them, even if you're married, don't tell them the bad things they do. Focus on the good. Focus on the good that you do. Even if you say, you know what, I went to class for one day. Okay, it was good. If the husband take out the trash, oh, honey, look at you. Look at those muscles. What? You know that man a bust a vessel taking out that trash. You got to remember that even our children, even when I was married prior to, and our children were coming up, we would do king and queen for a day. What king and queen for a day means, you can't say anything negative about the person, but you have to say everything that's good and what you really love about the person. So you say, well, I like the way you help clean the kitchen or take out the trash or make your bed. When you do those things, watch how the people in your life and your family or coworkers, how they light up when you focus on the good. It's attractive and people want to be around you. So be that no limit person. Be that person. Stop owing your life and start owning it. Stop owing it out. Start owning your life. Be that person. See the problems, the challenges, the obstacles. See it as it's just wrapping paper on the blessing. Because if you look a little further, you look again, you see the blessing, you see the favor that's on your life. You see why it really had to happen. So you have to know that you have that voice, as I told you before, and you have that choice. You're the solution. You're the answer to somebody's prayer. Yes, you, the same one that I said is the CEO of YOU. Type that in the chat. I am the CEO of YOU. You're that CEO of you. You're that game changer. I know you have it in you. I know that whatever you choose to believe, you can achieve it. If you say, I'll pass this test, you will find every strength to pass it. So you have to ask the question. If you want something, ask for it. Ask, where's my $5,000? Where's my $1,000,000? Where? And watch how the different things start coming to you, ideas, dreams, projects, anything to make those things come into fruition. So invest in yourself, like going to trainings like this, becoming iconic. Be that person, maximize your gifts and talents, learn all you can, upgrade, network, because it expands and increase your net worth. So you have to remember those things. If you're the smartest person in your group, you need a new group, boo. You need a new group. So say need a new group because you need to expand. Take actions daily. Even if you do just one thing, take that action daily to make those things happen and recognize you have that power in you. You have everything you need on the inside of you. You have everything. So I want you to dream it by seeing it. I want you to believe it by speaking it and walk as if it's already done. Walk like the husband is the best husband in the world, or the wife is the best wife, or the job is the best job, and enjoy it while you're there. Tomorrow is not promised, but today is. Enjoy it to the fullest. See yourself where you want to be. If you want to be that millionaire, I challenge you. I'm not saying run up the credit cards, but go out and buy yourself something out of your comfort zone. Make it happen. Not something that's going to be a continuous no, but say if it's a purse or something you normally don't do, or go to a nice restaurant and order a meal and don't look at the price. Make it happen. Do these things for you. When I divorced, I began to date me. I learned how to love me, the whole entire me. As I said, lips, hips, and fingertips. Be all of that. Tell it. You are one relationship away from your breakthrough. First of all, that first relationship might just be you. So share it. Don't decide, well, I'm not going to tell. Don't tell the naysayers, but tell somebody or tell them, well, I'm trying to do this or that. You never know who might help you. Plan and strategize for it and work it and enjoy. Enjoy as you go through that process. Enjoy. Remember, you have BBA. That's bounce back ability. So I want you to face your faults by doing the evaluation of saying, yes, that happened, but it's over. It's done. No more rehearsal. Eliminate or forget anything in the past that was not positive to push you forward. Concentrate and focus on the presence of now, of your presence in life and determination. I want you to fight and finish with persistence. I'm Dr. Joyce S. Perry, the income maximizer, the greatest strategizer sent before you, not to bore you, keeping it live with strategies for life for you to create, dominate, thrive, and maximize. If you would like to connect with me, go to www.theincomemaximizer.com. That's www.theincomemaximizer.com. I thank you all so much for your time. Go and be iconic and let's maximize.
We are probably at the point of just starting to master our new morning routine in terms of commuting. We're commuting from our homes to our home offices, to our dining room tables, to our kitchen counters in order to begin our school and work experiences. It's a little bit disruptive, it's a little bit strange when people are now trying to figure out how to manage and juggle virtual meetings, virtual presentations, virtual classroom experiences. And if you are like me, you're trying to make all of that work within just over 900 square feet. My husband, who is my coworker during the daytime, has one volume when he speaks, and that is stage ready from his diagram at all times. Like, it literally doesn't get any quieter than that, no matter if it's a casual conversation, it's a regular conversation. That is his volume when he speaks. So when I am working, I find myself having to pick up a laptop, two cell phones, a ring light, a notepad, and trying to relocate myself so I can conduct my work so that I am not disrupting his work. If we had children in this mix, oh my goodness, I don't know how we would manage. And for people that do have kids that are trying to do virtual classrooms and you're virtual teaching and you're homeschooling and new into that while trying to run a business, do your job, and manage your household, my hat is off to you. But in the midst of trying to juggle virtual algebra, virtual history, what we have learned are two critical things. One is that school is a center point of our community in a way that we have never really thought about it and appreciated more now that we don't have it to go to. And then two, we have also seen significant gaps in our childcare infrastructure. What we know is that the way we do childcare right now, it is failing working families. I think we knew those things before, but what we've seen in the pandemic, it exacerbated how vulnerable those structures are, those services are. So we're now in the midst of trying to do school, do childcare, managing clients, colleagues. You see kids in the background. It's the sweetest thing, but it is all very, very complicated. Now, moving forward, there is going to be some sort of a new normal. What that is and how it's defined is still to be determined. However, I ask you this question: who gets to decide what that new normal is? Who gets to be a part of those conversations? And whose ideas and input are going to be included in that decision-making process? We need to have critical conversations about reimagining workplaces, schools, childcare, youth sports, parks, play spaces, and the like. Who says that you should not be at the table when those important conversations are happening, because those outcomes will direct impact you effectively, for sure. Oftentimes, it seems like government tends to do their work in a vacuum without any real consideration about how it impacts people. But I am here to tell you that we have to turn that thinking on its head. It is time to galvanize our power that we, the people, have to drive the way that government works for us. Former Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm was very nobly saying, if you don't have a seat at the table, then bring a folding chair. I want to teach you how to bring your folding chair to your local government's table. Why local government, you ask? I say that because all politics is local, and the local level is where you have the ability to make the most direct impact on your quality of life. It's a little cliche, but absolutely, when the water doesn't come on, trash isn't picked up, your lights don't come on, you don't call 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for those services. It is the person that you probably walked past in the grocery store or at the gas station who has the ability to have an impact on those decisions and on those services. So while we see that elected officials are there to help us, we don't always know how it is to pull those levers, make sure that they're helping us properly. But today, we're going to learn how to bring your folding chair to those conversations when it's time to be involved and time to bring community into that decision-making process. I am Patrice Marshall McKenzie, educator and community advocate from Pasadena, California. For the last 15 years, I have spent my professional experience working in local and state government in the areas of policy development, community engagement, issue advocacy, community organizing, and doing intergovernmental relations. What does that mean? So day to day, I write concept papers that become policy. I write policy statements that get voted on by elected officials. And when I'm not doing that, I am attending a lot of community meetings and events. Those things are happening virtually now, but in the before COVID time, I could easily go to 3 to 4 events per week. So in that time of talking with friends, neighbors, business owners, community members, stakeholders, elected officials, even sometimes people that are not always those that agree with you, you learn lots of things about what's important to them, where their priorities are, and how to use that information as currency to help make better policy. I have been successful by being able to keep my ear to the ground and make sure that I'm using that information to inform my work and to guide good policy decision making. But most important, I have to nurture and manage relationships, because in politics, like any other organization or any other profession, people will work with you when they know you, when they like you, and when they trust you. So I am here to show you how to improve your quality of life by building those relationships with your elected leaders so that you can make change at the local level. Why do we focus on local? Because if we are concerned about the quality of our neighborhoods, having safe parks and play spaces, having good quality grocery stores that are not astronomically expensive, being able to make sure that you can do things simply like getting a business license, you have to be able to utilize the resources that are available at your local government, because all of those things are controlled right in your own backyard. We spend a lot of time focusing on what happens in Washington, D.C., because the news drives that Washington, D.C. is the center of power and where decisions happen. But it's really important to remember that even though we see what happens in D.C., what happens in Congress on the news every day, they don't have a lot of direct impact on your day-to-day quality of life. The only real service that Congress controls that impacts us daily is the Postal Service. Now, it's a vital service. Do not get me wrong. And I think we're not talking about how vital it is. And we've seen that during the pandemic, how essential the Postal Service has become, because they are delivering our Amazon needs, our mail, our ballots, our packages, even prescription medication. And any delay in that could have really life-altering implications on people who are waiting for those services. However, I do want us to remember that while we are focused on local, there are 3 things that you should do that will help you to learn how to harness your people power, learn how to drive change in your community, and learn how to amplify the voices of others in the process. And that's going to happen in 3 simple steps. The first one is you're going to learn how to articulate and communicate your issue or area of concern. The second thing is you're going to identify who to contact at the right level of government so that you can use the best communication tool to share what your concerns are. And three, you're going to advocate for the change that you want to be able to see. Now, step one is really simple. It really requires you just to be able to identify your issue, articulate it. You could be thinking about what keeps you awake at night, what it is that can make your life better, what it is that could improve systems or processes, or what it is you're just mad about and you want to figure out how to change it. So once you learn why you're mad, you then have to figure out how do you talk, who do you talk to, and what do you tell them? I'll tell you a quick story about a way that I got mad and went and did something about it. My husband and I used to live in a community that had a lot of apartment buildings. It was a pretty densely populated neighborhood. And we learned by way of a flyer in our mailbox that there was a plan to build 850 condos across the street from our already very densely crowded neighborhood. And in LA, rent is high. People have multiple roommates. So if you figure that's 800 units, you're talking about 2,000 people, 1,400 cars, and 600 dogs coming to our neighborhood. That is a nightmare waiting to happen. When we got to the meeting, we realized that there had already been significant planning on this project because they had renderings, they had blueprints, they had plans already ready to go. But our friends and neighbors got together and we shared the impact that a development of this size would have on our quality of life in terms of traffic, noise, additional pollution, and just really, really making our neighborhood lose its character and its quality. So we also learned that before you ever see a shovel go in the ground, that there are 2 to 3 years of work that's happened before you see people actually working. Now, we gave our concerns and we shared our grievances to the Planning Commission, which then ultimately rolled it up to council, and then they voted on it when they did the approval of the project. And what happened was this: we got them to reduce the scope of the project from 850 units down to 500 units. So while we weren't able to stop the development, the reduction in scope by almost 50% was certainly considered a significant win for our community. So you too can fight City Hall and sometimes even win. Step two, you have to, once you identify your ask, you have to figure out the right way to communicate with that branch of government. So if you are frustrated by being 11 months, almost a year into virtual learning and distance learning, you don't take that to Washington, D.C. as a concern. That concern goes to your school board. If you're frustrated about DMV and being able to get your license renewed, having a waiting list of 6 months to get an appointment for getting your license renewed, that is a state agency. So you have to go to your state legislature for help with those kinds of DMV issues. The state also controls things like licensing for businesses. So if you get a real estate license, a law license, a medical license, et cetera, those licenses are issued and managed at the state level. If you're worried about child welfare services and health and human services and those kinds of services, even public hospitals and county hospitals, your county level of government is where those decisions are made. So aligning your concern to the right level of government is kind of the right place to start in terms of sharing what it is that you're frustrated about today. So once you've done that, there are multitudes of ways to be able to communicate with your elected leaders. They take phone calls, emails, still handwritten letters come in and they read those and they respond to those, postcards or other sort of written communication. Social media is also a huge way that people are communicating with their elected leaders and really getting some pretty rapid response and robust dialogue and opportunities to really have direct impact. Know that if you don't get an immediate response, someone is reading those responses, someone is cataloging those concerns, and while they may not respond to you in the mode that you communicated to them, you will see your elected leader communicate back to you, be it in their email newsletter, if they're doing live chats on social media, if they're doing interviews on the local news, if they're speaking and sending out communication to their mailing list. So those concerns are being addressed and then they're being forwarded back to their communities. Step 3, now that you have shared your idea, communicated it with the right level of government, it's time to start putting some action together to really start driving that change that you want to be able to see. Advocacy is defined as the act or process of supporting a cause or a proposal. Sometimes when you need to amplify your voice, you got to bring some friends with you. Typically, if you have a concern or a problem, there's someone else that feels that same way. So once you find your people and you find your crew that are sharing that concern, when you all get together and you all share a message, if you're all sending an email about the water quality, if you've got brown water coming out of your pipes, if everybody's emailing about the fact that trash is not being picked up on time, if everybody is emailing about the fact that there are potholes in your street that are causing you to get flat tires, then the volume of those conversations and those concerns being amplified by multiple people are going to get your issue to have a little bit more attention than if it's just you alone. And know that those people are out there and you can find them pretty easily. And sometimes there may be a situation where people that you might consider an enemy or in opposition to where you normally are, they may have an issue that aligns with you. It's okay to coordinate with people that don't always align with you if, in fact, there's some alignment on the policy. Because I have always learned that you don't always have permanent friends or permanent enemies. You've got permanent interests. So when the interest aligns, figure out how to move it forward for you to get the win that you want to be able to have for your community. Also know that you can build that base through groups like your neighborhood associations, block clubs, sometimes these local social media groups that are concerned around neighborhoods or areas or cities. There's a lot of way to be able to identify with like-minded people. So we've gone through our 3 steps. Once you've got your people in place, it's time to show up. Sometimes showing up looks like being on Zoom. Sometimes showing up is sending mass mail. Sometimes it's a letter writing campaign. But know that the volume of your effort that's collectivized will get eyes on the issue. The other way that you can show up is to follow what's happening on the current agenda. Every agenda for a government meeting has some time for public comment. During public comment, you can speak on anything that's not on the agenda. So feel free to raise your concern, tell them why you're mad. When they're giving public comment, you would typically have 2 to 3 minutes to share what it is you want to share, ask what you want to ask. And there's an opportunity sometimes during that public comment that your issue can be agendized for a future meeting, which will then give the body an opportunity to have a more robust discussion about how it is it can support you in the future. What I do want you to remember and to focus on is that you can go out and organize and actually really create change in your community. All it takes is one person and one step to be able to start moving this process forward. But I do want you to remember that change is incremental. So we're going to manage our expectations and not expect that through our one email, our one social media post, and our one phone call that we're going to see the result we wanted to see. Just to reiterate that, Coretta Scott King has always said that struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and you win it in every generation. Just want to give you that context that change is incremental, change comes in phases, change comes in steps, but because it's not the full result that you want to be able to see, doesn't mean that you have not won. So keep that in mind, keep showing up, keep raising your voice, keep bringing more people into the process, keep going to the ballot box, and you will then start to see that your superpowers to become change agents are going to strengthen. And while we're sharpening those superpowers, elected officials, they have superpowers too, but we have the power to drive how they use them. And in that process, I want you to remember they are also people just like us. They just happen to be in a little bit of a role that requires them to show up differently. But we are the people that have power, and we're the ones who drive their agenda, we drive their priorities, and we have to let them know what it is that we expect from them, how we want them to serve us, how we want them to lead us, and how we want them to act on our behalf, because that is their role. Our role is to be thought partners in that work of giving them input, giving them feedback, and giving them that information to help them make good decisions. All of us have the tools that we need to make sure that we are removing the barriers between you, your community, and local government. So once you get ready, bring your folding table with you, bring your folding chair with you, articulate your problem, tell your leaders what it is that you want, and then go out and advocate for change. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at PatriceM08. Visit my website at patricemarshallmckenzie.com. And if you will, I ask you to share a picture of yourself exercising your superpower. Tag me in so I can keep up with you and follow your progress. And also remember that what I have learned over the years is that my superpower for creating change is to make sure that I am leading with passion, with persuasion, and with persistence. And sometimes with a small, small dose of patience on the side. Thank you.
Greetings and great day, everyone. I am Atia Stevenson, and I am your transitional coach. And why do I say transitional? Because sometimes in life, we get stuck. So I am here to help you get unstuck on today. We're going to be discussing success within success. Now, just think about it. I know I am speaking to entrepreneurs. I am speaking to businesswomen, businessmen, those that are about that bag, right? I know that I am speaking to brilliant, bold, bodacious people on today. And so when we talk about success within success, I am here to give you the strategy, the tools, and the keys to help you have success from the inside out where it counts. If I were to ask you today, what is your definition of success? I wonder what your response would be. And guess what, you all? I've asked other people, and some of the responses I've gotten were $1 million in the bank, right? Some responses I've gotten were, Bitcoin and all of these other things, and reaching your goals and things of that nature. And I did also hear about good family. I am one because I totally believe in transformation, and I believe in living my life authentically. And how do you do that? From the inside out. I am a firm believer that transparency, my friends, is derived of two things. Transformation is derived of two things: authenticity and transparency. So my commitment to you today, I'm going to be transparent. Why? Because that's who I am. I'm also a firm believer that one person's journey, it creates the path of another. So let's go ahead and get right on into it. We are talking about success within success. And I am here to show you how not to be a public success and a private failure, right? How many people do we know today that have had billions and millions of dollars, but yet have committed suicide? Why? Because although they were successful with tangible items, there was something that was lacking on the inside. So let's go ahead and get right into it. The first tool to having success within success is being able to identify where you are. That is assessment. And again, this is in a non-tangible way because we live in the world, you all, and I know you can agree with me, where sometimes we can hide behind success, right? We can hide behind tangible things. And a lot of times what I found out is that, of course, we all want to be successful, but success is holistic. And when we fail to, and when we lack to do what is necessary internally, then we begin to hide behind our homes, our cars, our monetary success, our financial goals, right? And our entrepreneurial goals. So again, my reason for being here today is to help you live from the inside out. So number one, we're talking about assessment. Make a complete assessment of where it is that you are. What is your mental capacity? Okay, so do you really feel okay with who you are? Are you really okay with who you are? When you look in the mirror, do you really like what you see? Do you really like what you see? I'm not talking about, yes, I just, hit that 7-figure mark this month. Because guess what? That's tangible success. But I'm talking about you, my friend. When you look in the mirror, what is it do you see? Do you see that I'm bold, that I'm brilliant, that I accept myself even in my flaws and my imperfections? Because you know what I've learned is that when we accept ourselves for our flaws and imperfections, then we don't have to hide, right? You don't have to put on a facade. So my first recommendation is to do what? To do assessment. And you have to understand that our thoughts create our feelings, right? And then our feelings create our actions, and our actions create what? Results, right? And so it's very important to do assessment, Assess where you are emotionally. This is a big one because a lot of us, we hide from our emotions, or because we are, big time entrepreneurs and we have to keep going. Again, friends, I'm the first to say that life happens, and when life happens, you must keep going. But I also am a firm believer that when life happens, you have to allow it to happen, and you can't act like it's not happening. I'll say that again. When life happens, you can't act like it's not happening. And what do I mean by that? You have to deal with it, or it's going to deal with you. And this is how, again, my reason for being here today is to teach you how not to be a public success and a private failure. Because when life happens, and if we don't deal with things, then those things are dealing with us on the inside. So I want you to be able to assess emotionally where you are, right? And now I'll be the first to tell you, in entrepreneurship, if when we're leaders and things of that nature, we're trained not to wear our feelings on our sleeves, right? I totally get that. I don't mean that the world has to know what you're going through, but I do mean, and I do recommend that you deal with things on the inside, that we cannot just continue to move forward in life as if something did not happen when it really did. I'll use a prime example. If you fell and you hurt your knee, right? Uh, if your knee hurts, say it hurts. Don't jump up and your knee needs attention and you can barely walk, but oh no, it's okay. Why? Because you're stumbling. And that's not success, my friend. Success is living holistically, nothing missing and nothing broken. Success is being holistic and being full and being successful, mind, body, and spirit. Right? That's what true success is. So again, I challenge you to make assessment emotionally. Another one is, while you're making assessment emotionally, be in control, manage your emotions, be in control of them. We have to crush those negative emotions, right? We have to crush them. Because how many of you know it's in our vulnerable moments, right? You all, it's in our vulnerable moments that those negative emotions come. Can you really do that? You might as well just stop. How long is that going to happen? Right? And so when we're in that emotional, vulnerable moment of dealing with life, you have to be able to do it simultaneously. So you have to be able to deal with it, but also protect your vulnerable space, because it's in that space where those negative emotions and those negative thoughts can try to come and make you feel like a failure when you're not. right? So we have to also be alert and be aware as well. Be confident in yourself. Be confident. Know that everything begins with you. Be confident in who you are. If you believe that you'll make it, then you'll make it. Guess what? If you believe you won't, then you won't. I know many, many successful people. I'll use love as an example. They desire love, right? If I trace you to your core, you really desire love. And guess what, my friends? It's okay. Just because you have all these amazing goals and you're an entrepreneur and you're moving and shaking, that doesn't mean you don't desire love. So if you desire love, be honest with yourself and say, I desire love. And not only be honest with yourself, a part of authenticity is not only realizing it and being aware, but then putting yourself in that space to receive it. Right? Being put yourself in that space to receive love. If it's, I've been really working. I am a workaholic. My friends try to get me out. Take the time to take time for yourself. Do the things that you really, really, really enjoy. Because guess what, my friend? Who you are spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, all of that makes up success. And at the end of the day, we want you to be a public success, right? And then a private success as well. We don't want you to be a private success, a private failure and a public success. So you have to see beyond where you are. What is success within success? Seeing behind where you are. And what I am giving today is non-tangible reasons for success. I'm giving you non-tangible because success outwardly, in the world we live, success is based on what you have. Let's be honest, right? Let's just be honest. You see someone in a Lamborghini and they automatically, you think that they're successful. You see someone in a mansion and you automatically think they are successful, but not even realizing that when they go home, they are the most empty person you could ever imagine. We're talking about the intangible reasons and items of success. Another one is seeing beyond where you are. You must have vision beyond sight. You must have vision beyond sight. My friends, I will never forget it. It's almost like it was yesterday in 2013. I had gone through a divorce. And when I went through that divorce, my friends, I lost everything tangible. I literally remember on May the 6th, I was sabotaged out of my position of work. May the 6th, I lost my job. May the 13th, I was forced to move out of my home. May the 26th, I heard the chains from the repo truck coming to repossess my car. In less than 2 weeks, everything that I had tangible, right? I had no place to live. I had nothing to drive. I had nothing that would give me a sustainable income because I was actually in corporate at that time. And so while I was going through a divorce, right, you all, so at that point, I can remember the thought coming to my mind, I have nothing tangible left. And so at that point, my friends, a homeless shelter became my home for my children and I for 8 months. Yes, I said it. For 8 months, I was in a homeless shelter while going through a divorce. I had to rebuild my life from ruins. Now, outward success, right? It would make everybody think you're not successful. Here's this girl. She's in a homeless shelter, right? She has no car. She has no job, right? So outward success looks like you're not successful, but my inward, my friends, who I was on the inside, my ability and my grit to rise up and have vision beyond sight. And it's very important that you have vision beyond sight because sight is what you see around you. Vision is what you see beyond you. I'll say it again. Sight is what you see in front of you, but vision is what you see beyond you. And I had to have vision to be able to see beyond where I was. I had to have vision beyond my sight. The times that I had to go in other rooms so my children wouldn't see me cry. I had to have vision beyond sight when I did not have a car, when I had to work temp jobs, maybe 5 hours a week here because that's all that they had. I had to have vision beyond sight. I had to have vision beyond sight. And in that moment, I had to have my confidence. I had to have my grit to say what? That I am successful because who I am on the inside is much more important than my tangible success. Because tangible success, my friends, are things that we generate with our hands. Intangible success is things that are unfading. Let me remind you, in 2 weeks, I lost everything. But who I was on the inside internally gave me the grit and the wherewithal to be able to rebuild from ruins. Right? So I'm here to tell you today that you do not want to be a private success, a private failure, and a public success. Who you are on the inside is so much more important. Those are the things that will never fade. Those are the things that will never fail. We are literally smack dab in the middle of a pandemic where unemployment has gone through the roof. People are afraid to step out. People are afraid to do things. People have lost their jobs, have lost loved ones. But it's in the midst of a pandemic, and it's in the midst of you having vision beyond sight, seeing beyond where you are, seeing beyond what the world is showing us, what the current circumstance is. It's all about what it is that you show yourself. And also in this process, you want to be able to surround yourself. And let's backtrack, of course. I am no longer in a homeless shelter. That was a launching pad. Why? Because I used it. I used my internal success, right, to rebuild, right? And so now I've been able to rebuild my life. I've been able to rebuild my life. And I don't regret it because it was a power. It was a part of the grit that I needed. It was a part of the grit that was necessary for me to have an unwavering foundation on the inside. We're talking about today how not to be a private success, how not to be a private failure and a public success. Let's move on. Next, we're talking about surrounding yourself with positive people. That is very, very important. And not just positive people, but you want to surround yourself with those that are like-minded. If you're going to have success beyond success, if you're going to have success within success, you have to surround yourself with those same types of people that have a desire to get to where you want to be, that are even beyond where you are. Why? So that you can reach up. I always say, I need to have people around me where I can reach up to. But then I also have to have people. Why? Because one person's journey creates the path of another. So it's also my responsibility, right, to be able to pull others along. Because can I also tell you, right, that success within success, there are some of you that may have gone through some things, right? And you people need to hear your story. People need to hear your story because it gives them hope. But can I be honest? In the world that we live, it's almost not successful to have gone through something because a lot of times we have shame associated with our stories. But can I tell you, we don't live in a perfect world. And if you're going to have success within success, you have to have the grit and discover the courage to conquer, to get over those shameful places in your life. Because can I tell you, a lot of times shame is what causes people to be private failures. Wow, I'll say that again. A lot of times, my friends, shame is what causes successful people to be private failures. We're talking about success within success. So let's move on. You have to have healthy coping mechanisms. How is it that you cope when life happens? Not if it happens, but when life happens. How do you cope? What is your coping mechanisms? When life shows up, what is your call to action? When life shows up, what is your call to action? What are your triggers, is what I like to call them. When life shows up, when life calls for you, and it calls for all of us, What is your triggers? How do you respond? And in order for us to have success within success, my friends, we have to be able to identify what our triggers are. Is adversity a trigger for you? What happens when life shows up? What are your triggers? Is adversity a trigger for you? Meaning, when adversity comes, what do you do? Do you sink or do you swim? When adversity shows up, now you're outwardly moving, but inwardly, within, do you really feel like a grasshopper when you're really a giant? And the only way, my friends, that we will be able to maneuver and be a real public success and a public success within is if we identify, is if we do not ignore the internal. What are your triggers? When adversity happens, how do you show up? Is rejection a trigger for you? And I know we've gotten the bag, right? I'm getting ready to go here for a moment because I'm a transformational coach, right? And so a part of that is going to the foundation, right? And I've heard a lot of times, in entrepreneurship, and if we're going to be successful, we cannot be afraid of rejection, right? You cannot be afraid to be told no. But how about if we're not healed from childhood rejection? Then it doesn't matter how many coaches you have that tell you that. You're going to have to be healed internally because it's actually at the foundation when you were in adolescence that it was a trigger for you. So now it's still a trigger for you. We're talking about success within success. How do you cope with challenges? How do you cope with those? Right? And so it's very important, even with productive coping mechanisms. I challenge you to find some productive coping mechanisms. And what are some of them? Self-evaluation. Start asking yourself questions. Why did you just react that way? Was that your best self or was that your lower self? If we're going to have success within success, we have to allow and command our higher self to rise to every occasion. And our higher self, right? Our higher self is not being inauthentic, you all. Our higher self is being authentic and understanding that this is something that I have to deal with so I can move past it. That's my higher self. My lower self is covering it up. My lower self is being inauthentic with the person that I look at every day. My lower self is the shameful me. My lower self is, although I'm doing it, my lower self is the me that really listens to you really can't do that. So we have to be aware of the destructive delusions. Beware of destructive delusions. And I like to call them the 3 I's of destructive delusions. And what is a destructive delusion? Delusion is a misunderstanding, it's a misbelief, and it's a misconception. The 3 I's are insecurity, inferiority, and insufficiency. If we're going to have success within success, we must know that we have to get rid of insecurity, uncertain, and self-doubt. We're talking about success within success because it's uncertainty and self-doubt that will hinder you from being able to thrive in the midst of a pandemic because you really don't believe that you could do it. You really don't believe why? Because you're not having vision beyond sight. Number 2 is inferiority. You feel lowly. You feel second to others. But can I give you the number 1 key to crush inferiority is do not compare yourself with anyone. My love, can I tell you, you are incomparable. I'll say it again. You are incomparable. You are indescribable. There is no one in this earth like you. So in order for you to feel inferior to any person, place, or thing, you must first have to compare yourself with it. You must first have to compare yourself with it. And so, my love, please remember that you are incomparable today. Get rid of inferiority, get rid of insufficiency. You have everything that you need. We're talking about success within success because in order to get outward success, we must have the ability to tap in to the unfading, intangible success of who we are on the inside. Grit is an intangible success. Confidence is an intangible success, my friends. So get rid of insufficiency. You are enough. Get rid of inadequacy. Who told you that? Again, if we're going to have success within success, we have to go back foundationally. Because if I'm hearing voices every time I try to advance and emerge, and I'm hearing something that says you're not good enough, it's not enough, my friends, to ignore it. Let's identify it, let's locate it, and let's annihilate it. We're talking about success within success, you all. Let's locate it and let's annihilate it. Let's locate insecurity, inferiority, and insufficiency in our lives, and let's annihilate it. That means get rid of it, destroy it, dismantle it, cut it off. Cut it off. Manage your thoughts. Manage your thoughts. You have to guard your thoughts like a high-tech security system. You have to guard your thoughts because your mind is a powerful thing. We have billionaires and millionaires. You have millionaires. You can have $1 million idea that you've not moved on. You can have $1 billion idea. That's how powerful the mind is. That's how powerful the mind is. So you have to guard your thoughts. Just think, if you live in a gated community, and you have gates that someone has to open. You have to allow someone into your space. Why do you have gated communities? Why do you have a high-tech security system? Because I understand where it is that I reside is sacred, and there's a lot of valuables in here. That's how you have to guard your thoughts. You have to be watchful of mental triggers. What happens when you get nervous, bored, or worried? Guard your mental triggers. Write down what your thoughts are. Are they legal or are they illegal? I can't get into that right now. But you know, my friends, if we are not aware, if we don't guard our thoughts, you have to guard your thought. That thought that came into your mind. Now, let me say this. We cannot, we can't control what comes into our mind. But can I tell you, we certainly can decide what we do with that thought. You ever had something come in your mind and you're like, where the heck did that come from? You're like, where in the world did that come from? So my $1 million question to you is, what are you going to do with that thought? Is it legal or is it illegal? A legal thought, okay, yes, you can come in here. We can do something with that. Illegal is you have no right to be here. What are you doing here? And because you're illegal, you cannot enter. You have to be able to guard your mind process, your thought process. Think positive. Instead of saying it won't happen, say that it will and watch me do it. We're talking about success within success. We have to develop mental strength by shifting defeated mindsets, right? And we have to resist thinking absolutes. So I'll explain to you. Let me say that again. We have to develop a mental strength, right? Because we have to shift defeated mindsets and resist thinking defeated absolutes. What is a defeated absolute? This will never happen. Never? I mean, I get sometimes, but never? Never means never. This will never happen for me. That never happens. I never get anything. Never? Or do you mean sometimes? Sometimes means sometimes, never means never. Life and death is in the power of what we say, right? Nothing good ever happens to me, ever? Nothing good ever happens to you? Nothing good ever happens to you? No one ever helps me, ever. So you can't think of one time in your life that someone has helped you? I'm talking about shifting the mental absolutes, the mental destructive absolutes. I always get the short end of the stick, always. You never come up on top? Or do you just decide to think and allow your mind to stay in those illegal thoughts? Or do you just continue to allow those illegal thoughts to enter and take residence in your space? Okay. We have to shift them. Okay. We have to shift them. And because when we think of mental absolutes, it affects our emotions and our behaviors, you all. It affects our emotions and our behaviors, mental absolute. When you have a mental absolute mindset, we're talking about success within success. When you have a mental absolute deficiency, you take what comes to you. You play yourself short. You allow yourself to get the short end of the stick. You have so much value in your product, but yet you have a mental absolute and you don't believe that you are who everyone says that you are. People can tell you how wonderful and how amazing you are all day. But my love, if inwardly, we're talking about success beyond success, if inwardly you do not hear that, you do not believe that, it's all for naught. So how you value yourself is portrayed in other people. You have an amazing product. You have amazing value to offer to people, but you price yourself low. You give yourself low. Why? Because you don't see yourself in the same. We're talking about defeating mental absolutes. You go with the flow instead of creating your own current. Can I tell you, success within success? How do you know when a defeated mindset is occupying your space when you go with the flow instead of creating your own current, my friend? We're talking about success within success. I don't care what they're doing over here. I'm creating my own current because I don't go with the flow. I am the flow. I don't go with the flow. I am the flow. And if you're going to have success within success, that has to be your mantra. I don't go with the flow. I am the flow. I create my own current. I love it. So let's go. In closing, you are a champion. I need you to know that you are a champion. We are talking about intangible success. We're talking about intangible success, success that you cannot put a price tag on. You cannot put a price tag on your confidence. You cannot put a price tag on how you authentically give to others. You cannot put a price tag on your gentleness. You cannot put a price tag on your ability to help others grow. You cannot put a price tag on who you are. Your intangible success is costly, but it's priceless because the intangible success has cost you something. It's cost you something to have success on the inside. And see, that's why we put so much clout on outward appearance and on outward because it don't cost nothing. You can come up with an idea and it may, cost you long hours and things of that nature. But it takes work for intangible success, you all. It takes work where if something happens today and everything you've worked for is gone, your intangible success is what is going to cause you to arise and rebuild. Right? So I want you to know you are a champion. You have to think like a champion. And how do you do that? Get rid of fears and phobias. They hinder and they contaminate our lives. Fears and phobias. Now, I'm not talking about the human emotion of fear. I really don't care for dogs. So if the dog comes up behind me, I'm probably going to be afraid. Why? Because that's a human emotion. But fear is not going to grip me and keep me in a prison from stepping out on something that I need to do. Fear is not going to grip me from writing that book. Fear is not going to grip me from doing that thing that's always been in my heart, but I can't see the end result. My love, when you have vision beyond sight, you're not going to see the end result. All you have to see is one step. And you won't see the next step until you follow the first. So We have to speak positive affirmations over yourself. Speak positive affirmations over yourself. Play your part. Implement and then execute. Get a picture beyond where you are currently. We're talking about success within success. Get a picture beyond where you are currently. Create a plan. Follow the plan. Follow the rules of a plan. Find a mentor or a coach. Because remember, one person's journey creates the path of another, right? And then have faith. Don't doubt yourself. Know that you can do it. You are not a failure. You're strong. You're amazing. You're resilient. You are brilliant. You are brave. You are not a victim. So don't act like you are. You are you come from a place of victory. Victory is an intangible place, whether you have 7 figures or whether you have 7 figures on the inside. You are victorious. You're not a victim. Don't act like it. And remember, you are a winner. You are a winner. So if you're going to have success within success, I challenge you today, my friends, to do the internal work so you can be successful, not only on the outside, but that you can be holistic, nothing missing and nothing broken. That is what success within success is, my friends.
Greetings. I am Dr. Fayo Dalika, and I'm honored and excited to be a part of the Black CEO Iconic Conference 2021. It is definitely a pivotal time for us to gather ourselves together and make a difference in this world, especially in marketplace. Today, I want to talk to you about making sure that you show up in life, because really what the key is to succeeding in the business world is bring your own table in this season. In this season, we are definitely in challenging times as we are dealing with a pandemic. We're dealing with racial injustice. We're dealing with political challenges, but we cannot lose focus. We cannot be distracted by what is taking place in the rest of the world, but realize that we have a mission and assignment as social entrepreneurs, as nonprofit professionals, as ministry leaders. In this season, this hour, we can't take no for an answer. No matter what challenges may come our way, we have to understand we want mission accomplished. Whatever goals, whatever visions, whatever dreams that we have set out for 2021, it will come to pass no matter what. I truly believe that if we look at economic history, we understand that during economic downturn, that is when wealth is created. During economic downturn, that is quantum leap takes place. During economic downturn is when things truly shift. As we look at the Great Depression in the 1930s, many of the families that we see now that are as this is our Great Depression for us, during this global pandemic, there are challenges. People are dealing with health issues. People have lost their jobs, dealing with financial hardship. But we can seize this moment. We can take this moment and find that opportunity to pick up the momentum. As I believe, as business owners, ministry leaders, and nonprofit professionals, we have to understand what can we do in this season, this moment, that will help to be a solution to the problem that people are having. We really have to understand the principle of the low-hanging fruit. What is in your hand? You may have been in an industry that now that industry is closed or you've lost your job. That does not mean that your purpose is over. That does not mean your dreams to impacting the world is over. Actually, this is the great moment in time to do that. Whatever is in your hand, whatever gifts or talents that you have, whatever skill sets that you gained from a previous industry or a previous career is an opportunity to take it and be able to package it differently so you can be a solution to the problem of the world. People are looking for solutions. People are in dire need of solutions, especially during this pandemic. It is all about positioning yourself properly in this season. We really have to understand it's about imagination, opening our mind, thinking outside the box. I don't know about you, but you may have been that student who colored in the between the lines. You didn't go outside the lines. The teacher told you to trace whatever that picture was, and you did so. And it told you to color, and you stayed within those lines. But in this season, this hour, we are going to color outside those lines. And yes, they do have adult coloring books, so we are still in the game. But I really want us to understand that we are on our opportunity to embark in building an empire that will last in bringing your opportunity, your way of making a difference in the marketplace. Because see what happened during this season, this hour, is that the playing field is leveled out. No longer was it the big dogs against the underdogs. We are all on the same playing ground. We are all able to do what needs to be done in order to build that business, build that ministry, that nonprofit, and ability to start creating generational wealth. It is no longer a season to play small. No matter what has happened in your life, this is an opportunity to go and be great. As Zig Ziglar says, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Greatness is on the inside of you. And no matter what people have told you no to, you're not going to take that for an answer. No is not in your vocabulary. If we look at 7-Up, that 7-Up happened because he tried 7 times before he got it right. If we look at KFC, the Colonel, he was age 65 by the time he found that secret recipe that many love KFC. Or even if we look at Starbucks, for Starbucks, Mr. Schultz, he was denied by banks hundreds of times, but he never gave up on his dream. I will tell you, in this opportunity, this moment in time, we are able to make things happen for ourselves. I truly believe if people have told you no, you bring your own table in this season, meaning you create your own opportunities. You don't wait for somebody to hire you. You don't wait for somebody to book you. You create your own platform, your own space to be able to let people know that you're going to stand on the top of a mountain and let them know that you are here. You are here as a creator. You are here as an innovator. You are here as a business leader to make an impact in the world. But when we look at how can we do so, I want to give you 3 keys. Those 3 keys are know yourself, have a plan, and be bold. First key, knowing yourself. You really have to understand what is your purpose in life. What are you created on the earth to do? I truly believe that all of us have a specific purpose. That no matter if someone else is doing something no matter if someone is doing what you want to do, does not mean that you cannot go out and do it as well. You have a unique way of doing it. Your voice imprint, know yourself. And knowing yourself is understanding that you know your purpose. You know why you are created on the earth. As a business owner, we call that competitive advantage. What makes you different? What makes you stand out? There could be millions of barbershops, but what makes your barbershop different? Is it a way you provide the service? Is it a different follow-up process? Is it even the way you deliver the services? We really have to understand, and knowing yourself is being authentic to yourself. Not changing to fit in, but really being able to stand out with your personality, standing out with how you present your business, your product, your idea. Also realizing you're not for everyone. You're not everyone's cup of tea. So some people may pass you by, but realizing there is a target audience. There's a group of people that are waiting for you, what you're being able to provide to the community. The second thing is have a plan. And having a plan is understanding to be strategic. Strategy is the name of the game, as we have to be focused because there's many distractions. We have social media, we have the news, we have life, we have family, but understanding strategy is going to help us to achieve that goal and dream. Strategy is going to help us to put those business goals in place. Strategy is going to help us to reach our professional goals. Strategy is going to help us to reach those lifelong goals that we have set out. And it's important to understand and breaking them down, short-term goals and long-term goals. And the best strategy to use in creating goals and achieving goals is the SMART goals. SMART is an acronym. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A stands for attainable, R stands for realistic, and T stands for timely. When we're talking about specific for the S, it means well-defined, clear, and ambiguous. You know, as they say, confused customers do not buy. So you want to make sure that your message is very clear, whatever product or service you are providing. When we talk about M as being measurable, it's a specific criteria helping you to be able to measure your progress. As one of my former business coaches said, how you celebrate anything is how you will celebrate everything. Even in your small wins, you celebrate them because it will help you to keep that momentum going. It will encourage you. Because I will tell you, there are some dark days in being an entrepreneur. Sometimes there are some dark days in being a CEO, being your own boss. But let me tell you, the good days definitely outweigh the bad days. But you want to make sure that you have a system in place to help you not only measure those goals, but also celebrate them. A is for achievable. It's attainable, not impossible to achieve. As a believer, I truly believe all things are possible. But once again, it's in the right perspective. You have to know what your gifts and talents are. You have to understand your purpose, and you have to know what that low-hanging fruit is to get the ball started. R is realistic, within reach, realistic, relevant to your life purpose. It's understanding that business doesn't happen overnight. Many people that you have seen that are successful, they put work in the game. They say that if you didn't put 50,000 hours into an ideal or into a space, meaning that you're not an expert yet. So I'm building that realistic goal is understanding in this stage that I'm in my business, in this stage that I'm in achieving this goal, is it possible to make this goal, to reach this goal? And if not, it's not to say that it's out of your reach, but it may be not for this season. It may be a part of your long-term goals that you will be able to achieve it later on in your business cycle or later on in life. T is for timely, meaning that you have defined a clear timeline. And this is definitely for my procrastinators. Some believe being a procrastinator helps them to get that adrenaline rushing because at the last minute, all their creative juices are coming and it all comes together. But as a business owner, as a CEO, that will not always work. And understanding that you have to have a timeline, especially if you're dealing with clients or you're working with partners or you have a contract, you want to make sure that you have a timeline that gives you enough time to achieve those milestones, those goals that you have in place. Now, the third key is being bold. As I stated before, we're not taking no for an answer. No matter what we're going after, we're going to keep going in persistence. We're going to be tenacious in this season, this hour. I will tell you, and when I changed my business plan last year during the pandemic, it helped me to realize that I was playing small. I was only focusing on my local community, my comfort zone. But once I stepped out of my community, once I stepped out of my comfort zone, and I started to tap into markets that I knew no one, I started to tap into markets that they did not know my name. I will tell you, it really opened the doors for allowing me to bring my own table in this season. I wasn't waiting for someone to reach out to me. I was reaching out to them. And I would make sure that I would always follow up until I got the results that I wanted. In this season, we cannot be afraid. We have to step out and say, I am that person you need. You are going to work with me and you have no other choice, whether they like it or not. And eventually, just as the woman in the Bible who went before the judge over and over again, she kept pleading her case. The judge eventually gave her what she wanted because she was persistent. She did not give up. She didn't take no for an answer. So you definitely have to be bold. And being bold starts with having confidence in yourself and confidence in the product and or service you are providing. See, my Black CEOs, this is our season, this hour. As we see, so many things are taking place in our community, but we are the catalyst for change. This is the moment in time that we are called to be history makers. This is the moment in time that we can help our own community. No longer are we surviving, but we are thriving. Recently, we had a beautiful inauguration ceremony for the United States for our new administration, the Biden and the Harris administration. And let me tell you, it is inspiring. It is uplifting to see a person of color for the first time being the Vice President of the United States of America. A few years ago, we had the first person of color as the president of the United States. And I truly believe that our community will continue to have vibration and understanding that we too are part of this American dream. We too are global citizens. We too can influence this world. So my brothers and sisters, I want to tell you, I am here alongside of you as a CEO. Yes, it gets challenging. Yes, you want to give up. Yes, you want to throw in the towel when things don't work out your way. But in this season, I am bringing my own table. I am not waiting for someone to give me what I am needing. I am going to create it myself, and then I'm going to let them know that I am the one to be able to be the solution to their problem. We have no excuse in this season, this hour. We have too many things working for us than against us. There are many things at our advantage. We are in a digital age, and information is at our fingertips. Opportunities are at our fingertips. No longer do we have to worry about a budget crossing over the world to be a speaker, to be a consultant, or whatever space you are in. Even in the comfort of your home, you can be an influencer. You can make a difference. I want to encourage you in this season, this hour. It is not always easy, but I would tell you if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. This season is not for the faint at heart, but we got it because we are bosses. We are the Black CEO. And you are in this conference because you resonate with being an influencer. You resonate with understanding if they don't help you, you're going to help yourself. Well, I thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope this inspires you to let you know that this is your season to bring your own table, that you are our boss and we are waiting for you to boss up in 2021. No more excuses. Excuses are tools of incompetence. And so in this season, this hour, we know you are competent because you are part of the Black CEO family. Once again, I am Dr. Fayola Dalika. I am your passion and purpose activator. I am an international award winning in the following categories: healthcare professional, speaker, beauty queen, serial entrepreneur, multiple #1 international best-selling author, multiple #1 Amazon best-selling author. And you can find me on all social media platforms. I'm on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram, and of course, the new Clubhouse app. You can go to my website at www.fayoladalika.com. Once again, that's www.fayoladalika.com. And to know, this is your season to bring your own table.
Good afternoon or evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kimberly Massey, and I am the founder and CEO of Claim Life Enterprises. I am super excited to be before you on today to share with you just something that comes from my heart and hopefully will help and penetrate yours. I am super excited to be a part of this platform of the Black CEO Iconic. This summit is designed to just empower and to share the gifts of the speakers with those in the world who need our gifts. And so I'm just excited again to be one of the individuals to share with you something from my heart. And the theme of this message is let it go and grow. And I'm just going to share with you a little backstory on me so that you understand how this theme or this portion of my speaking came about. As a kid, I was the quiet, shy girl. Kim is now the speaker, but was then the quiet little cocooned individual who really didn't trust her voice, who really didn't think others cared to hear what she had to say. And it was during a time in my life and in my household where a lot of stuff was going on. And I don't mean all bad. I grew up in a very nice community with 2 educated parents, older sister, but life was happening really fast. And I felt like I got lost in the sauce or just in the mix of it all, was being overlooked. And honestly, Claim Life came about because I was at that time feeling unheard. But as I journeyed through my life and experienced more of who I am, encountered individuals who challenged me, who supported me, who also maybe threw some negative things in the pot that helped fortify me, I realized that I do have a voice and someone needs something from this voice. And so I can no longer hide it under a bushel. I can no longer be afraid of its resounding sound. And also that time of quiet, when my parents were dealing with relationship issues, when my sister became a teenage mother, and Kim had to keep everything in order, keep everything on this level, neutral playing field so that it didn't shake the other dynamics of the household. That unheard girl eventually had to be heard. And so I'm excited to share with you some of the things that I learned during that time and that journey thereafter, that I had to let some things go in order to grow. And so I'm just going to share again with you some things that will hopefully help you as we are in this 21st century, the year 2021, when 2020 has brought us its share of ups, downs, and all arounds. It's time to let some things go. Things you can't change. The eggs can't be unscrambled. The situation, the relationship can't be redone. But if you let some things go, some weights you didn't carry or you don't have to carry, if you are courageous enough to let them go, you can step into your own flow. So let me just state with you a little bit of information. One of the words that cropped up for me as I designed the Let It Go and Flow was liberty. And that's a word that we don't hear often, but it is basically a state of being free. And so, of course, then that made me look up, what is freedom? Freedom is that power to act or to speak or to think without hindrance, nothing guarding you. As that little girl who felt unheard, who felt unseen, and stayed quiet and just did the status quo, my freedom was squashed a bit. And part of it I did to myself, because quite honestly, had I spoke up then, maybe some individuals would have heard me. But because there was so much noise going on around me, and sometimes there's noise in your world, I know it is. And sometimes the noise is inaudible, you don't understand it. But I'm challenging you to step into your liberty, which is your place that's free from oppression. Step into your freedom where you can think clearly, you can speak freely, and you can act in ways that are not hindering you from being your best self. Those days of limiting who we are to make others happy or to keep peace or to not rock the boat are over. And it's no longer going to hold you back from shining and being the best you, whether it's in your personal relationships, in your career, where you sit on a board or as an executive, whatever that looks like, or your fear of maybe just jumping forward and leaping into your best you as an entrepreneur or doing anything with using your creativity that you've been blessed and designed with. So let me share a little bit with you. One of the things that we have to do is we have to let go of what happened. That's point one, letting go of what happened. You can't undo it. And that's the thing that most people get stuck, or the place where most people get stuck. What happened? Oh, this happened to me. Oh, why did this happen to me? It happened because you could endure it. The mere fact that we're still here today allows us to know that we are overcomers. Don't focus or hyper focus on what happened. Take that bit of information or that life lesson and use it as fuel. Because if we don't move forward from those things that happen to us, I promise you, we hinder our health. When we start dwelling on those things that happen, we live in a place of yesteryear, and depression can set in and sadness can develop. And then we don't realize that we're not even living to our optimal potential, but it can cause health issues. Depression leads to internal issues, sadness, anxiety. All those things are health hindrances. There's no need for us to live in that place. So that we have to do some things to help push us forward out of the past. Another key up under living beyond what happened is that it allows us to live in a place of peace when we can move forward. And at the end of the talk, I'm going to share with you some steps that you can execute in your world to help you live more peaceful. So one is health, Two is peace. If we don't move forward from what happened, it steals our peace. And peace the world didn't give us, and the world can't take it away from us. The word of God says that peace I give you and peace I leave you. So that when Jesus left the earth, he left us with peace. It's in us. We have to activate it. We have to call it forth. Even in situations that are looking down and depressing to us, we have to say, Lord, your peace be still. Come here. That's what peace be still means, right? And another thing that living in yesteryear can do for us, it can limit our potential. And like I said, I was limited. I did move forward in life. I, graduated high school, went to college. I did things that everyone expected of Kim. Worked 25 years in the insurance field and still do some insurance work. But that was not who I was. I don't want my yesteryear to limit the days ahead of me. My best days are still to come. Claim Life has developed, and she is a coaching and speaking business that encourages others to live their best life. But I still have greater things that I don't even know God wants from me. Who would want to limit their full potential because they're stuck in the past? So I want to encourage you. Don't allow the past to hold you back in your health, in your peace, or even limit you from your full blossom. The next point in letting it go and flow is to let go of what didn't happen. Many of us focus on, well, I applied for the job and I didn't get it. Well, I got married and I wanted children and I couldn't have them. What didn't happen? When we focus too much on what we didn't acquire, we get stuck, and it prevents us from being humble and appreciating the very things that we do have. Because one event didn't come and pass like we thought does not mean that the greater part of us can't be enhanced and developed. What we need to do is check ourselves and check our humble meter. Like, did I want this thing because it's going to benefit someone else? Or did I want this to come to pass because I wanted to receive glory and praise and be looked upon as favorable? As a little girl, what didn't happen was this whole united household that I thought would be the white picket fence thing forever. My parents ended up divorcing when I was in college. And maybe that was supposed to happen too, and it taught me some things. But what didn't happen is not going to stop me from being humble, for appreciating the world around me, for looking outside and seeing the beautiful trees and the birds and hearing them chirp, and even enjoying the snow if you're in that region of the world. But we have to be humble and appreciate what we have. Another point of not letting go of what didn't happen is that we start to doubt. We start to doubt who we are. Well, maybe I wasn't supposed to be an engineer. Well, maybe I'm not supposed to be a speaker because I'm afraid of my voice, or I don't like the camera looking at me. It makes us doubt who we are. We have been beautifully and wonderfully created. All of us carry different gifts, skills, and abilities. And there's no one on this earth who could prevent us from being our greatest us. No one can beat you from being you. I've been told that for years. And now I believe it. There was a time where I was kind of like, well, so-and-so has prettier hair, or, so-and-so's a faster runner. Well, I don't know. I was pretty good in track and field. But I'm just saying, look, it will make you doubt when you focus on too much on what didn't happen. You didn't win the race. You didn't cross the line first. You didn't get the A on the test. You didn't pass the bar exam the first time. That shouldn't make you stop from your passion. If being a defense attorney or whatever that is, whatever that goal is, it should not make you doubt your skills, your abilities, your wherewithal, your fortitude. Sometimes people have tested and tried it and failed, but it's not about how many times you fall. It's about how many times you get up. So I'm encouraging you to not doubt. Stay humble, don't doubt. And the next piece is don't quit. Oftentimes when we don't get what we thought we were going to get, we just want to give up. We want to wave the white flag and we want to throw in the towel. The devil is a liar and there's no truth in him. Don't you quit. If you know that it is a heart thing that you're doing and you're doing heart work, it's not for your glory and for your benefit alone, or it's not for your glory at all. You just feel like this is your gift to the world and you must share it. You must leave it here so that someone else can run with it when you're gone. I'm encouraging you, don't quit. Don't give up. Rest if you must, but do not give up. The world is waiting for your gifts, your skills, your abilities, your talents. And if you don't know what they are, Claim Life is a company that, and I hate to say company, it's a movement. that one of the first things I do with my clients are to help them discover their gifts. And I come from a spiritual perspective. So I help them to learn what their motivational gifts are in the spirit. Because once we know who we are, we can stand up and we refuse to quit, no matter what the situation is. We may rest and we may just take a little break, but we continue moving forward, even if we have to switch lanes. So look, I'm going to go again. What happened, what didn't happen. And the next piece is letting go of what will happen. And people say, why would you want to let go of what will happen? That's looking toward the future. But sometimes what we do is that we hyper focus on the future. And when you hyper focus on being anxious for tomorrow, you forget to sit with today. Yes, you ought to plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow's not promised, but you ought to plan for it. Like this morning, I got up and I exercised at 6 a.m. I didn't want to get up at 6, but I planned last night. I set my clothes out, I set my running shoes out, and I got up. But guess what? Because of weather, my class was canceled. But guess who still did their work? What will happen? You have to prepare. I came down in my home and I did the work. If there's something that you desire and you want it to come to pass, and it will, but you can't worry about it because worry leads to anxiousness. And a lot of people have been diagnosed with having anxiety issues, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what we have to do is learn how to keep those things at bay, not worrying about tomorrow, because tomorrow is already going to do what tomorrow is going to do. But what will happen though, if we lose focus on what will happen, or if we focus too much on what will happen, we lack concentration. I'm putting myself on the chopping block. Look, I'm not so much of a worrier, but I do have some focus issues. My attention is not all that I desire it to be. But when I focus too much on the future and what it holds and if it'll happen and I don't know, I lose focus. My concentration is off. I'll be writing one thing and start writing another. Who wants to live two-sided? You're on this side of the street and you're on that side, or you're in neutral doing nothing at all. We have no time and no room to lose our focus. So stay focused. Don't worry about tomorrow. It will worry about itself. The next piece is that oftentimes when we worry too much about what's going to happen in the future, I didn't say don't plan, but don't worry. It makes us irritable. Has anyone ever said to you, girl, you're a little cranky. Hey man, what's going on? You seem a little frustrated. Let me tell you, it comes across when we're thinking about, okay, I'm working on this project, but tomorrow I have to do A and B and C. Plan for the time to give thought to A, B, and C. But for now, just focus on the very thing in front of you. It's a beautiful thing, not to just be single-minded, but to just give full intentional focus on what's before you. Whether it's a book you're reading, a report you're writing, or a child you're focusing on, listening to them share with you, or your partner saying, hey, I need you to hear my heart today. It'll make you less irritable when you can say, you know what, I'm going to set all other weights aside. I'm not looking at tomorrow as if I can fix tomorrow today. I'm going to plan for it, but I'm going to give you my undivided attention. And that will make you a little bit more at ease and less irritable. The next piece is that when you hyper focus on what will happen, it distracts and disrupts your rest, your sleep. And let me tell you something, lack of sleep can lead back to that second point I just gave on irritability. But let me tell you this that I love to share. To rest is to reward. When you rest your body, this temple that we've been granted, and we only get one, we reward ourselves with rest. After you put out all the energy, after I do the workout, after I go and do the claims work or counsel someone or work in coaching or mentor a little sister, whatever that looks like, I need to then give myself the gift of resting. That is to reward yourself when you rest. And sometimes sleeping is not the only way to rest. You can rest by just lounging, listening to music, meditating, spending some quiet time on a walk. But I'm telling you, when you worry too much about what's going to happen, it disrupts your rest. And when you don't rest, you age a whole lot quicker. I don't want to leave this earth any sooner than the Creator wants me to, and you shouldn't either. Now, I'm not saying I want to live until I can't see, hear, or think on my own, but I want to live with every excellent quality factor that I have within me so that when I leave here, I'm empty. I'm done. My assignment is complete. I have completed the task and I've done it well and I've done it in excellence. But we can't show up in excellence if we're sleepy, if we're lethargic, if we're tired, if we're irritable, and if we're lacking focus and concentration. So those are the pieces when you want to let some things go and flow. You've got to realize you cannot worry about what happened because you can't unscramble the eggs. You can't worry about what didn't happen. This didn't happen. This didn't happen. You go ahead and prepare and plan for what you'd like to still have come into fruition. And the third piece is that you can't worry about what's going to happen. What's tomorrow going to bring? Am I going to pass the test next month? Go ahead and prepare, plan, execute, hit it, do what you got to do. But let me give you these 6 quick steps, tips that'll help you do these things and to let some things go and to live in excellence. And so I'm going to hit it quick. You take notes if you want, or you can see if you can get this message on the replay. Listen, step 1 is to face it. You say, what do you mean face it? Face what it is you need to let go. Look it in the face. I need to let go of this relationship. It's toxic. I'm sad or mad all the time. I'm angry or irritable all the time. If that's you, face it, acknowledge it. Just say, this is what the situation is. I need to let this go, or I need to modify how I receive this into my world. Point 1 is to face it if you want to let some things go that are not serving you well in this season. Point 2 is to go ahead and feel it. Once you faced it, you've named it, you've put a label on it, it's this. Now I need to face it. What can I do about it? Some things in life you can't do anything about. You can't undo it. You got to finish the course. Some things you need to move over and make it less of a priority, but you need to face it. And then you need to feel it. You need to feel it. And sometimes you just need to let your whole heart break over it. Grieve if you must. But if you're going to grieve about it and feel about it, grieve and feel about it with a purpose. That means that when you get up from that place, it's done, it's over, it's finished. It's behind you. When you think on it again, you're going to move past it a lot quicker because we're going to face it first and then we're going to feel it. All right. Point 1 of my favorite. I'm a big journal. And look, I'm looking around here for my journal. I've got plenty. Here's one. Look, journal about it. Write about it. Write your thoughts. And they don't have to be congruent sentences with the proper, punctuation. You have to write it out. If there's some things you need to let go, put it on paper. If there's some things you want to receive, put it on paper. And I'm telling you, the beauty of writing allows you to clear your head so you can focus. Remember that point? Clear your head so you can move forward. Clear your head when you write some things out of what you want to let go, what you want to receive, what you want to get over. It allows you to create new thoughts. And oftentimes those new thoughts are better than the ones that have passed, the ones that had you hung up, the ones that had you stuck on stupid for a second. He was like, why am I tripping over this? Let me get this out of my head so I make room for the lovely. And you have to write it. Point 4 is that you have to praise it. Look, I told y'all I'm a faith-based lady. I'm a faith-based chick. I can't help it. You have to praise about some things. Whew, God, this past 2020, and even summer 21 has been a fool. But guess what? I'm going to praise about it. Thank you for what didn't happen. Thank you for what did happen. And thank you for what will happen. When you praise about it, it confuses the enemy. He don't know she praising? Wait a minute, she lost her job. She on her last check. Her bank account is -10. What in the world is she praising for? Because she's still here. Because the potential is still in there. Because he's still running the race and he's getting up every day, putting on a suit and interviewing online virtually everywhere because he knows something great is out there waiting for him. Piece is to control it. Control what you can control. And oftentimes people say, well, I want to control everything. No, ma'am. Control what you can and take your hands off what you can't. That's the other piece. And the final piece is to plan it. Have a plan. Have a mission. Have a vision, and have some executed steps on how you're going to do those things. To live in excellence and to let some things go so that you can grow, I challenge you to face it, to feel it, to write it, to praise it, to control what you can control, and then to plan for it because the future is bright and it's excellent for you if you help to take these steps. So listen, I'm out of time. This is your girl, Kimberly Massey. I am the founder and CEO of Claim Life Enterprises. You can find me on Facebook under Claim Life. You can find me on my website, www.claimyourlifewithkim.com. I look forward to hearing from you for coaching, for speaking, or just to share with me your wins in this world. I'm excited about what God has in store for me and you, and I want to hear from you more about it. You all have a beautiful day, and thank you for listening.
What's going on, Black CEO family? My name is Kim Ali. I am a registered nurse and a health and wellness consultant for corporations. And today I'm going to share with you some practical self-care tips for my kings and queens out there that you can implement today. Power. All right, my kings and queens, are you ready to learn the wonderful self-care tips that I have for you? Today, we are going to discuss physical, mental, and emotional self-care. But before I begin, I want to share a story with you. About 6 years ago, I had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work abroad at a Fortune 500 company. It was an amazing opportunity. Not only was I able to learn new skill sets and increase my knowledge, but I traveled to over 65 countries, learned various cultures, and made friends from all over the world. However, that all came crashing down when I lost my job to systemic racism. I was accused of stealing from a Caucasian co-worker, and I was terminated immediately. I was trapped in a country left to fend for myself. Have you guys ever seen that show, Locked Up Abroad? Well, I thought that was going to be me. Luckily enough, I was able to leave the country. However, I exhausted all of my savings trying to leave the country. I had to leave the life that I knew for the past 5 years and have my reputation tarnished and possibly not be able to get a job once I came back to the United States. My brother and his sister-in-law were gracious enough to let me stay with them until I could figure out what direction to go in. Sadly, 2 weeks after coming back to the States, their daughter, my niece, passed away. So within a span of 1 month, I was fired, had my reputation tarnished, exhausted all of my savings, unemployed, and now a debt. So why am I sharing this with you? I'm sharing this with you because there will be situations in life that will bring you to your knees and you won't know how to get back up if you let it. But that's why it's important to have the tools and the mindset to overcome stress and adversity in life. African Americans' stress level is at an all-time high. 15% of African Americans have lost their lives due to COVID-19. Plus add in police brutality, systemic racism. It's a miracle that we can even show up with a smile on our face. So let's talk about this culprit called stress, all right? Stress is everywhere, and I'm sure everyone can agree that 2020, your stress levels were at an ultimate high. But what exactly is stress? Stress in certain situations can be a good thing. For example, I have stress now because I am presenting to a broad range of individuals. However, stress becomes a problem when it is long-term, and this is chronic stress. So what happens is there's a tiny little gland in the brain called the pituitary gland. When your body perceives a threat, it sends signals to the adrenal gland to release a hormone called cortisol. And this is where the fight and flight kicks in. So over a long period of time, stress can have an impact on numerous areas of our body. For example, the physical signs of stress are headache, weight gain or weight loss, depending on your eating habits, high blood pressure, diabetes, sleep deprivation, and stroke and heart attack. When I moved back to the United States, mind you, I'm in my 30s. And because all of the stress that I had endured over the past month, I thought I was having a heart attack one day. Stress can literally kill you. And that's why it's imperative that we recognize the warning signs. So, what type of impact can stress have on our mood? Well, stress can cause anxiety, depression, irritability, and lack of motivation. Is any of this ringing a bell right now? I'm sure it is. And last but not least, behavior. Stress can cause unhealthy eating habits, anger, sudden outbursts. Some people even use drugs and alcohol as coping mechanisms for stress. Or it can cause us to become withdrawn and we no longer enjoy the things that used to bring us pleasure. So it's not all gloom and doom. And that's why I'm going to share some self care tips with you to help manage stress and adversity. Number one, let's talk about our annual exams. There's a reason why they're called preventative exams, is because these exams are used to identify diseases before they reach a chronic state. So, everyone, I want you to go out there and book your wellness exams today. All right. Not just a physical, but also your obstetrical exams. Gentlemen, if you're listening, book your prostate exams and vision and dental appointments as well. Next is our nutrition. It is no secret that African Americans have the highest incidence of hypertension, high blood pressure, diabetes. It's because of our diet. What I tell my clients is if it's white, it ain't right. So let's get rid of that sugar, carbohydrates, processed foods, and start incorporating more healthy foods like lean meats, healthy fruits and vegetables, water, and nuts. And I guarantee you, you'll start to feel a lot better. Next is exercise. It doesn't matter, just start. Get your body moving. The American Heart Association recommends 150 minutes a week of moderate exercise. And last, listen to your body. Pain is an indicator that something is wrong. If something is bothering you or causing you discomfort, go get it checked out before it becomes something that may require more advanced medical care. Next is mental health self-care. So I want to talk about African Americans and our limiting beliefs. All right. Trauma is passed down. There's something called epigenetics, which is the study of passing trauma down to our next generation. So that means the trauma that we sustained from slavery is in us. All right. So in order for us to be the people that we want to be, we have to get rid of our negative thoughts and limiting beliefs. And when I say that, I mean, if you feel like you need therapy, go ahead and get therapy. It's for whatever reason, and I don't know where this came from, but it's taboo for African Americans to get therapy. Also, we have a habit of just praying our problems away or God will take care of it. We have to be proactive and start taking accountability for our lives if we want to see change. Next one is for my sisters. Women, I love you, but we don't have to be strong all the time. I mean, Black women, we can get run over by a bus, plane, train, car, and we're good. We're willing to help everyone but ourselves. That leads me into my next self-care tip. It's okay not to be okay. If you're struggling, let someone know. If you feel like you need therapy, go get it. Talk to your loved ones. If you are a single mother, let someone know, hey, I'm struggling, I'm having a hard time. Can you watch my child? And last but not least, set boundaries. All right. Life is a marathon, not a sprint. When you're tired and exhausted from taking care of everyone except yourself, it affects how you show up. It affects your mood, your attitude. It affects how you parent, what type of friend and lover you are. All right. So set boundaries, and I guarantee you, your family and loved ones will thank you for it. Moving on to emotional self-care. So the first one I want to talk about is doing self-assessments. So when you wake up in the morning, do an assessment of your emotions. How are you feeling today? Are you angry? Are you upset? Are you sad, happy? And then dig deeper and find out why you're feeling this way. Energy is contagious. And when we show up in a bad mood, energy cannot be destroyed. Energy is only transferred. So that energy transfers to other people. So when we show up with attitudes and in a bad mood, we're not going to receive a positive response from other people. So that's why it's important to be aware of our emotions and our behavior. Next is support. I don't care if it's just one person, it is imperative that everyone has a support system in their life. But be cautious of who you pick. Because, like the very wise George C. Fraser says, just because someone is in your circle does not mean they are in your corner. So pick your company wisely. Next, share your story. Some of you have some powerful, inspiring stories that you need to share, but you're reluctant because of the fear or shame or embarrassment, and it shouldn't be that way. Sharing your story not only allows you to heal, but it will encourage and inspire others as well. So don't be afraid, share your story, please. And last, celebrate your wins. Celebrating small tasks gives you the confidence and the motivation to next time take on tasks that are more challenging. All right, so whatever it is, celebrate it and be proud of your accomplishments. So guys, that's it. Please follow me. You can email me, check me out on my website. I'm very, very active on LinkedIn, and I'm also on Instagram. However, before I go, I want to leave you with this thought. This is a quote by the legendary Oprah Winfrey. It says, "Step out of the history that is holding you back and step into the new story you are willing to create." Thank you.
Well, great day, great day, great day. My name is Ayoka Yashua El, and I am the CEO of Streamline Success International and the founder of Boss Mom University, where we grind differently. And today I want to come and talk to you about hidden in plain sight. The 4 Ds that you need to know in order to streamline your vision and ignite your success. Listen, for so long, so many of us have been hidden in plain sight. Well, what do you mean by that? That means we built everybody else's vision. We're the ones who are behind the scenes making it happen, but yet we have a yearning within ourselves to birth something of greatness, something that we're called to do. But sometimes we're just afraid, or we don't know how to do it, or we really don't know what we want to do. I know I've been there. But yet there we are, hidden in plain sight for years. I remember when I was working with my family business, I was there for 20 years. I loved every minute of it. However, there were times that I was being pulled to step out on my own, but fear kept me bound. I was so afraid to launch out. I had the plan, I had the strategy, but I was just afraid because I really didn't know these 4 Ds that I'm about to teach you. And there I was within the company. I touched everything from the secretary to the COO and the CFO. But yet I was hidden in plain sight because I was not, hear me clearly, I was not in the forefront of my own dream and vision. And as CEOs, we are the face of the brand. We are the visionaries. And today I want to give you and encourage you and give you the confidence and the strategy needed to be able to no longer be hidden in plain sight. Being a best kept secret really isn't a compliment. It just means that you're doing just enough. but not really stepping into your fullest potential of who you were created to be. But not on my watch. I'm a teacher at heart, so make sure you get out your pen and paper as we go through these 4 steps so you no longer can be hidden in plain sight, but you can streamline your vision for success and streamline your vision and ignite your success. So let's get started. At the very beginning, the very first D is you have to discover yourself. So many times we hear in the marketing world, be authentic, have that authentic voice, show up in the marketplace authentically. But let's be real. If you don't know who you are, how do you even do that? And so many times people struggle with their voice and understanding who they truly are. I do know that there are core beliefs that we all have. And these core beliefs operate in 4 areas of what we think about ourselves in mindset. And it starts from when we're young. And these beliefs that you tell yourself is what you grow to understand. Sometimes they're passed down. Sometimes it's things we saw that we adopted and our brain told us this is the norm. And best believe anytime you lie to yourself consistently, it becomes your truth. So what core beliefs do you believe about your business, about fear, about success? What are your core beliefs about yourself? Where did they come from? Who first implemented those into your spirit? Or is it something that you saw that you adopted as your truth? See, until we get to the root of our core beliefs and start to dig up and understand where it came from, we will constantly repeat what we've seen. You may be the trailblazer in your family. You may be the first one to make that business work, but everybody else around you is putting on you what they believe. I'll give you an example. There was this woman who was going out with her girlfriend, and her girlfriend said, let's go get some chocolate shakes. And the woman was like, oh my gosh, chocolate is so nasty. And the lady was like, what's wrong with you? Chocolate is like everything. And she went and tried, and she fell in love with it. And she went back to her mom and asked her, Mom, why did you always tell me that chocolate shakes were nasty? And the mother said to her, because you always asked, I knew I didn't have the money to afford it. So I told you that so you wouldn't ask me and I wouldn't have to disappoint you. But all the girl knew growing up was what her mother taught her. That became a core belief, something so simple, but sometimes it's that small thing that will hinder you from stepping into who it is and what you're called to birth. So once you understand your core beliefs, what are the things holding you back in mindset? What are the things holding you back in love? What are the things holding you back in what you believe about yourself? What you believe about money? Then you can start to uproot it and really look at it and say, is this a truth or not? Once you face that and you ask yourself those questions, now we can start working on the habits to change those core beliefs. And all of these things are dealing with discovering yourself. So once you discover yourself, you understand your core beliefs, you understand what it is to create these habits, right? So many times we try to create these habits that are gigantic, right? Like I want to lose 20 pounds. Versus waking up and saying, every day, I want to be someone that's healthy and that exercises. And because I'm changing who I directly want to be, I automatically accomplish the goal that I'm trying to achieve. Let me say that slower. Because I change who I wanted to be, I immediately change the outcome of the goals I wanted to achieve. So many times when we focus on the goal, we never accomplish it because we never change the core belief or the core habit of who we are to accomplish that goal. So step 1, you got to discover yourself. Now, once you have that, you're like, Ayoka, okay, I know who I am. Now what? Now, let's start getting to the meat and potatoes of some things. Now you have to develop your vision. As a CEO, that means you're a visionary. That means you're able to see things that others cannot see. You're able to visualize and create the future of what it could be. But not only are you able to do that, you're able to galvanize other people around your vision. Do you know that is a gift? believe it or not. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody can pitch and articulate their vision to the exact degree that investors will invest in your business, that that person will come on and join your company because you see the impossible. So you have to develop your vision. Well, as a visionary, how do you do that? First things first, you have to visualize without limitations. Visualization with no limitations. For those of you that have children, especially young ones, let's think about it, right? They have the best imagination in the world. They can create anything. Why? Because what they see is not what it is. For example, if I was to show you a paper clip and I asked you, this is a binder clip, but I would say, what is this? Mostly everybody would say what? A binder clip. You give this to the hand of a child, and what are they going to say? This could hold in my pants. This could be an earring. This could be this. They will find things, creative things to make out of it. It's only because we limit what we see and what we call it to be that then we stifle the very aspect of being a visionary. So we have to not only discover who we are, we have to develop the vision. Well, what does it look like? Not how is it going to happen, because that'll come, but what does it look like? Visualize it in your mindset of what it could be and how you go about accomplishing that. So you have to ask yourself, and I want to make sure you get this. You have to ask yourself, how do the fears impact your life and your vision once you understand them? You have to ask yourself, for each fear previously mentioned, what can I do to combat that fear? And as you remove these from your life, your vision will start to flow. So we got who you are, right? We discovered yourself, you've developed your vision, and now you must determine your needs. Because it's one thing to put everything on paper. Where are planners at, right? We can plan you all day. But it's another thing to start moving to really look at the strategy to say, well, how do I implement this? Because that is important. And with that, you have to look at and really understand the gap. This is when you're doing a gap analysis between where you are and where you have to be. So here's a tip. First, write down everything that you're trying to accomplish within your goal and put it into phases. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Within each phase, what is it that you're trying to accomplish? Then you have to assess, well, where am I right now? That's column B. What am I trying to accomplish? Where am I? Then C is really the gap. Well, in order for me to get from, let's say I want to be on social media 5 days a week, but it's just me and I'm just starting out. Well, what do I need? I need to take a course maybe. Maybe I need a social media manager. So that goes into column C, what you actually need to make what you're trying to do come to pass. And then you got to assign who is responsible for that and when it's going to be done. So what did you just create? You created your roadmap of your gaps. Now you know what you need to look out for. Now you know what you need to focus on to really, with each phase of your vision, be able to make it come to pass. And once you do that, you've determined your gaps, you determine your needs. You understand who you are, your voice of your brand, the voice of your vision, right? You know what your vision is. Without a clear doubt, you have a clear idea of what you're called to do and who you're called to serve, which is so important. So many times we get that wrong. That is what your business is based on. Now we're looking at the gap in our needs. So what are we missing in order to make this come to pass? So once we've done that, now comes the final four, the fourth D. Now it's time to dominate your destiny. And this is nothing but execution, execution, execution. We've heard of SMART goals, right? Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. But I like to add a little twist to that and make it SMARTer goal. You must go back after you created a goal and you know it's specific, you know it's measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. Now you need to go back and evaluate what worked, what didn't work. And once you have evaluated your SMART goal for your 3 months, your 6 months, your 9, your 12, whatever you've planned, you've seen what worked and what hasn't worked. Now it's time for the R is to remix it. right? So you saw what worked, what didn't work, now you need to tweak it. And as you go along in the journey of your goals, you really need to keep a guide and write down what worked, what didn't work. Why? Because in 3 months, you don't remember the details, but it's that one small detail that could be throwing your whole business off. It could be that one small word or that language that is changing your avatar where they're not receptive to what it is that you have to say. It's not resonating with them. But if you're constantly paying attention to your business and taking notes of what's working, what's not working, now you could go back and evaluate and retweak, remix it, what needs to be done, and try again. And you keep doing that as it gets smarter and smarter and smarter. Not only that, you create your action plan. What do I need to do? When do I need to do it by? Who do I need to help? What are my shortcomings so that I can enlist them? And what are you doing each day? Every day you need to work on something towards the vision that you're called to implement. But this is where we go wrong, especially if you're a mom like me and a wife, you have all these things that you're managing. We overload our plate versus really looking at it and saying, what are 3 things that I need to do today that's going to move the needle, even if it's just an inch? And every day you work on that inch by inch, as Les Brown says, inch by inch by inch now becomes a mile. Sometimes we become overwhelmed and paralyzed because we're so busy trying to eat everything. And we consume too much that we just don't take a step back and say, what can I do today? What can I do right now that would get me closer to my goal? What do I need to do that's helping me work in my business, because it's a season for that, versus on my business, because it's a season for that? And as you sit back and start to evaluate, now you can implement and move the needle closer to your goals. So I want to recap for you. There are 4 Ds to help you no longer be hidden in plain sight, that help you to streamline your vision and ignite your success. The first one is that you have to discover yourself. What are your core beliefs? What are your core habits? What do I need to change to become the person I want to be? Number 2, you have to develop your vision. Well, what is my vision? What am I missing? What do I need? Take the limits off and really be creative and visualize. You never know what you may invent. If you got children, ask them. You'll be surprised what they will actually contribute to your overall vision. And then you practice explaining that again and again as you sink into your heart, your vision and who you're called to serve and how you're solving their problem. Number 3, you have to determine your needs. That's your gap analysis. Where am I? What do I need in order to close that gap to accomplish and implement what I'm called to serve and do? And last but not least, dominate your destiny. Once you understand all the first 3 Ds, you discovered yourself, you developed your vision, you have determined your needs, now it's time for you to implement. Make those goals smarter, not just specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, but evaluate it, remix, and retweak. Create that action plan of what needs to take place. No more than 3 things a day that you will work on every day to get you closer to your goal, even if you block out the times. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to pour into you today. My name is Ayoka Yashua El. I am the CEO of Streamline Success International, a strategy, training, and consulting company. CEO of Jana B Speaks, as well as the founder of Boss Mom University, where we grind differently, where we help creative and visionary mompreneurs of faith be able to boss up and launch their vision. Stop sleeping on themselves, stop working for others, and really go after their dreams. You can find me online at Instagram and Facebook at Jana B Speaks or Boss Mom UNIV. It is an honor and a pleasure. And you can also go to janabspeaks.com. I appreciate you. I thank you for your time and your effort. And I want you to no longer be hidden in plain sight.
consider something for me. Over 42% of small businesses in our country are run by women. 1 in every 3 are run by moms. Also, think about this. A recent survey showed that 73% of parents said that their lives started when they had children. Yet, parenting is the biggest challenge in their lives. So wherever they are, there are moms in the workforce. They have their own businesses, whether they're in medicine, law, government, public service, and they are struggling with how to lovingly and carefully parent their children without losing themselves and their big dreams. Now, if you've ever struggled with that, I want you to say, my dreams matter too. And if you're really on board, type it in the chat. My dreams matter too. My name is Carol Maletta. I'm a parenting strategist and consultant. And when frustrated and discouraged parents come to work with me, they get their joy back. We create a parenting style that complements the personality of each child so we can restore order in the home, and moms and dads can breathe, and the children can break through to reach their full potential. Now, in the time that we're going to have together today, I'm going to share with you 2 points from my 5-step blueprint for women who want to scale up to the next level after they have taken a little time to focus on their children. Now, they may be stay-at-home moms, or they may still be launching their businesses, or they may be working for someone else, but they want to get to that next level. And what we're going to talk about is communication and compiling your assets. So today, I am a parenting consultant and educator. I run a very popular parenting radio show. And in 2019, I was named the DC Mother of the Year by American Mothers Incorporated. They are responsible for Mother's Day. They've been around since the Civil War. But what that means for me today is that I am a part of a very big network with maternal energy, full of women who are committed to honoring, educating, and advocating for mothers and in the community and all of their work that they're doing. We support them. So I haven't always been running on all cylinders like this. Once upon a time, I was a mom with twin baby boys that I didn't know anything to do. I didn't know what to do with those guys. So I also felt like parenting was going to be easy. I know a lot of parents, a lot of people think that before they have children. Well, that was definitely me. I thought it was going to be this fun summer camp where I was going to have these little guys eager to do whatever I told them. I mean, after all, as a marketing manager, I had run cross-functional teams, launched new products that I know some of you have used. All of that involved leadership and dealing with different personalities. So, I mean, how hard could it be to get 2 little kids to do what I wanted them to do? Well, I think you know where this is going, because very soon, those children showed me that they came into this world with a mind of their own. So I had to slow down and pay attention and get to know who they were. Now, late into the first year of my son's lives, we learned that one of our sons had considerable developmental delays that were going to really require a lot of support. I can tell you we were first-time parents. This was shocking to us. We were worried. Like, what was his future going to be like? What was he going to be able to do? And the specialists that we were seeing, some of them were not very encouraging about what his potential would be. In fact, his preschool teacher said, He's always going to be like that. Well, we right away started trying to figure out what we needed to do for him. So we signed him up for speech and language therapists, occupational therapists, and other programs. We gave him the foundation, and honestly, it was a long haul. But I tell you something, he hustled. He worked hard in school, he worked hard with his therapist, he learned how to play the piano, learned how to play football, and was on a very winning team in high school. And guess what? Against the odds, he was accepted to 4 colleges, and he and his twin brother are now finishing up their junior year in college right on schedule. And honestly, I know that I would have missed the signs if I hadn't taken the time to tune in to my children and really pay attention. And so that's what we're going to talk about for just a moment. That's the first step in really building connection. Parents really have to commit to being available, attentive, and affirming. Now, right now, I know that we're spending a lot of time at home and we're feeling like it's easy to be present. I'm in the house, I'm in the room with them all the time. But I'm not talking about just being in proximity. I'm talking about being present. So let's start with being available. So if you really want to be available for your children when they need you, you've got to do one thing first. Put the phone down. I know that's hard, but we've got to do it. And next, you've got to have an open posture. Be ready. Look ready. Look interested in what they're about to tell you. The next step is to move all the physical barriers between you. So come on their side of the table. Come down to their end of the sofa. And let's not forget about those mental barriers, because honestly, sometimes we think we know exactly what our children are thinking. There's nothing new that's going to come out of their mouths, and we just think we know. But let me tell you something, you don't. So once you have set the stage for being available, now you can be truly attentive. And so when your child is speaking with you, take in the whole picture, not just what she's saying. What's her posture like? Is she talking faster than normal? Is she very animated? What's the energy like? Do those nonverbal clues line up with what she's actually saying? I have to tell you, it is truly worth it to invest this time in building a connection with your children because it opens things up. It allows you to impart the life lessons that we know all children will need for the rest of their lives. It also lays a foundation for a mutually respectful relationship. And I've got to tell you, when those teen years come, you'll be glad that you took the time and made this investment. And I have to tell you, I often tell parents, you can pay now or you can pay later, but you're going to pay. So why don't you start today? Now, I have to tell you that this really works. It's not something I just read in a book. It's not something that I just tell parents. It's something that I've lived. I want to show you something. Here is one of the best Mother's Day presents I've ever received from anyone. So don't tell my husband I said that, but I'm telling you the truth. This is just what it looks like. It's lip gloss. My son, for years, had watched me. He was only 8 years old, but he knew that I followed a ritual every time I left the house. I got into the car, pulled the car out of the garage, I stopped. Put on this lip gloss, put it away, closed the garage, pulled out of the driveway, and we were on our way. He knew I go nowhere without lipstick or lip gloss. And here's another gift. My other son, also 8 years old at the time, gave me this book. And as you can see, it is a book about Oprah Winfrey. Now, back in those days, I used to tape the Oprah Winfrey Show. Yep, I used to tape it and watch it in the evening. I also used to talk about how much I admired what she did, not only in business, but in life and helping others. In that moment, I truly felt known and understood. And I made sure to tell my children that in those terms to affirm their act of kindness. Now, if you are interested in forming those kinds of connections, those kinds of special bonds with your children, I will tell you at the end of my talk how we can connect and you can be part of my community. Now, as I said, we already feel like we're home with our children during this pandemic. We're spending more time than ever, but are we really there? And they need us there, present, on purpose, more than ever, because they're processing feelings of disappointment, uncertainty, fear, and just what is going on if you kind of think about very recent events. And so they need us there, tuned in and ready to help them make sense of what's going on in the world. So next, you have to compile your assets. What do I mean when I think about compiling my assets? First of all, what are you good at doing? Are you happy doing what you're doing today? And very importantly, what are you doing today that's making a lasting impact? Now, if you're fuzzy on any of those things, then you might need to say to yourself, it's time for a change. Repeat after me, it's time for a change. Type it in the chat, time for change. So here's how I learned about this notion of taking stock of my assets. So as an undergrad student, I studied fashion merchandising. I was determined to slay the fashion industry. I landed a position in the management training program with the #2 department store in the country. If you could succeed there, then you could take those skills anywhere within the fashion industry. So I was very pleased to land that job. But one thing I forgot, the environment, the retail environment. So I was standing on my feet most of the day, in heels, running from department to department, authorizing checks, authorizing customer returns, and just other things that come up during the course of the day in a busy department store. Not to mention, I had my own department to run. I had to make sure it was staffed and stocked, visually appealing, so customers would buy and I could hit those numbers. It only took me 1 year to realize that the retail environment was not my scene. But I did take a moment to think, what was it that drew me to the field? Now, it goes without saying, the fashions, that was very important to me. But behind all of that, I enjoyed the research, the analysis, and the forecasting, the figuring out what people want before they even know they want it. So my next position encompassed all of that and none of that other stuff I told you that I didn't want to be part of. So within my first year on the job, I was managing a $17 million inventory program. And I was only 24 years old. So I have been using that approach ever since. And it helped me to make the transition from marketing manager to stay-at-home mom to parenting consultant to mother of the year. And I think that this will be very helpful for you. And as I said, it's only part of my 5-point blueprint for people, especially moms, who want to scale up for their next act. Now, Frederick Douglass said that it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. So that is why it is so important to make those vital connections on purpose with our children. And if you have the aspirations to do something after you raise your children, to compile your assets, because it's so easy to feel like parenting just is all consuming and overwhelming. That's number one. And then number two, that you may not be able to pursue your dreams. Because after all, this is an 18-year undertaking at the very least. But we have to remember that parenting occurs in seasons. And every day that goes by, our children are one step closer to walking out the door. Not out of our lives, but to their independence. And so every day, we too should be scaling up just like they are. And so using my blueprint, you will be able to do that. Now, I want to share with you, I promised that I would tell you how you could connect with me, but I also want to share that I have a cheat sheet for building strong connections with your children as you scale up to your next act. So what you need to do is head on over to parentingwithvision.com/iconic. I'll say it again, parentingwithvision.com/iconic. There are no dashes, there are no underscores, but head over there and grab your cheat sheet and be prepared to scale up. It is my pleasure to give parents direction in what they say is the most important journey of their lives. Yet, it's not their only journey. Novelist George Eliot said that it's never too late to become who you might have been. Carol Maletta says, scale up to your next act. Do it today.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Kiana Buckner, also known as Lady Q. I am the founder and CEO of A Diamond in the Rough Productions and Lady Q Network. I am what I like to call a transformational specialist. I simply empower others to transform into their highest self while learning to live their lives unapologetically. I'm so very excited for you all to be here with me today, allowing me to encourage you and take you on this brief journey of self-mastery, better known as Dear Transformation. Dear Transformation is a reality. It is the truth about an individual as well as an authentic message of empowerment, inspiration, and encouragement. With this powerful message of hope, it is my prayer that people everywhere get to define their story and inspire others by their own individual transformation. I grew up as a young kid in foster care because of child abuse. As a young adult, I faced homelessness, poverty, domestic violence, and so much more. It wasn't until I began to write my first book, my story, my journey, my piece, that I began my very own process of transformation. What is transformation, you may ask? Well, there are many ways to describe this powerful term. However, simply put, in my words, It is evolving and changing into the best you that you can be, living a purpose-fulfilled life. When talking about transformation, the best way to physically describe it is to look at the foundational life of the butterfly. Not only is the butterfly the only insect that completely transforms into another type of insect, but it also has some amazing key points during its transformation that we as human beings can ultimately relate to, that can guide us through our very own transformation. So there are four phases to the butterfly. You have the egg, which is the infant stage. You have the larva, or what we like to call the caterpillar, the cocoon, and last but certainly not least, you have the butterfly. What we will be relating to today is what I would think to be two of the most important parts of the process and transformational life of the butterfly. That would be the caterpillar and the cocoon. The caterpillar is the slimy, weird looking insect whose only job on the planet Earth is to eat. It needs to eat to gain strength so that it can break out of the jail or cocoon that it creates for itself. The more it eats, the more strength it gains for the struggle later. Isn't that just like us? We sometimes take this life that we are given and feed it and feed into our minds what the world wants us to believe. We eat what we see on television. We eat what we see on social media. We eat what we hear on the radio. We eat what we hear others' opinions of us are. We eat everyone else's food except our own. When that happens, we tend to have false revelations of ourselves, such as we're not good enough, we're not pretty enough, we're not big enough, we're not small enough. We should talk a certain way. We should be what and act how the world defines us, only to get lost in the system of beliefs, losing our true identity of self. We take in and feed off of the false identity of what everyone else defines or thinks of us, losing control over the battle of our strongest muscle, which is our mind, thus building a cocoon of fear, of doubt, of loneliness, unhappiness, depression, unworthiness, and so many other mental and emotional issues. The list really goes on. We have lost the mastery of self. Because of this, we lose our very own confidence in who we truly are. The key words here are self-mastery. You see, the caterpillar is the younger version of the butterfly. In order to transform, it must go into the cocoon, learn and defeat the struggle, and then become the adult or the beautiful edifice that it was destined to be. Self-mastery is you. It is basically mastering who you are. I can't master you and you can't master me. It all points back to self. The first step in self mastery is self awareness. Who are you for real? What do you like about you? What do you dislike about you? What are you passionate about? The only person that can define you and or change you is you. You are who you think you are. So your mindset is where it all begins. Change your thinking about you as an individual, as a whole. If there is something about you that you don't like, change it. Some things are easier said than done. Trust me, I know. But nothing worth having or being comes without a process. With self mastery comes your self esteem, your self confidence, and your self compassion. Give yourself moments. Allow yourself time to heal because healing is a choice. Which now leads me into the next phase, the cocoon phase. Although the cocoon may seem like a lonely or dreadful place during transformation, it is ultimately the place of struggle where the butterfly truly gets its strength and wings to fly. If I could give this phase a title, it would certainly be The Struggle is Real. Yet, in the cocoon is where transformation at its finest takes place. Your change is now happening, your wings are formed, and they are beginning to grow so that you can take flight. But again, it comes with a cost. Now that you're growing, it's time to break free from the mindset of your past. Break free from the mindset of never being good enough. Break free from the mindset of I'll never make it or amount to anything. You can begin to grow and feed off of your own self-encouragement, realizing that you are and have been a champion all along. You see, my cocoon doesn't look like your cocoon. My strength doesn't look like your strength. My wings don't look like your wings. But the great news is we all get to soar. There was a little boy who loved caterpillars. One day he found one, took it home, and made a home for it. He watched this caterpillar every day, making sure it had plenty of food and water. One day, the caterpillar started creating a cocoon. Here, the caterpillar would go through a metamorphosis and become a butterfly. This was so exciting. The little boy couldn't wait to see this beautiful butterfly. Then one day it happened, a small hole appeared in the cocoon and the butterfly started to struggle to come out. The little boy was just so excited. He was beside himself. But then he noticed the butterfly was struggling so hard to get out, and it looked like the butterfly wasn't going to be able to break free. The little boy was so worried for the butterfly that he decided he just had to help. He quickly got a pair of scissors and snipped the cocoon to make the hole bigger, and the butterfly quickly emerged. But the butterfly had a swollen body and small, shriveled up wings. The little boy sat and watched the butterfly, expecting that at any moment, the wings would dry out, get bigger, and expand to support the swollen body. But that never happened. The butterfly spent the rest of its life crawling around with a swollen body and shriveled up wings. It was never able to fly. You see, struggling is actually an important part, if not the most important part of any growth experience. In fact, it's the struggle that creates you and gives you the ability to become the best version of you. No one can do it for you. You have to find the strength within. And the best part of that is you, me, we all win. So never give up. The only time you will ever fail is if you do just that. Remember, falling is not failure, and failure is certainly not defeat. So now we have a choice to heal, a choice to transform, a choice to break out of the cocoon and be free. I hope that what I've said today has encouraged you, has empowered you, and most importantly, inspired you. So with all of that being said, here are just a few tips and reminders to help keep you inspired on your journey to transformation. As we stated previously, self-mastery is the key. Take ownership of your greatest asset and muscle, which is your mind. You are the master of your own fate. You are who you think you are, so aim high. Define and realize your purpose in life. Remember, what you have been called to do has never been done before the way that you will do it. So be encouraged. Although the cocoon is a mental place that represents your insecurities, it is also your pivotal place of transformation. Transform well. Accept yourself and the fact that you have made and will make mistakes. Our mistakes are a major part of transformation and tend to become some of life's most valuable lessons. Your affirmations for transformation are simply, I see it, I want it, I transform, I own it. You have to see it. You have to want it bad enough. That way you can successfully transform and own your transformation. Let the healing begin. Embrace the process and allow yourself to heal. Your pain is what births your purpose. Bridge the gap and seal the wound. Last but not least, love yourself. As a butterfly, you now have a new perspective and a whole new world. So adapt to the newness around you. Live your life unapologetically as the survivor and overcomer that you were always destined to be. Thank you so very much for allowing me to be a part of your transformational process. I encourage you to transform, and again, transform well. Live in the true abundance of your freedom. I am Kiana Buckner, your transformational specialist, the founder and CEO of A Diamond in the Rough Productions and Lady Q Network. To order a copy of any one of my books, to learn more about my companies, or to reach me for any conferences or speaking engagements, please go to my website, www.ladyqnetwork.com. It was my distinct honor and pleasure empowering you at the Black CEO Iconic with the self-mastery of Dear Transformation. Be inspired today and be encouraged always.
I'm Glodine Champion. I'm a transformational leader, coach, educator, and storyteller. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to talk about love. First, a little bit about me. My journey to coaching and transformational leadership came through my process improvement work. I'm a Six Sigma Black Belt. And I have to say, I love saying I'm a Six Sigma Black Belt because in that brief moment between saying it and explaining it, you were probably thinking, she must be a badass in martial arts. Unfortunately, I'm not, at least not in martial arts. Six Sigma is a process improvement methodology that drives toward perfection in a process. It's like saying you'll improve your process so that it's 99.9997% efficient. Or it's like saying you can rest assured that if you build 1 million cars, only 3.4 will have a faulty battery. Not perfect, but it gives your customer confidence that they'd be safe driving your cars. I love what I do because it allows me to use my superpowers to build strong teams and big L leaders. I get to coach the people I work with into becoming better listeners who love to learn and understand the true meaning of being a leader. I encourage them to be more open-minded so they can hear what's not working in their process without taking it personally. I teach them things they thought they knew about process and its close connection to profits, and how to be vulnerable without the fear of looking bad or worrying what other people may say. Then, without any coaching, they take their newfound knowledge and ways of being out into the world and share it with others. I learned all this from one of the best leaders I've ever had in my career, Pete Berg. Having gone through the GE Six Sigma program, Pete mirrored Jack Welch's vision. He was my mentor, trainer, and extremely strong leader. He spoke truth to power and knew what to do when they behaved badly. It didn't feel like we were working. It felt like we were changing the world one person at a time. In fact, it was thanks to Pete that I discovered I was born to do this work. My superpowers, my personality, love of people, natural servant leadership, and teaching expertise. It's not something that you find in a Six Sigma Black Belt. I've experienced success and some failures. As I got more into the work, I began to collect data on the different groups and organizations that I worked with. And I began to see a common thread, not only in the success or failure of the work, but also in the root cause of the breakdown in the culture and or structure of an organization. It's leadership. Leadership feels like a catchphrase these days. Everyone wants to be in leadership, but most people want the perceived power that goes with the role of leader. And I often wonder how many people would want the title of CEO or president if it meant to serve instead of to lead. Because that's the true definition of a leader, one who serves others, one who gets that it's not about them, but the greater good of those around them. A true leader understands that leadership is also not about your title. I joined the US Navy Reserves in 1985. And on the first day of boot camp, our company commander, Parnell, asked, who wants to get them on the line today? I didn't know what it was, but I wanted to do it. Someone else spoke up first. 2 days later, Parnell asked again. By then, I'd seen other recruits calling left turn march and to the rear march out on the street, and I wanted that job. I didn't even let her finish the question before my hand shot up. And from that day forward, I made sure she never had to repeat it. It was super easy to get the job. In fact, it was deceivingly undersold for what it really was, an audition for the role of recruit chief petty officer. There wasn't anything written and very little explained about being the leader of our company. You could either do it seemingly instinctively or not. And as RCPO, I led the company out of and back to our barracks every day. One of my teammates wrote the schedule on a chalkboard and again in my notebook. No one held my hand and explained what I was supposed to do next. Somehow I knew that if we weren't at our first destination at the allocated time, I'd be out of a job. So I learned that schedule inside and out and got a map of the base in order to direct us where we needed to be. I spent each evening studying both. I also had to learn those cool navigation commands to successfully guide the company on the street, which meant I also had to trust the efforts of our guidon bearer, my eyes in the formation. The guidon bearer marched at the front of the line on formation and carried the flagpole. So when we were within several feet of a turn, she jerked the flag, and my job was to make the call on the appropriate step and turn 30 plus women around a corner without incident. It looked like fun. That's why I wanted the job. I'd made it about me and how I looked on the street making those calls, being a badass, if you will. I quickly learned everything about RCPO had nothing to do with me. I'd stepped into a leadership role to have fun and discovered that I had to look out for my teammates. When they failed, I failed. When they succeeded. I had to do everything first and better to keep my job. Every fitness exercise, academic exam, and challenge we faced, I went first. The hardest was the swim qualification test because I took my test first and then dog paddled in 15 feet of water for almost 3 hours until everyone was finished. I couldn't protect the team standing on the sideline waiting to jump in the pool. I had to be fully present and ready for action. On that day, I realized my level of responsibility for every recruit in my unit, and I took the job seriously. I quickly became a well respected RCPO and went on to become platoon leader in A school. That was my first experience as a leader, and I was 18 years old. In my 3 months as RCPO, I learned all about being open minded, vulnerable, and empathetic because it was forced upon me. After I'd been in the role about a month and she was confident I wasn't going to mess it up, Parnell pulled me aside one day and said, "You're the first Black RCPO to have this job this long. Remember that it's not about you. The minute you accept that, the better an RCPO you will become." I've carried those words with me ever since, and I used them and my experience as RCPO to determine the type of leader I wanted to be and the type I wanted to work for. Over time, I began to classify them as big L and small L leaders. The big L leaders were self aware, great communicators, expressed their gratitude and empathy, knew how to delegate, and lead with respect and integrity. Translation, they led with love. The small L leaders were poor communicators. They kept information close to their chest, believing that things were on a need to know basis. They were self centered, forcing us to speak in we terms when they spoke in I. They were unpredictable, avoided conflict at all costs, and led by fear and intimidation, the my way or highway thinking. I've coached many small L leaders in my career, and I can tell you those that moved to big L leader did so because they wanted to do better for their team. You know that saying, when you know better, you do better? It's true. What's not true is that people don't change. When people are ready and willing and have support, they change. One of the things I noticed is when I asked those leaders how they felt about their team, the ones who said, "I think they're awesome" or "I love them," they recognized that if they truly loved them, then they also wanted the best for them. And those leaders stepped up and tossed their small L's aside for a larger version. If you've worked in corporate America, you've reported to one or the other. You know the difference. You grew and thrived under the big L leader and grew bitter and resentful under the small one. In fact, I would bet that a large percentage of business owners went out on their own because they worked for a small L leader. I know I did. Now, the question is, now that you're running your own business, which leader have you become? Do you lead with fear and intimidation or love? And I know you're thinking, what in the heck does love have to do with business? Well, let's first unpack that word a little bit. There's 4 types of love. There's storge, and that's the love of your family, and philia, which is love of friends. Then there's eros, which seems to be what everyone thinks of when they hear love, that romantic love. But then there's agape, love of humanity. And it's the agape love that we need in business because the one constant, no matter how large or small your business or the industry you're in, you could be a cupcake baker to a nuclear physicist. The one constant is the people, your customers, your team, you, the human element. Some people show up every day with their professional face on, thinking they can put their personal self on a shelf. This never works because you lose your humanity in the process. I knew someone once who always said work was theater. She was all about title, which she loved throwing around, but she had no idea what it meant to be a leader. She micromanaged, took credit for other people's work, and rarely had anyone's back. Over time, she lost the respect of her customer, the trust of her direct reports, and then lost 4 of her best people, which caused her leadership to take a closer look at her. It wasn't long before she was let go, and the one employee she did support wound up with her job. I've seen a good number of these actors in leader suits in my career. Theater. Neither life nor business should be theater. It is possible to live drama free. If you're not showing up in the world your true, authentic self, then just like the wizard, you will eventually be exposed. Maybe you pretend to be more courageous than you actually are, or kind and supportive when in real life you're anything but. Maybe you're a bully or a tyrant because you think that leading by fear is more effective. Here's the thing: the minute crisis strikes, your true, authentic self shows up whether you want it to or not. And once you've broken that fourth wall, it's impossible to resume your act. The absence of theater makes room for authenticity, which makes room for love of self first, and then for others, because you can't love me until you love yourself. This is the love I'm referring to. But to make it more palatable for people in business, I've reimagined love away from that four-letter word to four words that I call the love method. Because what if love meant, and here the L's are interchangeable, that we listen, learn, and lead open-mindedly with vulnerability and empathy? Now, none of this is rocket science. In fact, it's really simple. Since I've already talked about leadership, let me talk about what it means to listen. Listening is just this simple. It means stopping whatever you're doing and giving the person that's speaking your full undivided attention. It doesn't mean agreeing or disagreeing or having to prove the other person is wrong so you can be right. It just means honoring the person's basic human need to be heard. When you're willing to learn, and I know this one's a little harder for some people because it requires your ability to acknowledge that you don't know everything. Now, in fact, you know what you know, and you know what you don't know, but you don't know what you don't know. And the same can be said for your people or your customers or your partners. They know what they know, and they know what they don't know, but they don't know what they don't know either. So there are times when all that knowledge or lack thereof overlaps, and some of it's brand new to you. And it's how you receive the knowledge that assures your willingness to learn. When you respond with, I know, when you don't, that's not opening the door to learning. Tell me more, that's a great start. Having an open mind means you're willing to hear new ideas without feeling the need to interject your point of view or poke holes in those ideas to prove you know better. And the dastardly vulnerability word. A lot of people see this as a sign of weakness, but I can tell you that if you're willing to consciously share your emotions or desires with others, then that's it. You're being vulnerable. To freely express your thoughts, feelings, desires, and opinions, regardless of what anyone might think of you, you're being vulnerable. And empathy simply means that you're willing to embrace my vulnerability. You're being empathetic when you can accept my ability to freely express my thoughts, feelings, desires, and opinions with you without judgment or desire for retribution. Because being a leader isn't about you. Even as a business owner, which makes you a de facto leader, it's not about you. It's about your customers, your team, your community. So if I may offer some unsolicited advice, for those of you who have started your own businesses, the burden of success and financial stability rests squarely on your shoulders. You're overwhelmed by everything that needs to be done. And because you took that first client before you were really ready, you're probably building the plane while it's flying. I did the same thing. So let me just say, before things get out of control, allow yourself the time to get organized and structured so that you aren't reinventing the wheel every time you get a new client. And don't be afraid to ask for help. You'd be surprised who's going to show up for you. You may not consider yourself a business person, much less a leader, but you are. So stand in those shoes that God made just to fit you and do your thing. And if you've been in business for years and have heard rumors that you've become a micromanager, don't use that as an excuse to shoot the messenger. Think about how you may have gotten there. Maybe your business grew faster than you expected and you never wrote anything down. So you were forced to hire employees and you said you wanted your company to feel more like a family, but you still don't trust that your team can do things as well as you. You think that by telling your people how they should do their job is showing them that you care. It doesn't. Especially if your reaction to disagreement or having to deal with a hard truth ends in public shaming and hurt feelings. If you want to create a family environment, get out of your way and allow your team to really help you realize the vision you have for your business. Work hard to earn the trust and respect of your people. Elevate them so they can become greater versions of themselves so that together you can co-create a culture that truly feels like a loving family. I'm so convinced that listening, learning, and leading open-mindedly with vulnerability and empathy is so powerful that it will transform your life, allowing you to manifest the vision for your business and step into the love-based leader you were meant to be, that I built a business around it. How do I know it works? Because I tried it on myself first. So, what's love got to do with business? Everything.
It's the Black CEO Iconic 2021 Conference. I am so excited. I'm so excited. I am ready. I am so excited. This is the day of the unstoppable Black woman. This is the Unstoppable Black Woman Day, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited, but I am Donna Izard, and I am your host of the Unstoppable Black Woman. That's me. And we have some amazing, amazing, unstoppable Black women, such as Lashana Williams, Marcella D. Moore, Dr. Jennifer Harris, Chandra Gore, and Lakeisha Hendricks Horton. I'm telling you, these amazing, unstoppable Black women will be sharing with you what it means to be an unstoppable Black woman for a time such as this. So get ready to take some notes. Get ready to be inspired. Get ready to be ignited, and get ready to be invited to the Unstoppable Black Woman journey. That's me. Get ready. Are you ready? Because the DI is ready. The DI is ready. The DI is ready to receive it all, The 2021 Iconic Unstoppable Black Woman Day. I've been waiting for this day. Can't you tell how excited I am? I have been waiting for this day.
Hi, my name is Minister Lakeisha Hendricks, and it is indeed a great honor for me to be selected as a UBW speaker for the Iconic 2021 virtual conference. I am so excited to be able to talk to you all about unstoppable, unshakable faith, the type of faith that you don't look like what you've been through. I am a licensed minister at Destiny Church of Jackson here in Tennessee. I am a graduate of University of Tennessee at Martin, also a graduate in aesthetics, and I currently am working on my master's degree in social work. Most importantly, I am a CEO. I've been chosen to execute an order. God is the owner of my business, Kingdom Appearance. Kingdom Appearance Makeup Artistry and Caption, Kingdom Appearance Photography. Most importantly, I am the voice to your brand. I am a voiceover technician. I bring your brand to life. I bring your ministry to life. I am the voice behind the pushing of your brand. Also, I'm a motivational speaker. Keisha Speaks. I'm so excited to be doing that as well. I'm a motivational coach. I am a preacher. I am a push agent. Purpose until something happens. And I'm launching Hey Girl. Girl, an acronym for God, Understanding, Relationship, and Love. Interactive word teaching.
I've been married for 13 years to my husband. He is my best friend and a partner in life and in business. From 2012 to 2020, we lost jobs, we lost friends, we lost loved ones, we lost belongings. I mean, we even lost our home and almost lost our marriage. There were times I kept thinking, God, you have taken your hand off of us. You have left us. Because we the super saved power couple. We the ministers, okay? We the ministers in the gospel. We serve, we sow, we keep doing everything that God had told us to do. And every time I turned around, we was in a cycle of hardship. Losing your loved ones, losing your home, losing all of your belongings. I mean, one thing after the next. Then you go to buy a home and you can't get a home. Oh, this is not good enough. And you working. I'm like, what is it? I'm 42 years old at this time and I'm still trying to get to something. I was like, Lord, this is not what I signed up for. What are you doing? I remember battling with my flesh and I remember saying, what is really going on? Now, I've served the true and living God. I'm married. I've never cheated on my husband. I sow. I'm a minister in the gospel. I can preach. What is it that's causing me all of this hardship? And I can remember the enemy speaking in my ears and he was saying, oh, he's not real because he doesn't love you. If he was real, he wouldn't do this to you. Not you, Minister Keisha. And I chuckled to myself because I knew then that God was real. Because see, you can't speak to me on God and tell me he's not real, but then you are. And I know God is a supernatural God. I remember saying, God, I trust you. And God spoke immediately. Remembers Romans 8:28. And we know all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. All things and his purpose. That's unstoppable faith. It allowed me to realize that no matter what I was going through at the time, that because I still had the faith in a true and living God, that I was still standing even though my foundation in my eyesight naturally wasn't firm, but I was still standing. I didn't know how it was going to work out, but I knew I had a mustard seed faith. And when I say mustard seed, it was a mustard seed faith. And why? Because I was going to make it through. Sometimes we get in those situations, but your faith has to be so strong. It has to be unstoppable. That is a faith without limits. That's a faith without seeing. That's a faith in the dark waiting for the light. And even if you don't see the light, you know it's there. It could be a flicker, the size of a lightning bug, but you're going to make it out because God said that you would. I believe that the Lord showed me that good or bad, he always works it out for our good. Unstoppable faith almost is like a seesaw. Because you up and you down, but you know that you're not going to hit that ground though. Because something's going to push you back up. You're going to still be propelling. And that it's going to work out. The call on my life is greater than what I'm going through. People see my outward appearance, but it didn't match my inner struggle because I never looked like what I was going through. My husband and I, we never stopped serving. We never stopped sowing. Our spirits were battered. They were bruised. We were broken, but we weren't shattered. See, when you're broken, you put the pieces back together and glue it back together. When you shattered, you attempt to get all the pieces back together, but sometimes it's unrecognizable. I might have been broken. God kept putting my pieces back together, but I never was shattered. It's just like if you're going in a neighborhood and there's a speed bump in the middle. The speed bump is there to make you aware, not to stop you. That's unstoppable faith. In these moments, our faith in God was put into action, and we had to have a faith that was unstoppable. I'm talking about a faith without limits. I'm talking about no limit faith, because that's all that we had. Unstoppable faith will push you into knowing the real God. Unstoppable faith is not a superhero, but it's a supernatural hero, which is God. It's a spiritual hero mode that you have to go into. Every natural superhero has a weakness, but the God that I serve doesn't. He's a perfect God. He's a supernatural hero.
Julissa McClinton.
God, I'm trusting you. And I'm being vulnerable and exposed at this time. Jeremiah 29:11 will go in full effect. For I know the plans that I have for you. For I know the plans that I have for you. I choose to believe in what I can't see. That is unstoppable faith. Because if we keep looking for what's in front of us, if we keep looking for this perfect moment or this perfect time, we'll miss it. Your faith has to lead you. It's an opportunity to see the doors that are open, even when they're closed. That's unstoppable faith. My ministry has always been to encourage others in life and business to use their voice, to speak change and to see change, and to step into change and apply change. Change can only happen if we can see it before it's there. The Bible says to speak things into existence as though they were. I speak what I want to see. Do I have weak moments? Yes. But it's something on the inside of you that says, hold up, I serve a God that's perfect. I serve a Father that says he'll never leave me nor forsake me. I serve a God that even though I'm in the dark and I don't have nothing but onion in my refrigerator, I know that I'm going to come through. I serve a God that's going to do that for me. Why? Because he's going to give you the tools necessary, but you can't do it without faith. And it has to be a faith without limits. It has to be that unstoppable faith. That unstoppable faith, it breaks through barriers that we can't even see. And some that we do see. I praise God today for the opportunity. Because somebody needs to know that your faith makes you strong, even though you don't understand it. Faith in the unseen, hope in what God said he's going to do, trusting in the dark, being vulnerable and exposed, and then at the end of the day, believing that it's going to happen the way that God wants to happen it. That's unstoppable faith. I'm so grateful that I have my faith in a true foundation, which is the Lord Jesus Christ. I wouldn't have made it this far without faith. If it's shaking a little bit, if it rolls around a little bit, pick yourself up and say, I serve a God that can do anything. Winston Churchill, he has a quote out that says, success is not final and failure is not fatal. That's just like it is in our spiritual life, that we can be successful at everything spiritually. We can do everything, but it's not final. God still has growth moments for us, if not for us, for other people to see. Then he says that failure is not fatal, because God's grace is sufficient. So even if I fall, even if I fail at something, it's not going to take me out. It's going to make me know who he is and that my faith is unstoppable, and I'm going to get up again. And if I can't get up, he's going to pick me up. If you look at the scriptures, when Peter was walking on water, I can just imagine the boat people saying what they had to say. What you doing? Why are you walking on water? There's a spirit on the water. And just to paraphrase a little bit, I can hear it. I can feel Peter's thoughts like, oh, this is not happening. Oh my goodness, I'm walking on water. But if you be God, keep walking. And I can just imagine when he started to sink, that's when his faith began to waver. But he had a mustard seed faith. Come on, somebody. And he was pulled up out of that water by the true and living God. That's what God does. When you sink, your faith is going to pull you back up. Why? Because you trusted in something bigger than who you are. In this season, I have to trust in something bigger than who I am, who I ever thought that I could be. That is the unstoppable faith that I'm talking about. When I plant my feet and keep walking. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thinking about it because I'm saying to myself, I'll give you a scenario here in my apartment. I have a nice hardwood floor, the fake hardwood, of course. And I walk in my bathroom one day and I step down the wrong way. My hardwood cracks. I'm like, why is my hardwood cracking? I call over the maintenance people to come over here and look at it, and guess what happened? There was no subfloor up under there was no subfloor, which is the foundation that the hardwood laminate is supposed to rest on. They built something on top of a foundation that was shaky, and I went through. That'll never happen with God. You can't see that foundation. You may not know what's up under it. You may not even know where you're walking, but I guarantee you, he is going to make sure you make it. God is just that God. Unstoppable faith is just trusting and believing, period. There's no way in life I could make it if I didn't know who I served and what he could do. There's no way in life that I could get to the next level if I didn't have that unstoppable faith. I don't have an identity crisis because I know who I belong to. And at times when the enemy was trying to tell me that I shouldn't believe, or that why are you doing this, I still had to have faith in the God that I couldn't see. He gave me signs. He gave me wisdom. He gave me knowledge and the ability to speak what I wanted to see. He gave me the authority. But without faith, I couldn't do it. I remember one day I was watching what they call, it used to be Creature Feature or something when I was younger. And although I don't like horror movies like that anymore, or, you know, when you're with your parents, you watch what they watch, but I can remember watching that show. And it was about, it was about the people in the night. They call them vampires or something. And I remember they went to a TV personality, and they went to this personality and they was like, hey, we need you to help us because in our neighborhood is something that's not right. Something keeps happening in the dark. Something keeps happening, and we've seen these things. I've seen some things happen. And so they got this man off of the show. He would wear a robe, and he would have on his collar, and he would do all of that. And I remember that proof was in the pudding. He got all the necessities. He had the cross, and he had the holy water. He had the rules that went along with killing these things, or how to defeat these things and conquer these things. He had all of that lined out. But one thing he did not have was faith. Oh God, he didn't have faith. Because when it came time to fight those things in the dark that should have been defeated with the cross, the thing that should have been defeated looked him in the face. He said, you're a fake. He said, because you're on TV portraying and talking about this, but you don't believe. So when he held out that cross, it didn't work. Unstoppable faith can only work if you believe, if you trust. The enemy seeks to kill, steal, and destroy. So any sign of weakness, he'll come in and infiltrate. Your faith has to be contingent upon you believing and trusting, even when you can't see it. I've learned over time that I can't walk around talking and not walking. I can't walk around. Unstoppable faith is talking, walking is in alignment. We have to be careful, as I had to be careful, putting things into the atmosphere. I also had to remind myself that I had to be the change that I wanted to see. Whatever I was wishing for, I had to be the change that I wanted to see. I had to know that it counted. That I had to know that I had victory in Jesus. And it all was contingent upon my faith. My faith that was unstoppable. My unstoppable faith that trusted. My unstoppable faith that believed. No matter what, that God was going to bring me out. I asked God for help, and he's always been there. I move because my faith is a mountain mover. If it's a mountain in my way, I can't physically push it, but God can. And either he's going to push the mountain, he's going to give me tools to climb over it, or he's going to give me the tools to go through it. Whatever the case may be, I'm not afraid, because with God, I win. I have unstoppable faith. I don't look like what I've been through. And I thank God daily that he's conditioning me in my faith. Do I have moments? Yes, I do. But I remind myself that God's word says, I will never leave you nor forsake you. I will never leave you nor forsake you. I am your strength. I am your refuge. I am your strong tower. And even if a weapon forms, it will not prosper. That is my unstoppable faith. I truly thank God for his wisdom, for his knowledge, and I thank God for the opportunity to speak on unstoppable faith, the faith without limits, the trusting in the dark, and believing that it'll be done in his timing. I trust him on today. I honor him, and I give him the glory and honor that he so richly deserves. Remember, I am the kingdom appearance. I am a kingdom experience. I have unstoppable faith. Don't look like what you're going through. Pick yourself up, gird up your loins, and run on and see what God has in store for you. Even if you do it without shoes, do it anyway. Even if you can't see the foundation, do it anyway. Even if he tells you to run off a cliff, believe me, he's going to have something there to catch you, or either you're going to learn how to fly. Either way, God is going to do it. That's unstoppable faith. Because when you want to get to a destination and there is a specific purpose that God has for you, you cannot forfeit that. It's going to happen. Now, it might be delayed, but it'll never be denied. That's unstoppable faith. You're going to push through. You're going to make it in this season. You're going to be successful. And I'm talking to myself. I'm encouraging myself in the Lord because I know what he can do. Unstoppable faith is trusting him in the dark and having that limitless faith. Square your shoulders back, stick your chest out, and say, I can do this. I win. And that's on Jesus' name. Unstoppable faith. Don't look like what you're going through. Wake up, start a new day, and win.
Hi, this is Tony Harris Taylor, and I'm super excited to bring you this fabulous panel where we're going to discuss stepping into the best version of yourself, a Black woman's guide. First, I want to thank our sponsor, the unstoppable Black woman herself, Ms. Donna Izzard, who is the founder of that organization. Thank you so much for sponsoring this panel. Before we jump into our questions, we're going to introduce ourselves so you'll have a good idea who we are and that we know what we're talking about, right? So I'll start with myself. I'm Tony Harris Taylor. I live in Houston, Texas, and I am a sales and marketing coach. I believe that entrepreneurs, if they don't get the sales right, they will go flat out of business. So I help entrepreneurs to get known, get connected, so they can get paid to make six figures and beyond. I'm also an international speaker, international coach, and an international TV talk show host. So the Drastic Results with Tony Harris Taylor show, and you can go to my website, drasticresults.com, and connect with me all over social media, and I would love to connect with you. I'm gonna introduce from my left, I don't know how you're seeing it, but from my left, I'm introducing Miss Pamela McCoy. So Pamela, will you please introduce yourself?
Certainly. Hello, everyone. I am Pamela with 3A's. I hail from Tampa, Florida. I have two businesses. One business, Bonafide Credit Consultants LLC, where we provide financial capability education and personal money management. So we help you get your money right. On the other side of our business, Bonafide B5 Reaffirm, we help you with your self-esteem. And the first product in that brand is our B5 reaffirmation boxes, which is self-esteem in a box. It's a tool that helps you with your behavioral modification. And in both sides of those businesses, it's all about me being your MSI, your mind shift initiator. And you can reach me at either one of my websites, bonafidecc.com or b5reaffirm.com. I'm delighted to be here to help you become the best version of yourself.
I love it. Thank you. And your energy is magnetic, girl. I love that. I want to be reaffirmed with you. Yes. So next in my line is Dr. Andrea Blue. So Dr. Andrea, will you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Dr. Andrea Blue. What a delight to be here today to come before you and share each one of our stories with you. And hopefully what we have will enlighten you to help transform your lives. Actually, I am a transformational speaker, educator, mentor, coach, and author. And we focus on mentorship. Everything that we do is connected to mentorship. And just like Ms. Pamela, I have two businesses as well. I have Blue Pathways, which is connected to helping parents, students, and organizational leaders develop a plan of action. Also, we have our virtual assistant business, which is our Paramount Recruitment Agency, where we help individuals that are small business owners, medium business owners, and startups. So we know that everyone needs a virtual assistant, and we know that everything should be connected to mentorship. Again, my name is Dr. Andrea Blue. You can find me at Blue Pathways Mentorship Services or at ParamountRecruitmentAgency.com. It is again a pleasure to be here today.
Thank you. Did you say what city you were from?
I am from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Very good. Excellent. Denise, where are you from and who are you and what do you do?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this amazing panelist, being part of this panel. I am Denise Ford. I am in the Washington, D.C. area, and I am a conduit healer. I have an organization that's up and coming called theloveoracle.org. We are here to help lesbians talk about love and relationships, intimacy and sex and self-care and self-love. Too often we rely on others to tell us who we are, when actually we know who we are. We just have to go within to figure out who that is. And as a conduit healer, I am here to help you get back to you because you really already know the answers. You can find me on IG under Denise Ford, as well as Facebook. And coming soon is theloveoracle.org.
Wonderful. And Miss Tiffany Randall, where are you from and what do you do?
Well, I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I am a business empowerment strategist. And I am the author and owner of TR Money Geek Enterprise, where we help recover, recapture, and restore what was lost financially, helping business owners and marketplace professionals transition to entrepreneurship. So basically, I help provide your personal and business solutions through financial strategies.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, panelists, for sharing your insights and helping other women to step into the best version of themselves. So I'm going to start with the first question. So as a Black woman, what internal obstacles have you had to overcome and heal in order to transform into the best version of yourself in all areas? And I'm going to direct that question first to Miss Pamela.
Wow. Well, I would say probably one would be my freshman year in college, home on Christmas break, headed back to school. Early one Saturday morning, I got hit head on by a drunk driver. And as a result of that, I don't know if you can tell or not, but I have a scar that goes all the way across my face. And call it not vanity, but it is at that age, at that moment in your life, to have this scar across your face. I ended up having to sit out of college, not only a semester, but a summer. So I had a scar on my face, broke my collarbone, other injuries or what have you. So to that time to rehab and all of that. So it was a very traumatic time in my life, and so a lot of recovery had to happen. But at the same time, like I had to pull it together, right? Because the show must go on.
Absolutely.
And had to come to that realization that the scar on my face didn't define me, right? And it took a minute, but it could not. I could not let that define me and deter me. And so now it's so funny because people, when I tell the story now, people are like, oh, I didn't even notice it until you pointed it out, right? But at that period in my time, it felt like it was like this thing that says, everybody, do you see the scar in the center of my face? Like I thought that like it entered the room before me, right? Because it's that self-conscious in that thing. And so now, the B5 reaffirmed, it's so funny how now I see my faith, right? It is like he was preparing me for this season in my life. Like I had to go through that experience to kind of walk on that side to be able to help these girls now, that though their issue is not this physical necessary scar on the outside, because self-esteem and what I'm dealing with is really that scarring on the inside. But I think that episode in my life uniquely prepared me to help the females that I help now with B5 Reaffirm on the self-esteem side, because I went through that. And so it is now like I see that blessing in that journey, but in the moment, like you don't see that. It is just like this horrific thing. But my mom and my dad, I had this support system that loved me through that, right? So, yeah, so I would say that would be that internal struggle about physical appearance and what other people might think or say. And it was, because I can remember distinctly shortly thereafter, because at the moment in the act, I kid you not, my face was like this big because it swelled up and everything. And it took months for the swelling to go down. And I remember being in the mall and people staring and looking and pointing, and how that made me feel, right? But then I'm thinking about other people who have disabilities. And so now you see life in a different perspective. Other people, because my healing would happen, right? But other people's will not, kind of thing. And so it taught me a lot of life lessons and things like that, and seeing things in a different perspective.
Okay, very good. Well, I didn't see the scar to you, and I still don't see the scar, so that's beautiful. But having support is really important when it comes to stepping into the best version of yourself. Absolutely. And how, when we go through things in life, we have no idea how it's going to serve us later. That's why it's tragic when people commit suicide, because it's like being in a storm cloud. I say, I remember driving on the freeway one time and the storm was bad. And people were pulling over to the side of the road with their flashers on to wait the storm out. But in life, it's symbolic for you have to keep driving. You may have to slow down a little bit because the storm of life is crazy. But if you don't keep driving, you're not going to get out of that cloud. So that was awesome that you were able to move past. And now here it is, you got out of the cloud and now you are helping women do the same thing. So
and the irony is your story isn't for you.
That's
your
right.
Trials are always for someone else.
That's right. So I want to give this same question to Denise, please. Denise, what's your take on this?
I was hoping you picked me. I was like, yes, I want to answer this one. For me, my obstacle was quite a few things. Being okay with being a woman, being okay with being Black, being okay with being a lesbian, that's not, that can be a challenge. And being okay with being the heavier person. I used to weigh 300 pounds. And so I've definitely lost some weight and also being raped. I had to heal from all of those things. And so many women have been violated or molested or raped, and you just don't know where to put that. You know, you don't know how to heal, and other people may not understand it because it's not their experience. So I had lots of obstacles, and being in my 40s, I really had to pick each one by one, and begin to dissect it to figure out how I can heal me. Because, yes, therapists are great, family members are great, but I have to deal with me every day, look at me in the mirror every day, and continue to move forward, like both of you ladies said. So, how do I do that? I have to unpack it. And I began to do that. And now, with my organization, I'll be able to help women do the same because I have been there and I have experienced it.
Yeah.
So, you're right, Pamela. The things that you have been through are going to be used to help other women because they've experienced the same thing that you've experienced at some point in their life.
Right. Very good. So, Dr. Blue, you got something to say about this?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'll tell you, your stories are so amazing, but I'll tell you through domestic violence, through divorce, through love finding me again, you know, it has been so many internal things because those records that play in our head that you're not good enough, you can't, you won't, you shall not. But then again, when you hear that voice on your shoulder again saying, you can. Yes, you can. All you have to do is get up one more time, try it again, go one more time. So through all my trials and everything that I've gone through my life, I give the glory to God. Some people don't want to say his name, but I give my glory to God because he is the reason that I'm here. And I will share one story with you about my life. I have gone through working at so many different universities and dealing with individuals and waiting for someone to give me a chance and a turn and an opportunity. And I'm asking this one and that one, and what do you think I should, or what shouldn't I do? And then one day I just heard the voice of the Lord just speak to me. Stop asking. Stop asking. I have all the answers that you need if you just follow me. And so from there, I had to go and be able to sit at the table. So I've already achieved 2 masters, my doctoral degree, because I need to sit at the table, because I need to make these decisions for our students and our parents and our organizational leaders. And so that no other person will ever feel these type of feelings of you have to beg to sit at the table. Create your own table. You can sit your own table there. Get you some glass chairs, some beautiful settings, beautiful candles, make it amazing. Make your own table. Don't wait and beg. I'm not saying you don't need a coach. I'm a coach. I'm not saying you don't need a mentor, but don't beg. You don't need to ask for permission. You need to be able to walk boldly and say, what is it that you can contribute to me to help me to see me where I can't see myself? So that's, what I have to offer to that, because I think that everyone has something divine inside of them, but they need to find out what it is. And that's what Blue Pathways and Dr. Blue does.
Well, I love that you said create your own table, girl.
Oh, yes.
I love it.
Create your own table. Don't be waiting for people to, and that's what entrepreneurship's all about. It's about creating your own table, because most entrepreneurs got sick of the rat race in corporate America and governmental and whatever area where people were dictating to them what they had to do. And so I love the create your own table. Dr. Tiffany, what you got to say on this subject?
I actually definitely with Dr. Blue, our stories are a little bit similar about creating your own table. I've always been the first or the youngest in my peer group or family to be the pioneer for something, which is, I'm not a people pleaser, but it's a lot of weight on your shoulders when other people are dependent on you. And with the devastation of loss of very close loved ones and not being able to be emotionally, sometimes I will, have a hard time as far as moving on in life as it appears to go. Like most people get stuck, but I had to learn that it's okay to be the first at something. And like Dr. Blue said, you don't have to ask anybody's permission because you deserve to be there with all that God has given me as far as my talent and my knowledge. And I worked to be in certain positions and be in places in life, whether it's due to my parents or my own, I deserve to be there, and not allowing the opinions of others dictate who I am and whose I am. And even actually, sometimes with a lot of us, when we experience a level of success, sometimes we also have a level of guilt for your accomplishments, or people have said where that's not for us. I've had that to be said to me many a times, even when it comes to down to our zip codes. But I always tell people, know that you deserve to be there, and it is your job, your duty, and your obligation to live in your full potential. And that's something that I feel like a lot of us have a lot of guilt about. Even with obstacles, you have to learn how to be an overcomer and push through things. And like I believe Pamela was saying, when you push through things, you have to show people it's not for me, but it's for me, the next people who to come or who I'm there to reach.
Absolutely. You said a mouthful when you talked about the guilt, because in our community, we know this, and you're in finances. So the reason that so many Black athletes and celebrities and successful business people end up bankrupt is because they feel guilty for getting out. And they're trying to prove to the other folks that theirs is still the same. And so they end up spending all their money. So you really hit the nail on the head when you talk about guilt. So, we all have these internal negative self-talk that come from our childhood. I've done all the work. I've laid on the couch, and we have all these negative things that come from our childhood. And if we don't overcome those internal obstacles, it will hold us back. So thank you, ladies, for sharing on that question. The next question is, when, if ever, did you make the conscientious choice to be and do things differently in your life so you could shift and produce drastically different results? That ain't what the question says, is it? It says radical, but hey, they got the woman who talks drastic. So drastically different results. What is it that, so again, when did you make, and of course you did, so it's no if ever, when did you make the conscientious choice to be and do things differently in your life so you could shift and produce drastically different results? So I will start this question I'll start with you again, Tiffany.
Okay. For me to have those drastic results, I had to change my surroundings. I had to learn to prioritize relationships. Have your friends you go to school with, you may have a mere interest in, you have the same interest, I should say, but you may spend an hour with them. Then you have expanded relationships where they are valuable and they offer something to you as far as maybe spiritual or business. And then you have a different type of level of friendship, those that are mentoring you, that's in that circle, that are producing, those that you can have that one-on-one advice and talk to, and they can help you get to where you need to be. So I always felt like you always need to have that individual too that's in your life where you're going and you want to aspire to be. For me, it was, I've met her only one time, but it was people like a Melanie Hobson. If I was to continue to pursue an individual like that, I would be much further on in life, because you understand the value of time. And that's something that I had to learn about time, not wasting time, because you cannot get it back. And every minute, relationship, those type of things count. So that's when I really decided to understand relationships, time, and your value.
Awesome. Wonderful. Snaps on that, girl. So we have to change our surroundings, change the people in order to to get some drastic results. So Dr. Blue, what do you say about this?
Well, I'll tell you, Ms. Tony, I had to make a drastic change, and other panelists, as it relates to working in corporate America and being treated less than. And I'll share my story. My story was with another brown lady. She did not like Dr. Blue. She, every day it was like she had this disdain for me, or like she had this like upchuck taste in her mouth when she saw me. And here I am with my happy self. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And she would say to me, well, the staff doesn't like for you to come in and say good morning to everyone. And for me, I just couldn't understand, why can't I say good morning? But I didn't realize that it was more about our spirits warring against each other. And for the simple fact that she was intimidated. And for me, I don't care anything about degrees. I can get out and play baseball, basketball. I can run with you. I can do whatever. I can pack boxes, anything. But for you, you have to be in this light, or you're feeling not so good about yourself. And I'm not in control of that. So I would say to anyone that is thinking about making a conscientious choice about shifting or making some decisions in life, don't second guess yourself. It was been 5 years now that I've been a full-time entrepreneur, and I couldn't even imagine going back working in corporate America. Now, don't get me wrong. I get the corporate coin. Yes, I do. Hey, corporate friends, I get your corporate coin, but I will be a consultant for you. You will not own me again. And when you start saying you're my boss, I'm like, wait, you try to take it back to the field, and it starts to make me, I'm just speaking for me, it makes me think some type of way about it. So for anyone that's working that 9 to 5 and you're feeling like I want to do something different, hey, you have a panel of people to reach out to, and you can talk to us and we will share our stories with you, because that feeling is normal. And you're supposed to feel like that. You're supposed to want more. So yes, that choice that you're thinking about making, don't feel bad about it. It's okay.
Well, I love that. Who else has left corporate to do their own thing? All right. So it's a conscientious, hardest decision you can make. Because that every 2-week paycheck and them benefits will keep calling your name. But once you really embrace that choice, and I left a 6-figure, almost $200,000 income, but I wanted to do me. And they love me and I love them, but I just was like, I need to go out and explore if I can count on me. Yes. And so counting on me was so critical. Who else wants to add to this conversation?
Well, I'll add it, and mine is a little different take on the story. Me and my Jesus. I thought we had a conversation and an arrangement, but you all know how that is. You want to make them laugh, you come up with a plan. Well, see, I had a plan that I was gonna dust it off my resume. I was going to transition and all of that. Had the plan, the master plan. I was at a bank. And I'd worked really hard for my bonus. So I was going to stay there and get that bonus because I earned it. And the bonuses were going to be paid in December. And I was going to stay through December and get the bonus, right? But when you look at your calendar, like when I look at mine, September comes before December. So what had happened was in September, they reorged the bank and eliminated my position. And so Jesus made the decision for me because I had the plan. I was going to do it, but it was later. Yes. But when I tell you, the master plan, the master and the master's plan was amazing. Right?
Wonderful.
Because what I didn't know, because he had it all orchestrated and planned, right? Because I had the plan. So I left September. And I didn't know my mother was going to be ill, blah, blah, blah. I live in Florida. Those who don't know, Florida's an at-will state, which means they don't have to pay you severance. They don't have to do anything really, right? But when I tell you, my God, when I can't explain it, my thing I say is hashtag GISCC, and that means God is so crazy cool. And this truly was one of those moments when I tell you, I got a year of my salary, full salary, sit at home for a year. I was in Houston. I was in Houston once a month, staying a week, 2-3 weeks at a time with my mom, fly my mom down to Florida. She would kick back. You know, the world was revolving around my mom or what have you, still doing Bonafide or whatever full time, but on my terms, right? With my full salary, all of that. And I could not have planned it to be that, but he had the master plan. And so, yeah, so I transitioned a different way than I had planned, but it was absolutely the perfect plan. And I have not looked back. So I've been out of corporate since 2013 from a reorg from my master plan that was supposed to happen in 2014. It happened a few months early, but it was beautiful. You know,
Wonderful.
my mother did, she subsequently passed, but what I had was quality time.
Right.
Quality time with my mother that I would not have had if I'd been on someone's corporate job, you know, worried about getting some coins or whatever. All that was taken care of because I had quality time with my mom. So, you know.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So Denise, where did you make a
Yeah, I would love to
conscientious
chime in on that one. My story is a little bit kind of sort of similar to Pam's in a way, that I can appreciate what Tiffany and the doctor said. It really is about evaluating friendships, you know, knowing your worth. And like you said, if you have a plan, you think you have a plan, but it's good to have a plan. So for me, it's been, well, I don't have to return back to my job until December 2022. And I've been taking full advantage of that by being able to work from home. I said, you know what, this is divine time for me to start my business. I've been hearing it in my meditation, in me spending one-on-one time with God. And I'm like, I know it's the time. So where other people may have had some, you know, challenges with COVID and all that's going on, it's really propelled me to take that leap of faith, take that drastic leap of faith, right? And so I have to get that in there, but it's working out for me. And I just bought another RV or a new RV. So I'm getting ready to head out on the road.
Oh,
I want to see where I want to be, and I want to connect with people along the way. So I might just be visiting everybody.
All right. I love that. Well, you are free, girl.
Yeah. So let me take advantage. And while I'm working my business, I can easily decide when it's time to leave and take advantage of still getting paid while I'm on the road. So I'm really excited about that.
Beautiful. I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
Jealous too. Just saying.
Okay. My RV sleeps like 6 people. So, I mean, you can.
Wow. You driving the RV, girl? Black girls don't do RVs. That's a new club.
It's a new thing on Facebook. Yeah. Black people who RV. I think that's the name of the group.
Oh, black people who RV on Facebook?
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna have to
No,
go
it's
check that out.
not.
Yes, it is. It is amazing. They give and just never mind. We'll talk offline because I don't
Okay.
know.
We'll go offline, but we're getting excited. So
Me too.
I know that's exciting. Well, we're gonna talk offline about that.
Scoop them up and we can all be on the road and have more of these.
All right, I love it. So for me, my conscientious choice, I've had so many along the way, but I think the most recent conscientious choice that made me make a shift was, and I'll be transparent, in 2019, I started evaluating, am I going to stay an entrepreneur? Because I just had my 55th revolution around the sun. I know y'all don't believe that. Black don't crack, for real.
Welcome to the club. You're double grace, Dr. Thompson.
That's exactly right. And I was like, am I going to be able to save for retirement? How am I can't retire or as a coach because it's all my intellectual property. How am I going to be able to retire? And, God had plans, and he sent someone in my life that introduced me to a franchise, which I didn't even mention, but it's on the sign above me, Network in Action. There it is. Network in Action, that's a franchise, and it's a saleable franchise. So I get to live my purpose of connecting entrepreneurs, helping their businesses to grow. And now I'm creating a saleable business, but it's a franchise. So there's a number that goes with the word franchise. Y'all understand that? And I didn't have the number, but I made a conscious decision. I'm going to do this because I don't want a job. I'm going to create my own retirement. And I have been able to be the most successful franchisee in the country. And of course, there's only 3 of us there. So I'm excited and I'm proud of that. But, it was where I was at a crossroad. And so we're talking right now, there's some entrepreneur at that crossroad. Whether they go get the job or they stay the course. And I will tell you, the thing that helped me there was I was talking to my coaching mentors, and my mentors were really pouring into me at that time. And then my coach said, don't worry about the how. Tony, don't worry about the how. If you want to make money connecting people, it will show up. And I will tell you that 3 months prior, I had met the NIA franchisor that was, or franchisee, and she called me 1 week after the conversation with the coach.
Look at God.
Right? Right? 1 week. Tony, I haven't forgot about you. The moral of that story, by the way, y'all, is it's never too late to follow up.
Yeah.
Because she followed up with me in the nick of time. So that was my conscientious choice. I made the conscientious choice to stay an entrepreneur. And by doing that, I now am truly living the best version of myself. And I could not be more excited about the future of my business. So any other comments on that question before I move on to the next one? Okay, stepping into the best version of yourself sounds euphoric, but we all know that it requires consistent energy and effort. What setbacks have you experienced on your entrepreneurial journey, and how did you or are you dealing with them? And what advice would you give to others? So what setbacks have you experienced, and what advice would you give to others? Okay, Denise?
Yeah. I would say my setback is actually a setup for me to be better, do better, and take a look at what the issue is. My setback tends to be fear sometimes because I meet all the right people, I'm getting the connections, things are going well. Then I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm meeting the right people, I'm getting the connections. And so I kind of like you kind of question, should I continue to do this, or is this really what I'm supposed to do? And then I have to just say, okay, let me recognize that is fear, is false evidence appearing real. I'm making this up in my head when I know that I am on the course that I'm supposed to be on. This is what I'm divinely supposed to do. All the things that I have been through have shown me that this is the path for me. So why am I second guessing myself? So it's important for me to let go of those limiting beliefs and change my perception so I can begin to move forward. But it's also healthy for me to recognize that that is what it is. So I don't just sweep it under the rug, and I actually deal with it and recognize it and dissect it, right?
Right.
So through my meditation and through me having conversations with God on my one-on-one time, me going within, then I'm like, okay, it's really just me being fearful that this particular avenue will have me be seen, or this particular avenue will have me make more money than I thought I could make. I don't even know how to handle that money. So now I can reach out to coaches to say, hey, I realize and recognize what the problem is, I need help. That's when you reach out to people and get insight and help, because I'm in a place I've never been before and I don't quite know how to handle this newness. So
I love that. Fear holds so many people back. And what I've learned about fear is the things we fear the most never come true. Almost never, ever come true. And we let it paralyze us to the point that we are not getting out of our comfort zone. And let me say this, nobody is successful inside their comfort zone. Nobody. And the only way to get to where you want to go and to serve the people you want to serve is to get out of your comfort zone. It's to stretch, right? And I tell my clients all the time, because I talk sales and people don't like sales, but I'm like, you got to get out of your head and into your heart. And then when you get in your heart about what you're doing, it ain't about you. It takes all the fear off the table. So Pamela, what do you have to add to that?
Well, I think for me, it's kind of situation where you run into people or people that you knew on this journey who may have been ahead of where you're trying to go. You thought or had the expectation that they would have helped you on this journey, cracked the door at least, right, for you. And they didn't, then there's that feeling of disappointment, feelings hurt, all that. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But then you come to this realization that really that was you, that carnal side, thinking that that's what that person would have done, but really he had a different path for you. And then, for me, it's this reality check, how I said the lessons are really for other people. What that lesson taught me as it relates to my B5 reaffirm and my, the title of the box, the 5 B's and everything that I do in my businesses, the bona fide is spelled different like my name. So the bona fide is B-O-N-A, the number 5D. These are B5. The reason why 5 resonates with me, 5, biblically speaking, is the number of grace. And so that's the underlying current in everything that I do. And so the B5 ties back to that exactly. And what is a B5? I'm so glad you guys asked. It's a bona fide boss with brains, beauty, and a believer in me. And that is the mantra, the mission of what I teach these girls. And so when I was confronted with that, that is the lesson that I teach those that I get before is, though you thought that they would have, they could have, and they probably should have, but they didn't. And the reality is that was a choice, right? Because they could have, but you can't let that stop you. You just got to believe in you. And the reason being, Antonite, all that you need, you already have. Like you didn't really need them. You already got it, right? It would have been nice, but it's not needed.
Yeah.
So keep it moving, press on, persevere. It's your dream.
And nobody else should get the glory for it.
You got to keep it moving. You got to make it happen because you and Jesus, y'all make a majority. How about that? Anything happen when y'all make that majority. So, yeah.
Well, I like bona fide, boss, beauty, brains.
Bona fide boss, brains, beauty, and a believer in me.
All right.
I love it.
I love that.
I want to have B5s all over the world. I want every female to be a B5. I want that to be the mantra. I want us all to say it with pride and confidence in every situation that I am a B5. And it's so funny. I was working with these young girls and I said, it's kind of like, when you're confronting that bully, when they call you that other B word, right? But when you're confident in self, they called you that other B word. But then what you say is, see, what I heard you say was that I'm a B5. And you're right. I'm a bona fide boss with brains, beauty, and a believer in me. And you too can be a B5 if you get your act together.
Right. I love it. Miss Tiffany, what setbacks have you had in business?
Well, you know what? It is I've had like the fear of failure and the fear of success. Also, with fear of failure, for me was being overwhelmed, not learning how to ask for help, delegate. I always wanted to do stuff. I had this like excellent thing, like, you know, it has to be done a certain way. So that really can sometimes matriculate to procrastination because, and that's just who I am. I'm really big on presentation about things as well. But I also understand that sometimes you just got to do and let the details, you know, work out itself. The fear of success is sometimes that was a setback is, to be honest with you, to be a leader, most of the times you walk alone and you have to be okay with that. And sometimes, and it depends on different seasons, of course, in your life, when, you know, what that's for. But I always think of eagles. Eagles always fly alone and they always sit at the top because that's what make them the leader in the bird kingdom, if you will. And that's something that I really, you know, struggle with, because sometimes for me it'll be lonely because you can't talk to everybody about everything because they may not understand, especially if they're working and you doing something totally different. They can't really give you an advice. Like they said, what can a poor man give a rich man who's already wealthy? You can't really tell him how to be wealthy because he's not. So it's the same way as it relates to, you know, setbacks, like Pamela talked about. You got to keep it moving, keep it pushing, you know, moving forward, and never be afraid to ask for help. That is something I noticed with most entrepreneurs. I had to learn that, and even when I had to learn how to receive help, it wasn't so much that I asked. I had those key people that could open up the doors for me that did. And I'm so grateful for them to this day. But I had to learn how to receive it because in my mind, it was like, you know, I've been the type to be very independent, kind of raised like that from both of my parents. So it was more like when somebody do something for you, it's never to me like, oh, wow, it's like from their heart. Because some people have hidden motives, right? So with me, especially with me, and I'm going to be very honest and transparent, a lot of men have opened the doors for me, and it's nothing sexual, nothing, but I always felt like, no, I don't want to put myself in that position. But it turned out that they had genuine hearts. They just wanted to help me, and they saw something, you know, in me. And that's, like I said, it's just something that I had to learn to be a receiver. And then I always tell people, ask for help. If you don't know something, you just don't know it. It's worse to act like you know something than you don't. And you never know what the information or what doors can lock just from people giving you advice or, you know, share with you their expertise or just different knowledge. And especially now, we live in a different day and time where when I started entrepreneurship, the social media platform wasn't as big as this.
Right.
So that has been some of the setbacks, and I would say I've learned how to triumph through those things and not have anxiety, you know, learning to delegate. And if I can't do something today, pick it back up tomorrow.
Love it, love it, love it. Well, Dr. Blue, did you get a chance to comment on this question?
I didn't, but I surely would like to.
I know you do.
So one setback that I had was the fact that I was trying to bring my family with me on my journey. And I had to realize that everyone cannot walk this journey with me, no matter how much I have my S on my chest and I feel like I have to save the world. I am the baby of 13. So I'm like, I have to save them. I have to keep them. I have to hold them because my mom's not here anymore. You know, she left me in 2013 with these crazy people. But nonetheless, I am, you know, I was just like, I have to do this, you know, so I created a cleaning business and brought everybody upon that. But I was just like, this is not what I want to do. This is not amazing. I don't love this part. I just really wanted to work with the people part of it. But mentorship is so important. And then it just goes back to what Miss Tiffany was saying, that, you know, I just did this presentation on talking about egos and talking about the chickens. Are you a chicken or are you an eagle? And I did this presentation because, you know, egos, they can soar. Are you ready to soar, or are you ready to stay on the ground and just get what you can get and just only look for what's right there at eye level? But if you're an eagle, you're going to get out there, you're going to get high, you're going to flap your wings, and you're going to keep going until you get what you want. So that's what I decided to do, that I wouldn't let anything stop me. And I'm not going to let anything stop me, because yes, I've had setbacks. We're all going to have setbacks, but you can't let it stop you. You got to keep going.
Wonderful. That y'all are amazing. I feel like I've known you all a long time.
Right.
So your stories are incredible, and I'm inspired by you as well. So we are down to our last comments. And so the name of this panel is Stepping into the Best Version of Yourself, a Black Woman's Guide. So I'm making this question up. It is a impromptu, extemporaneous question. So in order for women to step into the best version of themselves, what drastic step, above all things, do they need to take? So I'll give you a second. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, Tiffany, thank you.
I think it mainly, I really believe it's about self-awareness, meaning identifying where you are today and where you want to be tomorrow. I think a lot of times we don't do a self-examination and really have, ask ourselves hard questions about who we are and where we are and where you want to go. And just do when I say self-awareness, I'm talking about more so to a mental check, because we can talk all day long about entrepreneurship, but if a person is not passionate about it, if they don't really see themselves, I really think that we need to ask the questions, because a lot of times we can waste a lot of times when your gift can be placed somewhere else. As far as that for a Black woman, I think that is very, very extremely important, and just a mental self-check too, dealing with mental illness that people have that you have to overcome, and like we talked about earlier, a lot of self-doubt and fear. So for me, it's self-awareness, being confident and okay with who you are and where you are, and know that where you are today, it doesn't define where you're going to be.
I love that. Thank you. Denise.
Perfect, because I was like, oh, I'm going to piggyback off of what Tiffany said. For me, it really is about back to the self-love, loving you unconditionally, and being okay with yourself every step of the way. You don't have to be perfect. You don't get it all done, and it's okay. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes help. It takes going within. It takes a cry. It takes whatever it takes. It's okay that it's taking that time. You are on a divine path. You have to trust the timing of your life, and that all that you're going through is a setup for you to get where you're supposed to be. So anything that you're experiencing or that's going on, be okay with it, and just dissect it and then move forward.
I love it. Love it. Dr. Blue.
Yes, I would just say that the most important thing is my queens, my beautiful Black queens and queenettes, is to really lock in and get you a mentor. You need a mentor. You should not walk this journey on your own. Don't be cheap. You go out and buy hamburgers, you buy purses and shoes and coats and jackets. Lock in and purchase you a mentor. And a mentor is not going to tell you absolutely everything to do, but they are there to help you and to make sure that you are on the right path using their experiences and their expertise, because they've done the work. So lock in and trust that process.
Awesome. Wonderful. And Miss Pamela with 3 A's.
3 A's.
Well, I guess I have to kind of just tie it all together, because my fellow queens have nailed it right on the head. Miss Tiffany, Miss Denise, my Dr. Blue, you're right on point. I was going to say, know thyself is the first rule of thumb. And that is from the mental health side. Know what you want. Having a mentor, Dr. Willie Jolly is one of my mentors. And as he likes to lovingly say, sometimes he is my tormentor because he asks and demands the difficult things, but that's what you need. You don't need someone who's always going to be that yes person, stroking your ego, and you're walking on water. You had breakfast with Jesus this morning. Like, you need somebody who's going to ask the tough questions and hold your feet to the fire, because that's what makes you better. It's when you're uncomfortable is when you're growing. Right. And so, all those things are important, but knowing yourself and knowing what you really want. And as I like to say in my book, you're perfectly imperfect. And I think knowing and understanding that is important. And also knowing that this whole thing, life, is a journey, not a destination. So you're never going to arrive. You're a work in progress. And so you need to just work on that daily. And knowing that will help relieve a whole lot of stress when you know that you're perfectly imperfect, and that is a journey. Like, so I'm not perfect and I'm not going to arrive, right? Just kind of knowing that will relieve some stress as you move forward. So, I think, just go for it and dream big. I don't limit yourself.
Yes.
Through God, all things are possible.
So wonderful. Thank you. Now you have heard from these beautiful ladies, and I'm going to allow them to tell you one time how you can get in contact with them. So Tiffany, tell the audience how they can contact you.
You can contact me by Facebook or Instagram at TR Money Geek.
Wonderful. Denise?
You can contact me at Denise Ford on IG and Facebook.
Dr. Blue?
You can contact me at Blue Pathway on Facebook.
Awesome. Pamela?
You can contact me at b5reaffirm.com or bonafidecc.com, or on any of the social media handles at Bonafide or B5Reaffirm.
Wonderful. And thank you all so much. I want to recap what I heard. Number one, the first drastic step is to know thyself. And don't put pressure on thyself. Right? Do what you can. Be the best doing what you can. Don't let yourself off the hook, but also don't put pressure on yourself, so that you can always be moving forward. Drastic step is to get comfortable being uncomfortable. If you are in a comfortable place, it's time to grow to the next level. Get you a mentor and invest in that mentor. That's my drastic step. I tell my clients, and I tell anybody in my circle, you can get free mentorship. You can follow people on Facebook. You can look at them on social media. But there's nothing like taking money out of your pocket, your bank account, your retirement plan, and investing in yourself. And we all go to college, and you invest in, the degrees, and they may or may not help. Let's keep it real. They may or may not help. But when you invest in a coach, you invest in mentorship, those people have walked the path you're trying to be on. And so it makes you do the work. That's why putting money towards your goals is very, very, very important. So, and then self-love. You got to love yourself. The only way you can step into the best version of yourself is you got to know who you are and what you want, and you have to go after it. So I want to thank all these beautiful ladies for their expertise, their insights, sharing their real world stories. They're amazing. Give them a round of applause. Yay. And I think we just made some new friends here, by the way. So for everybody that is paying attention and listening, please don't hesitate to contact any of us. My contact is drasticresults.com, and I'm all over social media, Tony Harris Taylor. So I want to thank you ladies so much. This has been amazing. And I'm Tony Harris Taylor saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow. Bye.
My name is Chandra Nicole Gore, and I am a lens of faith. Today, I'm going to discuss with you the 3 Ds: divorce, discrimination, and doctorate. You're probably asking yourself, how can those 3 things go together? Well, let me give you a simpler term: the D life. I want to tell you right now, I'm super excited to be speaking to each and every one of you on this day that God has allowed me to tell my story. Listen, God doesn't place any more on us than we can bear. I'm going to say that again for those of you in the back that did not hear me. God does not place any more on us than we can bear. I often tell people this: if it's in my life, I can handle it. If it's in my life, I can handle it. And if it's in my life, I can handle it. Yahweh has been blowing my mind since I allowed him to take the wheel. You know, some of us always say, Jesus, take the wheel. I really let Jesus take the wheel. I want to let you know, ever since God removed me from the United States Army, God has been blowing my mind. And I want to say it's because I've been obedient, and it's because I've been faithful along this journey called life. God has been so good to me. I'm going to say that again. God has been so good to me. And I thank God for allowing me to be able to tell my story about this particular journey in my life. So here it goes. November 12th at about 6:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in 2018, I received a text message from my husband. The text message read, "I want a divorce." Wow, I was completely taken aback. It was a shock to my system, a shock to my psyche, all of that. I attempted to make a phone call to him, to call him after I saw that text, and there was no answer. The phone just rang, no answer. And eventually I got his voicemail. I didn't want to receive what he said. I was hurt by what he wrote. And I was like, a text message? I've been knowing this man for 15 years, and you send me a text message to say this right here? My God. I immediately jumped in my car and decided to drive home. 435 miles home. Okay. God had not spoken to me about divorce or any of that. Or he could have been, and I just wasn't hearing him. Not sure at that particular point or juncture in my life at that time. So I'm going to say I was in total disbelief, nevertheless. Knowing that my husband had already cheated on me 17 times, to my knowledge, brought me diseases to our marital bed multiple times, I thank God it wasn't something that I couldn't get rid of. Okay, lied to me on multiple occasions, mistreated me, talked about me, just a mess. Okay, knowing all of that, I still wanted to save my marriage. Now you're probably thinking, she crazy, but let me tell you, love will have you doing some crazy things. Okay, I should have left a long time ago, but I wanted to save my marriage, especially after I had 2 children by him. Actually, we had 6 children altogether, but I lost 2 sets of twins. Okay. So all of that I went through, and I still wanted my marriage. Wow. Until, I'm going to tell you this, until I had an encounter with God. My God, you're probably like, what? An encounter with God. Listen, while all of this was happening, simultaneously, I was facing discrimination. There's the other D, on my job in the Army. You probably, I was saying to myself, you know, is there such a thing? Here it comes. I'm at the pivotal moment in my career. After 19 years, now I face discrimination. Because I can honestly say I didn't face any discrimination up until I made it to the upper echelon of my career as a master sergeant in the United States Army. Okay. I'm thinking, you know, I'm doing good. I'm doing good in my personal life as well. And until I encounter a person, which was my supervisor, that says, "You doing too much. Gore, you doing too much." To me, that was a code for, how dare you shine? How dare you walk in your purpose and work for this government? How dare you show up to the best of your ability? That's what that meant to me, okay? When you're supposed to be working for us, you're showing up big? Oh, how dare you, little black girl, little black woman, whatever it is he concocted in his mind about me, but it was of discrimination, okay? In fact, I did work for the United States government and I did a great job at it. Not sure if you all can see these awards behind me, but I received a lot of awards, a lot of accolades, newspaper articles for the work that I did for the United States Army. So I didn't sell myself short and I didn't sell them short either. I just could not believe the level of warfare that I was experiencing, okay? But I had my war clothes on. How many of y'all got y'all war clothes on? I kept my prayer shawl in my car, some anointing oil, and my Bible everywhere I went from that point on. I knew that God was grooming me for another level. See, he promoted me to Master Sergeant in the earth realm to separate me, to deal with me. I'm going to say that again. He promoted me to separate me, to deal with me. Because had I not gotten promoted, I would still have stayed at my home in Tampa, Florida with my family. And there wouldn't have been an opportunity to separate me, okay? So God is very strategic about what he's doing, okay? I had to look at it as a lens of faith. I had to look at it from the lens that God gave me instead of being emotional and looking at it from an emotional lens, okay? It was a promotion to sanctification. It was a promotion to become a lens of faith. It was a promotion to walk in my gift unapologetically. It was a promotion to work for God. It was a promotion for me to see the purpose on the inside of me, to really make God the head of my life. That was what the promotion was for. Because listen, promotions come from God. We know that. The word of God tells us that, right? I was set up. I was accused. I was lied on, talked about, mistreated. But the pit, the PIT, okay, produce proper perspective, producing power. I'm going to say that again for those of you that did not catch that. But the pit produce proper perspective, producing power. God told me to hold on to his unchanging hand. And that's exactly what I did. No matter what mountain I face, adultery, divorce, the lies, the artificial charges, discrimination, the misrepresentation, all accusations, God came in and sat down with me. I felt God come like from above and just sit right next to me one day. That I was waiting to be questioned. I felt God sit down next to me and say, don't you get angry. Don't you get mad. Don't you curse nobody out, because I got this. That's what God said to me in that moment. And I decided to make God a promise at that very moment. I said, Lord, I won't go back to 2007. See, that's the year that I threw in the towel and attempted to take my own life, to commit suicide. But God still has me here. Woo, Jesus, I feel my help coming. God still has me here for such a time as this, to tell this story. Had I taken my own life, had I been successful, I wouldn't be here to tell you this story. I made God one promise, and he gave me thousands of promises. God's promises are yes and amen. And I thank God for every promise that he downloaded to me, especially the ones where he say, I will protect you at all times. I will be your light in the darkness, a lamp unto your feet, especially the ones that says, I will do exceedingly and abundantly above all you can ask or think. Those are God's promises, and I leaned on every one of them. The divorce and the discrimination was a setup to get me to focus on God and the destiny-driven path that he set for me. See, God says in Jeremiah 29:11, I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you. God gave me divine exit strategies from the two things at the same time: divorce and discrimination. See, God gives us that way of escape. He gave me that way of escape from the army and my marriage because God's plan was bigger than the heartache and the pain. It was bigger than the discrimination. It was bigger than the manipulation. It was bigger than the lies. It was bigger than the mistreatment. God's plan was bigger. It was bigger than the adultery. It was bigger than anything that I've ever faced. God's plan was bigger than the lack of love that I received from a man. God's plan superseded everything I thought that I loved. Everything that I thought loved me. Everything that I thought to be true. God's plan. Say that with me. God's plan. While these two major things were occurring in my life, my purpose was being birthed. A lens of faith. My God. God placed me at Grand Canyon University for my master's degree in leadership at this particular time while all of that stuff was going on. See, God is a good God. I rolled right into my doctorate program right after I completed my master's. I went right into it. I didn't have any breaks. It was all a part of God's plan. See, I just said that. God's plan. It was not busy work for me because God knew I was going to create Lens of Faith Academy and that He wanted me to be the chancellor, Dr. Chandra Nicole Gore of that academy. God knew that I was going to open Lens of Faith Speaks Coaching and Consulting. God knew LFF Victorian Militant Prophetic Wear was coming. God knew all things Lens of Faith was about to be created, and He needed me to go through some things to equip me and to dress me and to clothe me in His armor. God knew that He was taking me to another dimension. See, we all say there's a giant at every level, but God will equip you for those levels if you let Him. Destiny equipped me to go through the fire, sit in a waiting room, and birth diamonds from the pressure that was designed to kill me. December 12, 2018, I wrote this entry in my journal. Doctoral journey, I will finish because I am focused and aligned on God and not on the problems of my life. Who would have known that Focus and Align would become the first anthology project that I would birth and be the visionary of, to become an Amazon bestseller in 3 categories? To me, that signifies the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. My God, Jesus. Just sitting here thinking about that as I tell you about that. I did not know, and I went back and looked at my journal, and Focus and Align, there it was. God fixed my eyes and corrected my vision to 2020 vision in the realm of the Spirit so that I could move as He said move. I moved out God's way so that He could step in and have His way. No matter what that looked like to others, I didn't care because I knew God was in control. The thought of destiny up ahead was being birthed on the inside of me and had me focused and aligned on God every step of the way. It allowed me to discover who I really was, not who I thought I was, but who I really was. It allowed me to grow into the woman of God you see sitting before you today that became a change agent for such a time as this. I am bold. I am Black. I am beautiful. I am brilliant. And I am business-minded, embracing all the B's and walking in the authority that God gave me. My set time of favor is now. God has unleashed a plethora of blessings upon me, and I thank God for it. I remain humble to what God is doing in my life. And I always want to tell people, God did it. It was not me. God did it. It was not what I thought about. God did it. I had to get ready for it and walk through every storm knowing that God had my back because he gave me the armor of God for my front. I walked through every single storm with a grace upon my life. I know that God will never leave me or never forsake me. He's an ever present help in a time of trouble. I want you to know today that you too can handle the D life: divorce, discrimination, and doctorate. If that's your portion, walk with it unapologetically, knowing that God has your back because he's given you the armor of God for your front. Each and every one of you that can hear this message today, you are blessed. Blessings to each of you. Again, my name is Chandra Nicole Gore, and I am a lens of faith. God bless you all.
This is Tyran Jackson of Reborn Resilient. I hope that you are getting the most out of this experience at the Black CEO Iconic Conference. I would like to invite you to join me as I moderate a panel discussion titled Mission Unstoppable, as we highlight the plight of the unstoppable Black woman. In this discussion, we hear experiences of others who have overcome adversity and have made it their mission to not be denied, despite what challenges that may be in front of them. Come and get inspired as we get some useful advice as we move forward with these Black CEOs in charge of making a path for their businesses and communities for years to come. This is Tyran Jackson, and be on the lookout for Mission Unstoppable.
Hi, and welcome. My name is Denise Hanks, and I'm a life mastery consultant certified by the Brave Thinking Institute. Now, my talk today is about living from your vision, not conditions. I got to tell you, you made a really great decision to be here today, and I hope that you have a piece of paper and something to write with. Now, my intention for this workshop is that you leave here knowing 3 tools that'll help you achieve your goals and your dreams for your business, that you'll have greater clarity on what those dreams are, and that you'll feel even more confident in the power that lives in you to achieve those goals and dreams. Now, to do this, I want to share a quick story. This is a story about a grandmother, Sarah, who took her 7-year-old granddaughter, Allie, to the amusement park. Now, Sarah had envisioned riding like a boat or a train, but Allie wanted to ride the roller coaster, the big roller coaster. Now, she already had to stretch herself really tall and stand up to even get on the ride. And then at some point while they were in the line, Allie could see this thing going up and down and loop-de-loop. I mean, it went from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. She could even see the people's heads being thrown back as it took off. And she heard their screams, and about halfway through the line, she looks up at her grandmother and she says, "Grandma, I'm starting to get a funny feeling in my tummy." So the grandmother says, "You know, there's a sign right up there that says exit. You don't have to ride this." Secretly, the grandmother was hoping that she didn't have to ride it either. But the little girl continued, and as she did, she went back and forth, all the way up to the platform. Sarah said to her one more time, "You know, you don't have to do this. We can still exit." But that little girl looked up at her grandmother and she asked a question. How do I make myself think so that the part of me that wants to conditions? Well, little Allie, she didn't take that exit. She got on that roller coaster because her grandmother said to her, if you want to go forward, baby, take a deep breath and remember what you really want to have for yourself. Now, that's some great advice. Take a deep breath and remember your vision. Have you ever achieved a goal or a dream in your own life? Yeah? Now, did you have any idea at first how you were going to achieve it? Most likely not. See, that proves the point here that you are far more capable than you know. Now, what I've learned during many opportunities I've had to speak to different groups is that often our dreams and our goals are born out of various challenges that we're facing or the pain that we're currently experiencing. I'll bet you can imagine one person or bring to mind at least one person who started a foundation or a cause or a project because of a painful event they were faced with. You might have a challenge right now that you're experiencing. See, all of us at any given time, there's some area in our life that's causing some struggle. Perhaps it is your business, or it could be in a relationship or a diagnosis, your own or someone you care about. It could be the amount of money you have, it could be the lack of free time, whatever it is, it may still be affecting your business because it's all your life. Okay. Now, would you really love to have that problem solved? Of course you would. Now, we live in a universe that speaks to us through two growth signals, our longings and our discontents. Now, every business owner, every CEO has longings, and every business owner has discontent. The feeling for something we haven't created and the feeling for discontent of our current circumstances are what actually spark us to grow. Now, this is not just in the area of business. We have it in the areas of our health and our relationships, what we would love to see on our calendar with respect to our time or our money freedom. But we don't take time to pay attention to our longing or our discontent, not in a way that we, can actually use them to generate different results. We just feel the longing or we feel the discontent, but we haven't been trained in how to harness that in service of the result that would really take us and our businesses forward. Look, you can be pushed by pain or you can be pulled by a vision. But those two energies, the pain of the problem and the burning desire for what you really want, are essential for creating new results. Now, I just want to take a few minutes and just share a time in my life where pain pushed me to make a change. I was working for a nonprofit organization as the planner and special projects coordinator, right? We all know what that means. Other duties as assigned. So, besides coordinating and developing the strategic plans and reporting, I was also the data manager, the database trainer, as well as program trainer for two of their other departments. Now, there were many aspects of this job that I really did love, but what I didn't love was feeling like I was not appreciated by upper management. And I was training people who weren't that satisfied in their own jobs. So they weren't that concerned with accuracy, if you know what I mean. Now, those feelings of discontent led me to feeling stressed and frustrated. And at some point, I was absolutely no fun to be around. I wasn't eating right. I wasn't sleeping most nights. I was beginning to get headaches, the whole nine. It was a hot mess. And then one day, I saw a video presentation similar to this one. Long story short, I found myself last day of a 3-day live event, sitting in a chair, speaking to an enrollment specialist about signing up for this Dream Builder program. But I also told them that I thought I wanted to be a coach. Now, she started explaining to me everything that I would have to do, how much it would cost, the time it would take, and I immediately panicked, right? My stomach got jittery, just like Allie's, and then my fingertips got cold. Many of you, do you know that feeling? Well, at that level of thinking, my mind went straight to, I don't have the time, I don't have the energy, I don't have the money for any of this stuff. But what I did know was after those 3 days, I just knew I could not go back to my life as it was. So I made a decision. I closed my eyes and I signed my name, right? But I tell you, before long, I had gone through the program myself. I was still working that full-time job. Plus, I had a part-time job 4 nights a week. I was going through the rigorous training of becoming a certified coach. And I was a full time online student at Grand Canyon University, completing my business degree. Crazy, right? No time, no money, no energy. So, how? Well, today I'm not only certified in the Dream Builder program, but 4 others as well. I'm doing what I love, and that's helping people who value growth gain a working understanding of spiritual principles and helping them learn how to successfully apply them to their lives so they can experience more successes and be way more fun. So here we are. What is your next big dream? And imagine how you feel when your dream becomes a reality. Now, one of the programs that I run is the Dream Builder program. It's a proven, reliable, repeatable, transformational system, and it serves as the foundation for the other programs. Now, it contains 10 principles that'll skyrocket your success when you apply them in your life. Now, today, we're going to learn 3 of these principles that you can apply right now to help you, and you can create a life you absolutely love. All right, let's get started. So, for now, let's just expand our awareness together with something that I call the results formula. Your thoughts cause your feelings, right? When you think a joyful thought, you feel happy. If you think about a big to do list in a short amount of time, you're going to feel stressed, right? Because your thoughts actually affect your physiology, and we interpret them as feelings. Now, feelings cause actions. When you feel confident or energized, you take a different action than when you're feeling depressed and frustrated. Yes? Yes. Now, your actions, they cause results. It's our actions or lack of actions that create our results. Now, I know people don't like to think that their life is a result of their own thinking, and yet it's absolutely true. Which brings us to dream building principle number 1, and that is designing your dream. What do you want for your business? What would you love? I want you to write this down. Clarity is power. Because without a clearly defined blueprint, you cannot build your dream. Just like you must have a clear blueprint if you want to build a house. The same is true for your dream. When you become clear on what it is you really want in life, you begin to see opportunities and circumstances and resources that you would have otherwise missed, which is what happened for me. Now, you have everything you need. You have potential, as all humans have. But almost none of us have the support or the awareness to unlock that potential and turn it into results. Now, I'm here today to help you remind yourself that there's a place inside you that got you into the business you're in for a good reason and for a high purpose. Now, some of you know that there's a part of you that really does know what your vision is regarding all that. So let's take a magic wand and just wave it over that area. Now, the mental faculty of imagination is very important here because if you just take it from what do I think I can do with what I have, you'll improve your business just a tiny bit. So let yourself imagine what you would really love for your business. What would your annual revenue be and your annual profit? What would the service of the product that you are in business for bring to people? Or what impact would that make? And what if it all worked out? How would you feel? I encourage you to go ahead, take 30 seconds, and write down some numbers. How many hours would you love to work? How much time a year would you love to take off? What would your gross income and your gross profit be for your business? Right? Now, since we're imagining it, let's make it up any way we want to, right? So let's imagine that it's not just the time off you're taking, but you're taking off and your business is growing while you're taking the time off. Would that be okay? Hey, let's imagine it in a way that we're in love with. Now, remember, if you're not sure about something, think of what you long for, and then what answer would we bring to the discontent? Okay, now, you know where you're going with your business. You know what it would look like, you know how much you would work, you know how much time off you would take, and you know what your income would be. See, we're already on our way. Now, I encourage you to repeat that process with other areas of your life, right? Your relationships, your health and wellness, along with your vocation and time, money, freedom. They all matter, right? If you're going to build your dream home, you wouldn't just give the architect specs on the kitchen and the bedroom. You have to design the whole house. Very good. Now, let's talk about dream building principle number two. Because once you make a firm decision, even in the absence of perfect conditions, a whole host of things begin to occur and they rush to your aid for the fulfillment of that decision. That's exactly what happened for me. Now, I had no idea how I was going to do all of that, but now my life has an entirely new meaning. So, what about you and your dreams? It starts with making a decision. It starts by saying to yourself, today is the day I say no to the doubts and the reasons that it won't work, and yes to the possibilities and the opportunities. Today is the day you're going to suspend belief in conditions and instead believe in the power that's breathing you. And to really do this brings us to dream building principle number three, how to handle your fear. Now, what do I mean by befriending your fear? It's doing the thing you really want to do, even when fear rises up and tries to stop you, just like Allie did, like I did. You make fear your friend. Living from your vision requires the ability to suspend knowing how and take the action in absence of the answers. Now, I don't care where you are on your journey. When you decide for a dream, there's a part of you that says, oh, yeah, I'm doing this. And then there's another part of us that rises up and says, oh my God, what do you think you're doing? Right? Or your voice might say, well, how are you going to do that? Or, you know, I don't know who you think you are, or you don't have what it takes, or. It's just the voice of fear trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you from failing. So you say, okay, thank you so much for the feedback, because what if you fail? So, have you ever had a failure in your life up to now? Of course, we all have. Listen, even when we were babies, we started out as non walkers, but you kept going, and finally, you became a walker. But you know, something happens when we become adults. We stop giving ourselves permission to fall down. And if we do fall down, we say, I guess it wasn't meant to be. No, give yourself permission to fall. Give yourself permission to fail enough to succeed. I'll tell you something. Fear and failure are prerequisites for achieving great dreams. So when the voice of doubt questions you, just take a breath. Take a few breaths. Remember your vision. Remember yourself inside that vision. Just imagine that. And then you're going to take an action. Take an action that you can take in the direction of your dream. Because the choices and actions you take today are ultimately who you will become tomorrow. Don't let fear and doubt keep you from ever moving forward. Be the person that learns how to push past them and move forward to what's more life giving for you. Take a breath with me. Those were just 3 of the 10 steps to Dream Builder. Were they helpful for you? Yes? You can shout out, yes, yes. Now, in my short video, if you saw it, I promised you that I would give you something that I teach my clients when they are unsure about the next best action step to take. And that's called the Brave Thinking Activation Process. Now, there's 5 S's. Before you start those, you want to take a few deep breaths. You want to remember your vision. You want to imagine yourself inside that picture that you have for your vision, as if it's happening right now, because you want to generate that energetic state. Then you want to ask an empowering question around your next best action step. Then you want to follow the 5 S's. So the first one is source ideas, just like brainstorming. Just write them down as they come. Don't judge. The next one is select the ones that have electricity. So go back and read over them. Just circle the ones that are like, that's not be a bad idea, right? Then you're going to sort which ones you want to do first, second, or third. The next one is very important. You want to schedule them on your calendar. You need a by when date, or it may never happen. And then the last one, you want to serve the idea. In other words, you want to take action. So let's quickly recap what we've covered. You've learned all about the results formula. You also learned about designing your dream. What would you love? You learned about the power of decision. You also learned about befriending your fear. Acknowledge it as feedback and then take inspired action using the Brave Thinking Activation Tool. Now, if you leave here knowing nothing else, please know that what's inside you is far greater than any challenge that you're facing. You have incredible power within you. Now, this is your moment to be iconic. So today's your day. Take a bold action because as the philosopher Goethe says, at the moment of commitment, the universe conspires to assist you. Commit to be a brave thinker. I want to thank you so much for attending this session and enjoy the rest of the conference.
My name is Nikki Smith, and I am the CEO of 365 NNC. We are a coaching and branding company that helps busy business professionals have their business image and their brand reflect one another. And how we do that is today we want to show you some tips on how to always be polished, how to always be professional, how to always be prepared. We do that in a simple system. We show you how to repurpose your stuff in your own closet, how to remix your look, and how to reinvent your image. And this helps you increase revenue right now. Right now. So let me start out by asking you a question. I already know the answer, but the question is, have you ever prepared for an event, an interview, maybe a wedding, a gala, or just something that you're doing with your girlfriends or a date with your husband? Looked in your closet and said, I don't have anything to wear. Nothing. Or have you ever been passed up for an opportunity where you know you've been qualified, where you know you have the experience, where you know you have the education, went into the interview, talked to the owner, and when you left out, you said, I got this job. So much so you called your friend, you called your husband, you said, I got this. Never to get a call back. And when you did talk to somebody, they said, well, we decided to go a different route for someone who's a better fit for our company. And this one right here really is the big one, the confidence. Have you ever wanted to take your business to the next level? Wanted to take your brand to the next level? Wanted to go out to the different events where you knew the right people would be, but just didn't have the confidence? You wasn't sure of yourself, a fear that stopped you from going out and going to the next level. Well, if you've answered yes to any of those questions, that's why I'm here. I am presenting a product that will definitely enhance your confidence. But I guess you want to know a little bit about who I am. My name is Nikki Smith. I have 20 years of experience in entrepreneurship and corporate America. I was a major account representative for Fortune 500 companies for over the last 20 years, as well as an entrepreneur at the same time. So that tells you, you know that that is some hard work. But guess what? I can't believe 20 years later, I did it. What that means for you is, I know the entrepreneur end, I know how hard it is, I know how you have to push yourself sometimes to get to the next level. You have to be persistent, you have to keep going even when you don't feel like it. And I also know on the corporate side, I know what they're looking for. I know what they want. I know that the image precedes you even after looking at your resume. When you walk in that door, they judge you. They already know if you're a good fit or not. And I'm not just saying this. I have clients that are CEOs of $1 million businesses, $1 million companies, and they tell me all the time, I really want to promote Sally, or I really want to promote Keisha, I really want to give them the position. But they don't represent me in how they look. They don't represent me. They don't represent the company. And I just can't do it. So I continue to try to train them and help them. Not only that, I've been doing this since I was 2 years old. I had a picture, but then I said, maybe not. When I was 2 years old, I was fixing my cousin's clothes, and I couldn't even really walk. So now they tease me. You know what they say? You've always wanted to tell people what to do and tell them how to dress. And so, well, maybe it is some truth to that. But now it's my profession. Now it's my passion. I help people transform from the inside out. And image is the way I do it. I help coach them to take their business to the next level. And so when I tell you that I was built for this, when I graduated high school, I went to cosmetology school. I've been to esthetician school, aesthetics, skincare. I've invested countless hours and time in honing my craft. Not only that, actually, 10 years ago, I started my own skincare and cosmetic line, Skin Liqueur Cosmetics. That's how dedicated I've always been in the transformation of beauty and helping people present themselves in a way that takes them to the next level. So when I tell you that I'm built for this and I'm qualified for this, I guarantee you that I am. So let me tell you a story about how I got into corporate America. When I first graduated from high school, I was trying to decide, was I going to go to beauty school? And not so much. I couldn't stay in one spot for too long. So I decided to get a job in retail. I worked at this retail store for 3 years. And in those 3 years, I was promoted quickly to an assistant manager. And so while my other friends had gone off to college and started in their education, I was taking some college classes, but I love going to this retail store. I love seeing different people coming in their suits and coming in dressed up, and the women coming in their pointed toe, in their pumps with the taps on the toe. And that was something special to me. And so I would ask some questions. I would learn all about, how it was in corporate America while I was in this retail store. On that 4th year, something changed. And let me tell you what changed. My friends graduated from college. Now they were getting jobs in the careers that they'd gone to school for. They were making money, lots more money. And so I said, okay, well, since I went another route, I'm going to apply for some managerial positions. I'm going to be the manager. I'm going to make the same amount of money that you're making. So that's what I did. I applied. In that year 4, they had managerial positions at other stores. And so I said, well, maybe I didn't get it because it's at another store. Or maybe I didn't get it because I haven't gotten a degree. But then I started seeing some of the other people that got it didn't have a degree and weren't at the other stores. So then I got offended. Well, guess what? I'm much smarter than that. What I did was, and I hope this doesn't date me or age me, but we get the Sunday paper every Sunday. In the Sunday paper, they had the job section where you would go and you would see the jobs that were coming available for the following week. So I did that. I was looking through the paper and I saw a big ad for a job fair at a company called GTE Communications. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, but you still know the company. GTE Communications is now Verizon. And so just imagine, I'm not gonna tell my age, but I applied for this position when the phone was this big, mounted in your car. And it cost $1,500 for a basic service, and you had to pay per minute, regardless to what plan you had. So that tells you a little bit about how old I am. I applied, so I couldn't make the job fair. The job fair was on a Monday and I was off on Tuesdays. But I didn't have any fear back then. You know what I did? I called them and I said, hey, I'm not gonna make the job fair, but I feel like I'm qualified for the job. And so I remember the person who I spoke to, the manager, her name was Diane. Diane said, tell me why you should get the job, young lady. And I said, well, first of all, I'm a hard worker. Second of all, because I feel like I can do it. And so she started asking me all these questions about, have you had this experience? And I said, well, I don't have the experience yet, but I feel like if I have the opportunity, I definitely can do the job. So with that conversation, she offered me the next day to come in and interview with her. And so I did. Well, I don't know if you remember what I told you, but when they used to come in with their business suits and the women would come in with their pumps, they would have those little taps on their shoes. Well, I had invested long, a couple of months prior when I knew I was going to start looking for a job, in some pumps with the taps on them. And so I came into that interview and I tell you, I was sharp. I had on my blue suit and I had on my pumps with the taps on them. And when I walked in that interview, here comes Diane with her blue shoes with the taps on them. And so automatically we had something in common. So we sat down and we talked on that interview, and that interview was great. It was 45 minutes long. And when I left out of that interview, she said the same thing that I'm saying. Hey, we'll call you tomorrow, or we'll call you once we get through reviewing our applicants. Well, I wasn't worried. I just told you, I was fearless back then. I didn't realize that you had to be afraid, or you should have been afraid of the interviewer or the person that was higher than you. I didn't know that then. So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna interview in I have some other opportunities. And so please let me know something soon. Well, needless to say, she called me the next day and I got the job. Not only did I get the job, but this opened the door for some great opportunities for me. I have been in major account sales for the last 20 years, just on account of that one opportunity. But let me tell you something that Diane told me. 6 months into getting that job, I had become Rookie of the Year. I had already won some awards. And she took me out to lunch. She did a big hoorah. She took me out to lunch. And what she said was, I'm going to tell you something, young lady. You weren't qualified for the position. You didn't have the experience for the position. But what you did have is you had the confidence for the position. You were bold. You took chances. You didn't really fear me. And that's what the other more experienced people did. Not only that, your energy was great. You made me feel something exciting. Your energy was great. You made me feel excited. You made me understand that it doesn't always have to be your experience. Number 3, I checked your references. Your reputation was good. Everything that you said about yourself, it panned out. But lastly, but not least, she noticed the taps on my shoes. She saw how well put together I was. She saw how prepared I was. I knew about the company. I did my homework the night before. And when I talked to her intelligently. So she knew that I could do the job. And I did. And I did it well. But let me tell you what that means to you. If you don't show up ready for the job, if you're not prepared, if you're not polished, if you're not professional, they may not even sit down and have the conversation with you to know that you're the person, to know that you can do the job, to know that this opportunity was created for you. So I'm encouraging you to understand that image is not just appearance. And today, guys, let me tell you something. In 2020, 2021, it's become a challenge, hasn't it? For us to get up every day and put on our show face. We're at home, we're relaxed, we're laid back. If you're anything like me, when I'm at home, I have on my house slippers and my little warm and cozy clothes. And so your mind says to you, you're at home, but you have to shift your thoughts. You have to have a mind shift to prepare yourself for your Zoom meeting, for your in-person call. You have to continue to tell yourself every day, even when it doesn't seem like it. You have to tell yourself, this is business. And even if I'm at home, this is my home office. And I'm going to show up as though I was going into an office, an actual office. It's all relevant. It's all important. And to helping you get to the next level on your success. And if you're not considering your image, I'm telling you something. You may very well be getting passed up on opportunities that are meant for you. I want to tell you another thing where I just have really saw the importance of image. I was cold calling one day, and a gentleman walked up to me and said, "Hey, young lady, I want to introduce you to somebody." And I thought it was a little weird because I was in my corporate America job, my corporate America outfit, and he was a little more casual. Well, he said, "I want to introduce you to this lady named Toni Harris Taylor." Now, Toni Harris Taylor is an international speaker. She has a networking company, and she's a business coach. But not only that, she's a go-getter. She is the kind of person that makes things happen, and she does it in excellence. And so the guy kind of told me a little bit about her, and I was like, "Well, sir, I don't think this is a good fit for what I'm doing." But I just listened to him, and I called him. We hit it off. And I'm going to tell you something. The reason I'm here today is because of Toni Harris Taylor and her business coach. The name of her business is Drastic Results. And she makes you step out and do things that are drastic. So she has encouraged me to get on this platform. But I would have never been able to do that if the gentleman would not have felt comfortable with me and he didn't feel like I had something to offer, something that stood out. Well, I'm going to tell you what it was. It was my image. I was well put together. And I knew when I talked to him and I talked to her that that's what sold me on him. The other thing is, let's make the case of professional attire. Professional attire. In today's society, professional attire is a combination of casual and business professional. You don't have to have the two-piece suit on and the tap shoes like I did back in the day, but you still need to have your things well put together. You know why? Because we're too casual. We don't wear makeup. We're not well groomed. We have too many distractions, too much stuff going on. How do you eliminate that? You always show up professional. You always show up groomed. You always show up and present yourself as the well packaged. You always are, as much as possible, remove some of those distractions. And the other thing you need to know is you are the main event. When you show up, people should know that you have something that they need. And no matter what that is, you have to come in the room as though you're the main event. No one has to tell you you're the main event. We all have gifts and talents that are inside of us that have to come out. The other thing is dress casual, dress down without being too casual. And so today I just want to show you a real quick example of how to do that. You can take a pair of slacks, a t-shirt, put it on with a scarf, put these pants on, and you look polished. You look professional. And you can take this same shirt, these same pieces, and mix it with any of these pieces in your 30-day capsule. The 30-day capsule is something that we teach here at 365 NNC, and how to always be prepared, polished, and professional. The other thing is accessories. Keep it simple, but have your accessories on. They show your personality. They say who you are. And so I encourage you to do that. And the last thing I want to tell you is color. Color, there's a philosophy behind color. Color means something. Color glows. It shows you who you are. But not only that, it shows the world. It has a message. The color red means prosperity. It means good luck, good fortune, boldness. The color blue means positive. It means strong. It means power. It means confidence. And so I don't know if you watched last couple of weeks ago, Michelle Obama walking through that door, her and Barack, and she had on this burgundy bad pantsuit. Well, let me tell you, that was intentional. That pantsuit, burgundy, is a combination of red and blue. So her message that she wanted to send to the world is, we're bipartisan. We're together. We're on one accord now. And that's what those colors meant. And so you have to understand the psychology behind colors. And that's what we teach you. We teach you body type. We teach you what works well for your body, what colors work best for your brain. Me, Nikki Smith, at 365NNC@gmail.com, www.365NNC.com, or you can see me on the gram, on Facebook, 365NNC. And lastly but not least, give me a call. My phone number is 830-558-1201. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to hearing from you, and refresh, repurpose, and reinvent your image so it can help you increase your revenue now.
Hi, I am June Chambliss, and welcome to this workshop. I have entitled this workshop, How to Elevate Your Thinking about Women's Leadership and Why It is Critical to Do So. But before we dig into the workshop, I want us to go back a little bit. Before we had all these leadership models and theories of leadership about what leadership is and what it is not and what a leader looks like, I want us to take a look at the leadership qualities of America's first self-made millionaire, because I believe we can learn some critical information today about what it takes to elevate our thinking and why it's so important to do so. Who was America's first self-made millionaire? What are the leadership qualities of someone who goes from poverty to riches, and someone who figures out how to do something that has yet not been accomplished? What kind of mindset would that have to be? One thing we know for certain, it cannot be a mindset that's thinking like everyone else. I think it's an astonishing thought that up until a point in time, America had not experienced a self-made millionaire. But let me tell you the most amazing thing about this first self-made millionaire, because we don't hear much about it. The most amazing thing is that this person was a female, a woman. And hold on to your seats, not just a woman, but an African American woman, the great Madam C.J. Walker. Probably one of the most shocking things of all is that Madam C.J. Walker, she did not fit the mold of great leadership or leadership of any kind. She did not fit the mold. At the age of 46 and with every disadvantage imaginable, from meager beginnings, little to no opportunity to get an education. As a matter of fact, she was barely literate. She could barely read or write. And when she was doing what she was doing, there was competition out there that she didn't have the skills to really compete with. Her finances were scarce. And at the young age of 6, her parents died of yellow fever. But somehow she managed to push past barriers and obstacles that would, of course, hold her back. It was 1913 for her. And we know the 1900s was not an easy time for women, and virtually little to no opportunity for women of color. So imagine the barriers, not just the societal barriers, but the barriers to her thinking that she would have had to overcome, that she would have had to push past. She just simply did not fit what was believed to be a great leader. Now, although she didn't fit the mold for leadership, leadership qualities exuded from her. She was able to create an environment that brought about empowerment. This is something that should come from great leaders. Advancement to others, something that comes from great leaders. Employment. She was able to do this for so many others and not just for herself. In so doing, she displayed a number of leadership qualities that were simply outrageous for her day, and especially outrageous for her. Qualities like outrageous courage, outrageous vision, innovation, integrity, outrageous foresight. How does she know the importance of empowering others? How does she have the strength that was needed to push beyond what seemed to be insurmountable obstacles? How does she do that? And I want to believe that while she was doing all of that, that she kept at the forefront of her thinking the idea that she could not think the same way everyone else was thinking. She could not, because it would kill the dream. It would kill her potential, and it would kill what could be. But what if I told you that, what if I just said that everything we've learned about women's leadership could be wrong? Now, I realize that that is a very bold statement because there's been a lot of work done out there on women's leadership. But what if I told you everything we've learned about women's leadership could be wrong, and why it matters that we know this? How did these incredible leadership qualities come from someone without an ounce of training in leadership, without the benefit of a mentor or coaches, and barely able to read and write? Well, I posit that most of those qualities, most of those leadership qualities from her, they were innate qualities. It's clear that she was a leader, so we're clear there. But is she an anomaly? Or does she represent what there is for women in leadership? Does she represent that? I say possibly so, maybe not. We'll look at that. But in this workshop, we're going to examine three parts of women's leadership development, and actually three parts of leadership development, period. But I'm going to suggest that women leaders, we re-examine what's going on here if we're going to take our leadership to the next level. Now, before we get into that, we may say, what is next level leadership? You know, what's next level leadership? You know, it has many faces because we have many problems going on in leadership. But next level leadership could be it's moving past your leadership struggles. Next level leadership is owning up to your challenges, is knowing your leadership hangups. Next level leadership is pushing past old paradigms. It's recognizing. It's knowing leadership responsibilities. Next level leadership is even asking the question, what do I need to do that I'm not doing now? Next level leadership starts in the mind. It starts with your thinking. And so that right there, starting with the thinking, is the beginning of next level leadership. But again, so we're going to take three areas that I'm going to explore today in the workshop. And we're going to look at these three areas and talk about how they relate to you. We're going to look at leadership models. We're going to look at theories of leadership. And we're going to talk about theories, okay? And then we're going to look at shocking lies. I love that, shocking lies. So leadership models, let's start there. Contrary to what numerous leadership development series are promoting, the majority of leaders anymore do not even practice or follow the models that are promoted. Why? Because according to some scholars and successful leaders, they're transitioning away from traditional leadership models and styles because simply they're not doing the job. They are outdated, and particularly outdated for female leaders. Researchers and scholars who study female leaders are learning things, and they're bringing new insights to the leadership discussions. And they're noting that leadership models such as, you know, we know transitional, transformational, transactional, servant leadership models, while all of these are respected and they have their place, these are models that were developed and they do not represent women. These are models that were put in place at a time when women were not a part of the study. So while women have made advancements and we've come a long way in our positions and in leadership, it's still necessary for women leaders to know about leadership models that are taught. Because here's the thing about it all. We're exposed to these, but the truth is this. Women have been squeezed into models that were not developed with women in mind. That is something to think about. But I believe this can be explained through the eyes of theory. How could that have happened? Why did that happen? I believe we can explain that through the eyes of theory. See, when the early theorists studied and came up with the names and the various theories about leadership, you know, when they were providing the explanations of how leadership worked and all of that, you know, what fit for one leader and what didn't fit for another leader, how they were evaluating and measuring, they were always studying men. And you know what? I want you to meet the researchers. We're talking about outdated theories of leadership. I want you to meet the researchers, and these researchers are not just faces. These are the faces of the actual theorists of the day. And so we have a lot of respect for them. However, transformational leadership theory was done by James McGregor Burns. He's up there in the picture. Transformational leadership theory was originated by Max Weber in 1947. And then later on in 1981, Bernard Bass came along and added to that base of knowledge. Servant leadership theory that we've heard so much about and often pattern ourselves behind. That theory was pretty much brought about by Robert Greenleaf in 1970. Trait Theory of Leadership by Thomas Carl and Francis Galton. Those were done early 1800s, believe it or not. So many others, we have some that were done in 1967, others in the 19th century. The behavioral theory of leadership, we've all known about Pavlov and Skinner. That was done in the 19th century. And so this here is a sobering thought. I want you to meet the leaders, the researchers that we are patterning ourselves behind. And so, like I said, although we do respect and we know they have their place, but for those of you who may not be aware or knowledgeable about leadership models and styles, it is important that you have a basic understanding about how leadership models came about and what they are all about, because this accounts for part of the reason that so many female leaders are continuing to face some of the same challenges year after year and decade after decade. You should know about the leadership models. Now, this is of enormous importance because it brings an awareness about where we are going with the next set of the next area we're going to talk about, the shocking lies. Because much of what we have as myth inadvertently was passed on to us. I don't believe it was anything deliberate, but the fact is, it was just our models and various thoughts were brought about at a time when women were not even expected to grow and follow the suit of leadership. And so this is where some of these myths will come from. So this also may be a call to women. As we look at this, it may be a call to women to bring, create some leadership models that might more accurately study women. We'll talk about that later. But I want us to move on to the 3 shocking lies about women leaders and 3 shocking truths, okay? The first shocking lie: women need to act like men to be great leaders. But the shocking truth is actually women are highly capable and sometimes more capable than men when it comes to strategizing, planning, brainstorming, and making it all happen. I mean, it's a bold statement, and so it might sound better to soften that and just simply say, women are just as capable as men when it comes to strategy, planning, brainstorming, and executing. But the fact is, women are highly capable of doing that. And we don't need men to act like men to be great leaders. Now, we're not taking away from men. Men have strengths we'll never have. Men have strength that women do not have. All we're saying in this workshop is, let us own our strengths. And of course, we talk about that in some of the courses that we do. But there's still this unspoken myth that women, when they do great things in leadership or lead at great levels, it's called out as exceptional work, when in fact, women master the world every day, all day, exhibiting exceptional leadership outcomes. And then let's look at lie, shocking lie number 2, that women are innately mediocre as leaders. Now, that's kind of a hard one to take, but there is this thing out there that says because we are soft and emotional and the weaker vessel, that somehow we're mediocre in our leadership. I remember someone saying, you just need a little bit more salt. And that's what that means. But the shocking truth is this, that our God-given traits of emotions and being soft and being the weaker vessel, that is not a negative. Those are not negatives, but are necessary to the overall work that is to be done. We say that women need to be at the seat and at the table where all great decisions are being made. All that we are, even our beasts that we have to conquer, are no different than the beasts that men must master in order to be great leaders. That's a shocking truth. And then a shocking lie number 3 is that women leaders can be successful on their own. Nope. That's a shocking lie. The shocking truth is this: until we learn to truly bring other women along the path of success, you will never really be successful. How did Madam C.J. Walker even know to bring thousands of women along with her? How did she know to do it? But she did, and it made her success all the more great. As she did that, I want to point out something, and I always think it's a wonderful thought or interesting thought. But as she brought along thousands of other women with her, if you know her story, you'll remember how she empowered women to have their own little businesses. They started their own businesses selling a product, a hair product. But as she did that, and as she became known for that, if you will realize something, the only name that you know today, you don't know any of the other women out there. The only name you know is her name. And yet she empowered thousands. So the truth is, you will not lose your power. You will not lose your clout by bringing other women as far as you can go. It just won't happen. It will, however, elevate you. And so, what do we want to take from all of this? What do we want to take from these points from this workshop? I want you to maybe understand this, that women leaders, we continue to face challenges and issues in our leadership. And so we recognize that a workshop cannot answer all the questions. We recognize that a workshop cannot solve the problems, but what we do want to happen is that I want you to bring your attention to how we are learning and how we are doing women's leadership development. Remember, we're following models that are basically outdated, that are not being used actually. And I would venture to say that if I were able to ask many of you, what leadership model are you following? What do you pattern yourself after? Some of you will know, some of you will say, I take on this leadership model. I take on this pattern that I've seen. Many of you will not name any. You will not even be aware of that. But the models that we do have cannot serve women in the best way. And so you'll have to be bold in your thinking and bold in your examining just what are we doing when we're talking about leadership development for women. And then the other thing we want to come from this workshop, I want you to pay attention to the natural leadership qualities that came from Madam C.J. Walker. What she did flies in the face of what we have been led to believe about women's leadership. There are some natural instincts that we have that need to be studied. We need to have a, like I said earlier, this just may be a call for women to create a leadership model that has just studied women's natural instincts, natural traits, God-given qualities, and maybe create a leadership model more complete, one that merges with the male leadership, or maybe a model just for ourselves. And I hope we don't get the wrong picture here, because the leadership models that are out there, they are necessary. We have used them. They have done their job. But we're just saying, moving forward for women, as we go into the future in leadership, there are some things that we have to do. We must elevate our thinking when it comes to women's leadership, and it's critical that we do so. And so I just want to close with that I use the Madam C.J. Walker story because she embodied next level leadership, mostly because it was her way of thinking. She was not closed. She did not close herself in to thinking like the rest. What's going on in our world today that we cannot break out of this mold of thinking that we're in that keeps us from pushing past places that we need to go? I was just approached and asked about why are there not more women who sit on national boards? That is an example of what I'm talking about. We do sit on boards. We sit on advisory boards, board of directors, but we still have not pushed past a level. I mean, we don't have enough on national boards. This requires a new way of thinking about women's leadership. And so I believe her leadership was, again, like I've said, innate, and it's something for us to consider. And so I'd like for us to think about our purpose as we leave this workshop. I'd like to think about our purpose as women. We're needed, but our purpose will guide your actions. Our purpose will direct your decisions, and our purpose has the power to affect change in our behavior. And so as we take away, as we leave this workshop, I thank you for joining me, for taking out the time and letting me express what I'm thinking about women's leadership development. That's what we're committed to. And thank you for listening about how to elevate your thinking on women's leadership and why it's critical that we do so if we're going to move into next level leadership. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is Tyran Jackson. I'm here to welcome you to the Black CEO Iconic 2021 Conference. I'm here today because we have a phenomenal panel discussion that we're going to go into, which, with this being the day that we're celebrating the unstoppable Black woman, we want to go ahead and focus on some of the things related to the mission of being unstoppable. We want to give you guys inspiration, direction, and something that you can carry away from here when you ask yourself, what am I going to do to prevent from being stopped in the future with my obstacles that I have? As I stated, my name is Tyran Jackson. I am the owner, the principal of Reborn Resilient, which in my business, we happen to take the time to be able to help people who are facing tremendous pain, tragedy, and challenges to overcome what they may be facing in their life. This has been a crazy year getting out of 2020. And as we move into 2021, we want to have a more positive outlook. We want to be motivated and we want to be inspired to be able to do things that we may not have been certain that we could do. I'm here today with a panel of 5 tremendous guests that we're going to go into some detail as to some of the areas and some of the ways that within their lives and their businesses and in the things that they encounter on a regular basis have found themselves being unstoppable. So with that said, I want to introduce our 5 guests that we want to have speaking this evening on this panel. First off, we're going to have Verna Nickelberry here speaking. Also, we're going to have Shamika Gibson, who is going to be one of our panelists to be a part of this discussion today. Latoya Jordan, who's going to be involved as well. And then we have also Tommy Nichols. And last but not least, we have Jamila Bryant. So this is going to be our phenomenal panel that we go into some of the ways that from an entrepreneur standship, they found issues, challenges, and found ways to overcome those things. So with that said, what I want to do is I'm going to give each of our guests a moment to just give a little bit of background and detail about themselves, their businesses, and just some of the things that they're responsible for and that they happen to do to be a beacon of light for us as we move forward in this world of entrepreneurship as Black CEOs. So with that, first off, I'd like to pass the microphone over to Verna Nickelberry. Verna, if you don't mind giving us a little bit of background about yourself.
Hello, my name is Verna V. Nickelberry, and I am the founder and editorial director of Ordinary People magazine. I am the host of OPM Live with Verna V. Nickelberry, and I am also the creator of OPM Annual Servant Award. My magazine, Ordinary People, is actually about ordinary people doing extraordinary things in their community. So it's very community-based as well as inspirational. I am the content gatherer for the publication. So that means I ensure that everything about the magazine flows perfectly. And I am the mother of 7, the mother of 2, the grandmother of 7. I'm a graduate of LeMoyne College, which is located in Memphis, Tennessee. And that's a little bit about me.
All right. Thank you very much, Verna, very much. That is great. And I'm sure as we go through this discussion, we're going to learn more about Ordinary People magazine and some of the things that you've covered and developed as content in the past, and what are some of the things that you have going forward in the future. Next up, I want to give some time to Shamika Gibson. Shamika, if you don't mind giving us an introduction of yourself.
Greetings, my name is Shamika Gibson, and I am the president of NA Success, which is a professional consulting firm. We provide grant writing services, data analytics, and organizational development consulting to large and small corporations. I'm also the founder of a nonprofit called Changing the Mindset, where we provide professional and personal professional development opportunities and also a business mentorship program. I'm also the author of 3 books. I have a radio show on iHeartRadio called Mindset Shift with Dr. Gibbs. I'm also a college professor, and I'm a professional grant writer, like I stated. It meant 12 years of experience in database and data analytics, 10 years of website design, 5 years of organization development consulting. In my tenure of 17 years, I have managed and overseen about $50 million in business funding for nonprofit and for-profit businesses. And I have helped about 22 organizations launch or relaunch their business.
Oh, wow, Shamika. So that is great. So it looks like you may have a tremendous background experience with some of our members of the conference who want to and need to learn more as far as getting their business going and things to keep it going, whether it's profit or nonprofit. So I want to say
absolutely
thank you for giving us that
thank
background.
You.
Next up, I want to go to Latoya Jordan. Latoya, share a little bit about yourself to the audience.
Hi, everyone. My name is Latoya Jordan. I am from Texas. I am the founder of I Am Beautiful Movement, which is an organization for girls 3rd through 12th grades. And we host an annual workshop every year where girls come out, and it's just a fun day for moms and daughters to do makeup, hair, We show you how to dress. We have do-it-yourself projects, vision boards. I'm also the founder of BAM Woman Magazine, which is a digital publication. We showcase women in business and brands and community organization leaders as well through bio sheets. And what a bio sheet is, it has your professional photo, your bio, your contact information, just to let people know who you are and what you do. And we also have other stories in that magazine as well. And also, I'm one of the co-hosts of BAM Woman Podcast, which airs every Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I have 2 children. My daughter is a sophomore at the University of Houston, and my son is a senior in high school. And I'm also the founder of Toya Thrives Enterprises. So
that's awesome, LaToya. Sounds like you have a list of accomplishments and a list of things that you're doing to not only keep busy, but also to help improve this world that we're living in the midst of your business endeavors. All right, next up, I want to pass the microphone to Jamila Bryant. Jamila, share with us a little bit about what you do and how you've gone into this realm of entrepreneurship.
Yes. Greetings, everybody. My name is Jamila Bryant, coming out of Denver, Colorado, the My House City. I am the founder of Push Forward Development, which is a personal development and leadership company. I focus and cater my services to the LGBTQ+ community, as well as women with the X, to include anybody that identify as a woman. And I'm also, actually with that company, I do events, I do speaking engagements and mastermind groups. I'm also the founder and author behind the inspirational quote brand, Quote Junkie Diaries as well, where that is a platform in the brand that I release positive inspiration and vibes into the universe to help inspire other people. And I'm also a financial wellness advocate too, as well. And I'm a first sergeant in the Air Force Reserve outside of business.
Oh, wow. So Jamila, thank you first off for serving us and serving our country and protecting us all from everything. I think that's amazing with what you're doing and the ways that you're touching more and more people in different areas. And I look forward to learn more as we go forward with this panel discussion. With that, last but not least, and I know everybody, this is supposed to be Unstoppable Black Woman, and we're going into the Unstoppable mission with Black women. But it wouldn't be right if we didn't happen to have another gentleman on the panel as well to allow for us to have a little bit different perspective throughout. So with that, Tommy, if you don't mind giving us a little bit of your background and about yourself and some of the things that you're involved in.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. My name is Tommy Nichols. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm the founder of the 11th annual Charlotte Black Film Festival. Also executive director of Power Up USA, which is the youth technology, coding, and media summer camp and after school program. In addition, I was appointed by the mayor to the board of the Charlotte Mecklenburg Public Access Corporation, which is our public access TV channel, in which now I'm the board chair. In addition to that, I'm a producer at Tommy Filmworks. Tommy Filmworks do commercials, short films, feature films, and a lot of consulting work with churches and corporations in terms of producing media content for their organization to help share the message.
All right, thank you, Tommy, thank you. So I think that's great because we're touching within this panel a number of different industries, a number of different areas. And with you going into the entertainment, payment, and media area, I'm sure there's plenty who's gonna wanna learn more about getting into that, and you can get some tips and some lessons from the challenges that you faced in going through this, and enlighten us about how you've been going through and not being stopped as we move forward. So I appreciate you being a part of the panel and the discussion that we're going to have today. So with that said, I want to go ahead and kick off the discussion, and I'm going to go ahead and ask a question to several of you guys, and if you just don't mind, share with us your thoughts on it. So my first question, and I want to start off with this to Shamika. I want to say, let's start off with what your whys are. What has been your reason to know that going down this path of entrepreneurship is the path that's meant for you? And along those same lines, what's the greatest motivating factor in your life that is directing you towards this mission of being an unstoppable Black woman?
Well, first I would say purpose and connections. So I really do feel that me being on my current journey of entrepreneurship is divine intervention. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to walk in the purpose that God has designed for me, and also put in people in my life as connectors to help me make sense of everything. there was no plan B. So plan A had to work. And if plan A didn't work, that means that me and my daughters will be homeless. So that wasn't an option. So with that being said, that was the motivating factor in my life, is that I didn't have alternative options. So I worked hard at plan A, and if plan A didn't work, or if plan A wasn't going in a direction that I wanted it to go in, I started to develop more refined processes and systems. So I didn't walk away from plan A. I made plan A better because there was no options.
Okay, that's good. Well, thank you. So you were motivated to make sure that the plan that you had in mind was going to work. That's great to hear. And sometimes we need that goal or that target in mind, and not allow ourselves to fail at basically, or at least not be deterred in order to get to where we want to get to. So I think that's great. That's great.
Thank you.
Now, let me ask the same question. And Verna, if you don't mind giving some insight, what was your reason for going down the path that we've gone through? And talk about your motivation. What has driven you towards wanting to make sure that you move forward towards this mission of being unstoppable?
Well, actually, entrepreneurship found me. I didn't find it. I didn't find it. It wasn't until God gave me an assignment for or with Ordinary People magazine. And so then my motivation is actually being honored that he chose me as a vessel to produce this awesome publication. And so with that, I just had to push forward. I cannot let it drop, because if he chose me for it, then that's a great honor, because as I stated earlier, it found me. I didn't find it. I mean, I didn't look for it. So what a surprise to know that it was here already in me. He just brought it out. So that was my motivation, to just move forward with how he gave it to me.
Amen to that, Verna. And I think you bring up an interesting point, because you know, we all have different journeys and different roads, and our path to get to where we actually are and where we're going is somewhat different. And this is not the first time that I've heard, and I know that there's plenty of people out there, myself included, didn't plan on going down a route of entrepreneurship. But sometimes, you know, divine intervention and the Lord creates something and brings it out of us. And you know, sometimes you have to, you know, walk through that door when the opportunity is presented. So thank you for that, Verna. Thank you for that. Next thing I want to do, let me go on to another question and ask you guys a couple of things. And Jamila, I want to start with you with this one. I'm a firm believer that there are obstacles that we're going to have to face along our journey, and many of them we don't really see coming at all. This may cause us to have to pivot or redirect ourselves in order to survive some of these unforeseen challenges. Can you share with us just some of the greatest challenges you faced as a Black woman, and in the process of moving forward? And when I say moving forward, maybe it's the creating and development of your business, or even when it comes to having that business, things where you've had to go in a different direction. You mind sharing with us a little bit about that?
I do not mind. Thank you for that question, Tyron. I really do appreciate that. And that's it. Speaking from a Black woman and also a queer Black woman, the industry sometimes that you're trying to get into, as far as myself, wasn't a lot of representation. That's why I decided to cater my services to the communities that I cater to, LGBTQ+, and also women, because I know I can relate to those communities, in particular LGBTQ. I know the struggles that we face, what we go through in order to just live our authentic selves. So that's one of the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing. And you said some of the challenges, it's just finding support. You know, I think sometimes when people think of like entrepreneurship and business, they don't think of women. Sometimes they think women should still be in certain roles in this world. However, as we all can see, we're unstoppable, we're limitless. And when we step out, you know, jump, have faith, you know, anything's possible, but definitely finding support in your business. I know that was a challenge for me, and something that, you know, sometimes I still kind of struggle with. However, once I do find my tribe and support, it's definitely something that helped propel the business forward. So that's what I would say.
Okay, and I like to, let me just emphasize what you said, Jamila, the support piece. So many people, so many of us as Black people as a whole, and I know we happen to get into this case where we think, I've got to do this, I've got to get this done. But we don't always take advantage of the support and resources that are available to help us. Rome wasn't built in a day. There are a lot of things that are not taken and overcome by themselves, by one person alone. So finding that support to help you get there is so critical. And I think it needed to be highlighted because, there's going to be obstacles that we face that we can't handle ourselves. But having that support and having that backing from others allows us to get through some of those. So thank you. That was a great response, Jamila. Next, I want to go, and I know it's going to be a little bit different, but Tommy, share with us a little bit about, some of the obstacles that may have come along your path and some of the ways you may had to pivot or had to, change course when these unforeseen challenges showed themselves.
Yeah, I can say that. When I first moved to Charlotte, I've only been in Charlotte 12 and a half years. The Charlotte Black Film Festival has been going on for 11 years. So you can imagine when this vision first came to me, I walked around all the time with my brain dump on a piece of paper. And I would take it to different organizations I thought would be excited about a Black film festival coming to the city. I was wrong. I got so many no's, especially by those who looked like me, those who were not exactly in my space, but were in a supporting space. And I had to keep moving, and finally I went to one person. I got one yes. I got one yes in the midst of everything. And from that one yes, I was able to move forward and gather support over the years because many people was waiting for it to fail. So I gathered support over the years and by faith, continued on. And now it's not as much of a struggle as it was, but I just needed one yes.
Okay, and I think just to touch off of that shows the importance of perseverance until you actually get that first victory or that first win. I know a lot of people get discouraged because they may be trying to get somewhere, trying to get people to buy in or believe in them, and they just stop and they quit and they fail. And that is the opposite of being unstoppable for what we need. So we need sometimes to just keep pushing and trust ourselves, because if you know what you're doing is value added and right, then it's only a matter of time before the right person hears it. And I'm glad to hear, Tommy, that you didn't let hearing the no's from the beginning keep you from being able to go forward till you got that yes. And like you said, once you got that first yes, everything grew from there. So that's awesome to hear, and a great point for our listeners to be able to take away from your mission. So with that, and I want to move on, and LaToya, if you don't mind, just sharing some of the same things along these lines. What issues and obstacles did you not see coming? And then how did you deal with these unforeseen challenges? And has it caused you to have to redirect yourself in some way in order to get past it?
I would say when I first started my organization, I Am Beautiful Movement, I was unemployed, just, trying to take care of 2 children. And I was like, Lord, I need something to help other girls. Cause I know or young ladies, cause I know if they feel the way I'm feeling now, then I need something. And so that's when he dropped I Am Beautiful Movement into my spirit. And I thought it was going to be easy going forward, but it was so hard. Like I said, I founded it with no money. I had minimal support. My church supported the event, but I thought family and friends would, but not everyone saw the vision that I saw. So I kept going forward. And this year we will be doing our 9th workshop. Awesome. So over the years, just like you said, just pushing forward. And when you get that major yes, it is everything. It changes the game. And last year with the whole COVID, it kind of put a damper on the workshop. And I just started praying. I said, Lord, I need you to drop something else, because I need something. And that's when he dropped Bam Woman magazine into my lap and ran with it. And it's just been amazing. Like, just the journey. I still work a full-time job now. I work 8 to 5. And I work my business and my organization. Okay. So, finding that team and that the support system, like Jamila talked about, I just found that last year. Okay. So yeah, you just have to keep moving. And it gets hard, but hey.
Well, I want to say, and you touched on a couple of points like Tommy, getting that first yes seemed like it was key for you. The other thing that I take away from that, and to be doing this 9 years, that means you're doing something right. And for people to come back. And you pointed out something that I think we also need to keep in mind too. And this touches on what Jamila said, except from the opposite light. You do need support from other people to get through. But sometimes we have to be mindful. Some of the support from family, friends that may not see the same vision you have may possibly be toxic and can make it a little more difficult and challenging as we try to, implement our vision and reach our mission. And so to me, there's a level of perseverance with what you did with being unstoppable, knowing that there might be some challenges, I won't say internal, but within your circle that could make it a little bit harder in order to reach that end goal and continue with your mission. So I think that's great. This is very encouraging, and I want our audience to understand that, with this panel, there's people who have done this. They've done their thing for some time and been able to, get through those initial obstacles and challenges and battles and be able to move forward and continue to keep their businesses thriving. So thank you, LaToya, for giving that information. Jamila, do you have anything else you want to add in relation to this?
Yes, I failed to mention that FORWARD is capitalized my business name, and FORWARD is an acronym that stands for Facing Our Realities with Action, Resiliency, and Determination. So I use the term or hashtag nowadays, push forward or pushing forward, and I've heard it spoken several times during this panel. So it just brings me joy that people are just saying, like, you got to push forward, you got to push forward. And that's how I felt in my life when I was trying to figure out things after I left active duty Air Force. It was like, how can I make this work? You know what I'm saying? So, and I just started thinking brain dumping, just like Tommy did. It worked. So that's a practice. That's a nugget for you right there. Brain dump your thoughts, and always have confidence in yourself as well.
Oh, that's great. That's key too, as well. Confidence in yourself. You got to trust yourself, and you got to believe in your mission for anybody else will believe in it. Shamika, did you have something to add to this topic?
Yes, and I think it's really important to point out with all of us and the work that we've done, we ran into some challenges with people not wanting to share information with us, mentor or guide us through our entrepreneurship journey. And so I would just encourage people to invest in yourself, because people are not going to be so willing to give you free information. So you might have to budget and plan to attend workshops and take additional college courses and actually pay for a mentor or a life coach or consultant to help you on your journey, because it doesn't always come free.
Yeah, that's key. And I want to touch on that too, investing in yourself. Yeah. We have a different level of appreciation and a different level of accountability when we put, time and money into doing something for ourselves. So I think that is very important for us to recognize as entrepreneurs and thriving coaches and business people, to be able to, to put that in order to make ourselves better. We all want to be the best versions of ourselves, and we only make it so far in our experience and our education. And sometimes we do need to take steps in order to learn and gain more from other individuals outside of what we would typically do. So I think that's a great point, Shamika. Great point. With that, I would like to move on. This is a great topic for us to talk about. And it sort of leads into some of the next questions that I wanted to touch on with you guys, because it has to deal with challenges and issues, and it deals with the current situation that we're dealing with right now. As we've all are experiencing still, COVID-19, this pandemic has had a major impact on the way that the world operates, the way that we have to operate within our families, our households, the way that we have to do things and conduct business. So knowing that this is these times are unprecedented, how have they specifically affected the way that you operate, and what lessons have you guys learned in the midst of surviving through these times? So with that question, I want to start with you, Shamika. What can you share as far as how COVID has not only changed the way that you have to operate, but also lessons that might have been taken away from these times?
Thank you, Taryn. I would say that COVID was very interesting because I'm a full-time entrepreneur. So we operate our business full-time. So I didn't have a 9-to-5 job to fall back on. So I operated 100% off of my clients. It affected a lot of businesses because they were not aware of what was going to happen when businesses started to close and people had to shut down. So I got scared. A lot of my clients started to pull out. They did not want to renew contracts. And I had to move out of my current home and move in with my mom, with my daughters, because I was afraid that I was not going to have any money to take care of us. And I definitely didn't want to exhaust my savings. So I went home with mom and I prayed about it. I thought about some things, but the wonderful PPP and EIDL funds. And that changed, and that changed the game for a lot of businesses. There were a lot of businesses that were able to take advantage of their financial opportunity to save their businesses. However, those businesses also learned that they had a deficit in operations and raising funds. And that's where my skill set came in. So being a grant writer, a lot of organizations have relationships. So I learned that in the midst of COVID is relationships. Relationship capital is more important than financial capital. So if you have a friend of a friend and know a friend and have access to resources and money, they're more golden than you having reserves in your bank account. So during that moment, I was able to connect with businesses all around the world. My business grew from just a local Memphis business to now us serving in 10 states and 4 international countries. Wow. We are writing grants. Last year alone, we applied for about $3 million in grant funding, 250 in PPP and EIDL funds, because organizations did not know how to apply for these funding opportunities. I did, and so I helped them, and I also educated their staff, and I helped these businesses become sustainable businesses. Unfortunately, 10 of my clients had to close their business or stop businesses temporarily, but we also had about 10 businesses that rose during this time. So we developed virtual learning opportunities. We built websites for these businesses so they can transition services from a bricks and mortar to online opportunities. And that's pretty much what we had to do for my business as well. We had to close our bricks and mortar, and we provide businesses and services online now.
Oh, that's awesome, Shamika. That's awesome. Couple of things I want to say about that. You did 2 things that were very impressive to me. When you saw that things weren't going as you thought before, you took a moment, you took a break and re-baseline. And you said that this is the way my business was operating before, and I've got to take a break and I got to look at things differently. And then you emphasize the importance of relationships. And relationships are so key in the world of entrepreneurship. It's not just what you know, it's who you know as well. And in these times where we weren't operating the way that we were traditionally used to, those relationships help really expand your business, it sounds like, because it sounds like you have a much broader reach. And not only that, you became equipped with, a means of being able to function in the future. So not only can you do what you do locally, but you know now how to get to, people all across the world and provide your services. So I think that's awesome as far as being able to look at what, COVID has had to force you to do and how it's made you better for the future going forward. So I think that's great. That's awesome.
Thank you.
So let me ask the same question to Verna. Verna, tell us about how this pandemic maybe has had to lead to you having to change the way you operated, and also any lessons that you might have learned or picked up in the midst of us going through this pandemic.
But just like Shamika, I'm full-time as being an entrepreneur. After retiring in 2016, 25 years with the Department of Defense working under the Army, it just made it much easier for me to be able to do my business, and everything is online. But what I did before that, instead of just having the print publication, I also implemented digital. So now we're in print and in digital, but our print is print on demand. And I made it a point to become a little bit more, not a little bit, but I made it a point to become more visible. And then decided not to do Blog Talk Radio where I am behind the scene, but also to bring forward OPM Live with Verna V. Nickelberry, where you actually get to see me and actually get to know me and learn more about me and the things that I do. and 2020, we didn't get a chance to do our award show. And so that is where I am now, is learning how to do the award show virtually, because it is a red carpet event. And I am learning how to do that. And then so learning how to use Zoom a little bit more effectively, just learning a little bit more, digital. When God gave me Ordinary People magazine, I was 44. I'm 61 now. So I am learning all of this digital stuff. I make it a point, as someone mentioned, investing. So I invest a lot in learning and having a coach, and just really learning how to do this, because this is our, I don't want to say temporary norm, but this is our new norm right now. And the more I learn, the more my publication and everything that I do will be able to move forward. And what I've also done is, since our digital site, our impression is very impressive. So our impression digital is over 56,000, I believe. And so that means we are read outside of the United States. And just so happened, I've met someone who lives in Ghana, or from Ghana. So I have began to reach across the waters. It would be such a big plus if I can just even have it translated into a different language. So far, someone in the Philippines really love reading Ordinary People. And that is my biggest goal, is to make it, I want it global, but right now we are outside of the US. And so as far as pivoting, I started to pivot before COVID with the digital publication. So.
Okay, well, now that's great. That's great to recognize that, this is the way that you were needing to push your business before. And then going back to what Shamika said earlier, and yourself, knowing that you needed to not just learn, but enhance skills in this, with the technology that we're dealing with today, in order to reach people virtually. And I like the fact that you said to yourself, people got to see me. People got to know me. You got to start marketing yourself in a different manner when you can't go out and talk to people face to face like you may have done more of before. So taking those steps is key. And for any entrepreneur, anybody who is looking to grow and expand the business that they're in, I think those are key things for us to keep in mind now. And as far as the lessons to learn as through these, these trying times, that's something definitely to take away. So thank you for that, Verna. Thank you so much. I want to stick with this same question, but I want to go to my man, Tommy, because with you being in the entertainment industry, I know that's got to be a little bit different as far as, not being able to interact so much in person as what it was before, now that we have to have these concerns with COVID. So Tommy, just share with us a little bit about how COVID has changed the way that you've operated, and then some of those lessons that you've taken away throughout these times.
Yeah. One thing I like about lemons is that you can make lemonade. And COVID reminds me of the Ronald Reagan era. During that time, we were pushed from welfare to work. During COVID, we've been pushed from brick and mortar to the tech space, which I love. And so now folks are looking at the opportunities that maybe if COVID had not happened, they would have never ever looked at. So I love taking lemon and making lemonades. My background is a technology guy. So I've been in technology for my entire life. I transitioned into media in 2000. And so for this time for me, allowed me to shine because of my background. Our festival took place last year, and we were one of the first probably African-American festivals to go virtual. And there was we didn't know what platform was right. So we had to create something that kind of modeled what we would do in an in-person festival, but do it virtually. And so because of my background, I was able to maneuver through that. And I believe take advantage of this thing we might call a lemon and make sweet lemonade.
All right. So what I hear from you, Tommy, is that you leverage your skill set. Yes. You leverage what you were already good at and what you knew in order to accommodate the changes that we had to make during these times. So I think that's great. And you put it in a great perspective, turn the lemons into lemonade. A lot of us have had to get more used to a tart taste this past year, because it's a lot of lemons that we've been having to deal with. And, Lord willing, this won't have to last forever, for too much longer. But at the same time, taking the opportunity to look back and be able to, in your case, touch on the skills that you happen to have before. and be able to make the most out of these times. Shamika, you were going back and re-baselining and going to those relationships. Verna, you saying, I got to learn this new digital skill and I got to get out there more. I think those are great points to take away. And for anybody who's in this entrepreneurial space, if they can, maybe take some time to reassess what steps they need to take. If you haven't done that by now, dealing with this period of time that we've been in COVID, I think you guys have found ways that not only support your business during these times where we're locked down, but also your business is going forward once we get back to whatever our new normal may be. So I want to thank you guys for responding to that question and the answers that you provided. So with that, moving on, I got another question I want to ask you guys, and I want to start with Jamila with this one. Just share with us at what point in this journey did you know for a fact you were going to be unstoppable towards reaching your vision for your business, and that you knew failure was not an option, and that you were not going to be denied from being successful?
Thank you for the question once again. Let's see, at what point did I really acknowledge that I was going to be successful in business? Was when I just started doing things. I took action. I think a lot of times people struggle with this. We keep a lot of things up in our head, our thoughts, but I started taking action. But before I did that, I started to invest in myself, as somebody alluded to earlier, just taking time to invest in myself. And I just started seeing changes in myself, and opportunities would come to me, and I was prepared for them because I invested in myself. And then I jumped into the entrepreneurial world and just trying different things and, getting some bites, if you will, and just knowing that when I create a safe space for a certain community, that people are thankful for those spaces because they can get pretty intimate and personal. So that was something to me that I was like, that informed me that this is something that I need to do. Like, this space for the LGBTQ plus community is something that needs a presence, and it needs to be here. So it helps inspire me to keep pushing forward. And like I said, I use that term a lot because it means a lot to me, because I wasn't always the woman that you see in front of you today. And now it's like, even though I face challenges and failures sometimes, or as I like to call failures, lessons learned, I know that what I'm doing, it's all about helping other people, and everything that I do right now, all the ways that I invest my time, it's all about passion, purpose, and impact. That's why I have it on my board here. Those are my personal values. And I know that, keeping my why in front of me, it gives me that burning desire, and it keeps driving me forward.
That's great. That's awesome. And I like the fact that you said that you have your morals, and you have basically your code that you live by, that pushes you.
Yes.
That's important. And then the other thing, and I hope many of our listeners understand this, as entrepreneurs, we've all taken the steps. It's a lot of people with ideas in their head, or that they've written down on paper, or have said that they're going to do things, but have you taken the action? You have to take the action before you find out if what you're doing is, you can't go anywhere if you take no steps. So that action, I think, is so key. And in my past, I was an engineer, and one of the things that I did, and I know others with this certain mindset, is that they have paralysis through analysis, and you can spend time belaboring something too much before you actually go out there and do it and test it. But I like the fact that, when you talk about taking action, that's the only way you're going to find out if it works, if it doesn't, if I need to change it, if I need to do something different. So I want to say that I'm glad that you brought that point up, Jamila, to be able to actually get out there and do something, because that is so key. That is so key. So same question, LaToya, I want to come to you. When did you know you were going to be unstoppable towards reaching your vision, and that you were not going to be denied from being successful in their areas and what you're doing?
Like I said, I still work an 8 to 5